It's good you came in summer. In winter, it can get very depressing.
Pre-stream dub. We all know it's going to be a belter of a stream chat. Something tells me Ginger is not sending the bots. It's some sad cunt. Welcome in, chat. Today's the day. What we'll do, we'll just have to add them as banned terms. It's relatively easy to do with. I just can't do it from my Twitch window for some reason, because I can't get mod view up super easily on here. It's a real pain in the ass, but basically all one of the mods would have to do is just copy the sentence and just immediately ban anyone that uses that sentence. I think that's how it would work. This is unfortunate, but basically, there is, to quote again, a sad cunt going around botting Twitch streamers in the FM category. He did it to Ticker yesterday because I was talking about it yesterday. I'll just mod everyone except them. Yeah, Stirrups. What a fun start to the day, chat. Yeah, it's. I think basically what it does is it just takes the next message that you put in chat and then copies that person's username into the bot messages, basically. The problem was I looked to so you can see it's doing it again. Well, this is a fun old day, isn't it? For fuck's sake, man. It's just, yeah. Right, what do we do? The problem is sub-only mode. It's not ideal, but it might have to be for a little bit. I'm sorry about this, chat. Let's see. Chat settings. Subscribers only chat. Right, there we go. Apologies, chat. I will turn that back off in a bit, just until we get this shit calmed down. Because at the end of the day, if they want to pay me to be spammy, then that's their problem, right? We'll put it on sub only for a little bit. I've not actually ever had to use sub only. I think we use shield mode. We could just put it in shield mode, I suppose. Now we just have to deal with the sub one for it. It's different. So again, I really am sorry to anyone that's not subbed that has to deal with this right now. I'm so sorry about that. But I'm sure you can understand the situation we've kind of been put in here. It's a little bit. I mean, yeah, it's not ideal. Hands up the subs. You love to see it, but also you don't like to see it too. Yeah, no, this happened to Ticky yesterday afternoon as well. Oh yeah, no, bear in mind, if they want to sub to me hundreds and hundreds of bots and pay me thousands of dollars for the pleasure, then they're more than welcome to, because I would just ban them immediately anyway, but you know. Yeah, they gotta pay up. Okay, yeah, so Inferno's put, to out the botting, there's nothing you can do about it. There's just nothing you can do, basically. They can just pick your channel and target you with it. There's no protection you have beyond. You are back. Yes, we're on shield mode now. It stops basically. I think it will like limit things like first-time chatters. So again, I do apologize if you're a first-time chatter and it's going to be a bit weird right now. HC, thank you very much for the 11 months. And Alan St. Minimum, thank you very much for the 16. So yeah, we've got shield mode on for the time being. I think it actually turned it off automatically, Inferno, because Jose can chat now. I was waiting to see if Jose could say anything. Ashman, thank you for the 9 months. You'll love to see it.
Turns out mine is lapsed. Handy for me to find out.
That is the one way of finding out, I suppose. Also, surely bots really want Apple TV Plus, right? 3 months free of Apple TV Plus. Choose a club. The best thing I could suggest, Triple, is, I don't know if you're aware of the Perchance website, but that's the way I would tag to the call. Sorry, Jose. I was just thinking of someone that I knew didn't have a sub badge when I was looking this morning, because I was looking at the chat in the intro, and yours is the first name that come to mind. Those sneaky bots. Cheekies. Huge song as well, yeah. Ah, dear. Sorry, chat. It's an unfortunate side effect of streaming on Twitch. And I don't know, actually. Which is why I might just gift a sub to whoever we raid later to find out. Zeke with the gifted sub to Sick Hoser. Now it doesn't matter. You'll love to see it. What a hype train as well. The world's weirdest hype train. It's just come about from people making sure that all the unsubs have got their subs just in case we have to stay on shield mode all stream. A bit of early Thursday botulism. So yeah, basically there is a way that you can remove the bot followers. The problem I had was that I've used something like this once before and it accidentally removed a load of legitimate followers. Because what it essentially does is it blocks them and it creates the effect of them being removed. And the last thing I wanted it to do was to assess someone that wasn't a bot as a bot and have them get banned from the channel for no reason, basically. Because, oh Christ, what happened? I did this once before. Yeah, when I did this before, it didn't go particularly well, basically. Ah, dear. Zoom call, you can stream there. Do you remember that time when we had that really weird day when nothing was working on what the fuck? Wouldn't it be funny if all of those gifted subs had gone to bots? Wouldn't it be absolutely insane if they'd all got... I know that none of them did, because those all look like legit names. Thank you. Christ on a bike. Well, that's got us started. Fuck me, Johnny. What's that about? But thank you so much, dude. That's incredibly nice of you. And Paolo with the gifted sub to Tripoli as well. That's very kind, man. Oh, my lord. It's annoying, because the shield mode thing takes up like half my chat, and I can't even see you guys properly. Oh, dear. Hands up who's not a bot. Christ, yeah, we got him in the Champions League now. It's pretty much just done at this point. To get more subs. It's all a big ruse. Holy Christ. Tripoli as well. Thank you very much for the follow. God damn. I mean, in a way, aren't we all bots? So is my wife. Oh, dear. Right. That was, yeah, I mean, I had an intro plan, but at that point, I was going to try and work in some of the bot comments to the intro thing, but in the end, I just kind of decided that we need to move on with that and just kind of get on with it, you know? We'll try and remove shield mode in like 20 minutes and see what happens, right?
We had you
can turn it back on again.
You will be assimilated.
You will get there. We're all AI. Jason, thank you for the 100 bits. I know, Tommy. Turns out all you need to do is get absolutely, well, botted. Yeah, I'm a bot at every game except FM, and some might say even at FM. Anerith is simply a bot programmed to promote Alberto specifically, or Arifi. Although I feel like there's a few of you that probably come under the Arifi bot category. Arifi bot. Honestly, if we needed a new Discord bot for anything, calling it a Arifi bot wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. Right, let's get off my big face. Yeah, all part of my plan. It was me all along. The best thing about Disco bot, potentially, yeah. We call it the Long Kong Gambler. I plan it for a long time. I make you feel sorry for me, then I hit you with the bots. Terrible design. It's dreadful, isn't it? It like truly is awful. What we'll do is we'll wait till like maybe quarter past, switch off shield, but we can just turn it on and off throughout the stream and see how things go, basically. But yeah, I assume it's been happening to other streamers as well. I only know that this has happened to Ticker so far because Gav told me about it yesterday. Isn't it an area of the game you necessarily enjoy? Yes, absolutely. No, that you couldn't have described me better, honestly. Hey, Greg, welcome to not being a bot. That also means that shield mode is working ridiculously well if you were able to chat just fine. It's like, maybe it's to do with like account creation, like when they were created or something. But welcome in, Greg. You managed to get through the bot shield. Well done. Yeah, so for me, FM, my least favourite game, other than mentoring anyway, my least favourite, the area of the game that I feel like I want to focus on as little as possible is tactics. It's not that I don't enjoy tactics, I just find them frustrating and very pernickety. And I also feel like the community around tactics can sometimes be probably the most toxic of any area of FM, you know? I feel like everyone does, oh, we're the baddies. We are baddies, Morton, but in the baddie kind of way, you know? We got that gap. Yeah, I've never used Twitch's mobile, although that's not true. The only time I use Twitch's mobile AI is when my internet dies and I have to try to find a way on my like data to tell you guys what's happened. And it is an absolute, it's even worse on the creator side of things. It's mad. Hello, Saz. Thank you very much for the 31 months. Shit, I did.
31 months. Did you see my Discord DM?
I did.
Asking as you haven't replied.
I was reading it.
Happy Thursday.
While I was waiting for McDonald's, but then Pog came along and I went, oh shit, food's here. And then naturally, because I'm me and I've got into the habit of setting messages I've read on TikTok as unread again so I don't forget. I didn't get a chance to do that, so I'm so sorry. Can you just send me like a random letter on Discord, Sats, just so I remember to reply to the other message after stream? That way it pops up in my notifications. Sinex Wonderkid. Yeah, I guess. But I feel like when it comes to scouting, the community around it, if you like, are... Yeah, I'm blaming Pog. Damn right. I was so disappointed. Pog was working late last night, so I was like, right, that means it's a McDonald's trip on the way home from work. And I was like, perfect. New menu's out. Gonna get me that Milky Bar Raspberry McFlurry. I was hyped. Unavailable. And it wasn't even because the ice cream machine was broken. It was on the menu. It just... unavailable. Every other McFlurry, except the one I wanted, unavailable. Absolutely livid, mate. On the plus side, the cheesy garlic bread dippers are peng. Must admit, solid. We got a share box of those. They were absolutely lovely. The only thing I could have missed maybe is if they were a teeny bit more garlicky, but for McDonald's, and it's fairly bland normally, I was pretty surprised. All the squares that contain webs, is it just a picture of me? Stewie, I've got to be honest, you have been on incredible form lately. Like, absolutely top quality form with the memes. And it's all come from this one meme, but we're running it into the ground, and I appreciate that. Expensive as Five. Yeah, although Five Guys is still very expensive, isn't it? I've only ever had Five Guys a couple of times and it was cold. But that wasn't really to do with them specifically. That was because it was some Deliveroo stuff. Oh, dear. Good stuff. Right. What a start to the day, eh? I don't even know where to begin, chat, other than we've got some signings in, because of course we do. And thank you for the insane hype train as well, by the way, chat. That was very, very kind of you. I really do appreciate that. We stuck it to the bots. Or something. Let me see if I can turn this off here. Oh, okay. Nope, I'm unable to turn off shield mode in that menu. That's great. Alberto's full name. Good question. We don't, do we? Let's find out together. I've just been offering out some players for loan as well. I don't know why I loaded this menu. Albarot. Why am I typing in Alberto as if that's somehow going to tell me his name? Tenconi. We will see. Oh, I think turning... Yeah, now if I turn off that... where's it gone? There we go. Right. Okay. Now it should be. We should be all right now. If shit happens again, then we'll just switch it. We'll just whack shield mode straight back on again. That'll be like our go-to for today. Yeah, coefficients are absolutely stacked, like to an insane level. Basically, who's Jeffrey? Who isn't? Oh yeah, who is Jeffrey? And why is he grayed out? I wish I knew. I genuinely wish I knew. Who is Jeffrey, chat? He's a Welsh Malteseman. But why is he here? As if we don't have enough players. Must be second key. I guess. Huh. Charlotte's Materials. Also, you can't see this behind my face here, but look. Oh, it's gone now. Damn it. That's annoying. I should have left it on the other screen. Maybe Jeffrey was the bot all along. Justice for Jeffrey. Can we sign Jeffrey up? Yes. Jeffrey Upstein. Nice. We're getting Jeffrey. It's a good day when a Jeffrey comes along. Right, now I need to find Alberto. There he is. Right, Alberto's name. What are we reckoning? I reckon it's going to be something really boring. Like Alberto Sanchez. This is where his name's like Hans. He feels like an Alberto Sanchez Maria or something. Perez left. Also, I didn't realise that Alberto was red injury prone. Garcia, yeah, something like that. Okay, Alberto Andreu. Bit of double A there. Don't mind that. What's his natural fitness like? 15. That's kind of battery-like, I suppose. Alberto Juan Jose Perez, presumably, in there as well. Okay, we take that. Northern Irish national team. Now, Northern Ireland, if I recall correctly... Oh, no, they don't yet, do they? Northern Ireland are going to have an absolutely stacked national team in a few years because, well... Okay, Wayne Rooney is the manager. Just thought you'd like to know. They're currently 77th in the world. We are in the Champions League, and no, we've never won it. Sadly, it has been the bane of my existence over the course of this save. 22 seasons and no Champions League wins. Well, once again, we've been in it for the last like 20 years, pretty much. So yeah, this is the current Northern Irish national team. It's a bit all over the place. So, like, you got your Chelseas and your Huddersfields. Well, you got your Chelseas and your Man Cities and your Newcastles, but it falls off fairly quickly after that. So there's still some like players playing in Ireland and Northern Ireland in there as well. Mostly in the English league system as well. And just a random dude at Zenit, who I believe is the goalkeeper that was at Barca, was he not? Yes, he was. He's had a very strange career. He's only played like 40 games in the last 10 years. So that's good. Yeah. What I will say, though, is they're under 18 or under 19 squad, perhaps. Oh, where is it? Basically, they've got incredible talent coming through. There was like, we got a scout report with like 4 different Northern Irish players in it who all had caps, I believe, and were playing for like Man City and Liverpool. So they've got a really bright future. Who is next? Good question. I guess we just don't know. Hello, Pogs. How's it going, my love? We've had to deal with some shenanigans this morning. Such is life. Esteban. Not Estenban. Estenban. Something tells me we're not going to be getting Esteban Julio Ricardo Montoya de la Rosa Ramirez, unfortunately. 16-year-old at LAN with your name. Where's the LAN guy? I'm assuming it's... Oh! This is where I'm like, I assume that your name is Andrew Quigley, right? Obviously. Stewie's just a cover. Let you know we're mentioned again. Raw! My next video is quite literally going to be the video YouTube definition of now name of team mentioned raw, and I can't wait. Ah, dear. Right, okay. Job security. Oh yeah, that's how we do it now, isn't it? Oh yeah, we got lots of bids coming in. I've got some signings to show you, not the ones that I made, but like ones that we had joining us and stuff like that. Also, Padilla is out for 5 months with an Achilles tendon problem, so he's going to miss the rest of the season. And also, fun news, Henry Watara has now signed for RB Leipzig, and guess who we're playing today in the Champions League? RB Leipzig, and he will almost certainly be lining up against us, and we all know that he's probably going to score their first shot on target of the game, so get prepared for that later in the stream. Not even that long ago from now. Right, what was I doing? Oh yeah, job security page. My brain's been a little bit rattled. Like Roberto, we also have Pebbles and we got Mr. Holub, so the pigeon could step in if need be. 45 shots on goal, holy shit. 1-0 aggregate, everyone's to... Oh my god. That's... Yeah, I mean, as much as we've had some shit, and we've not had that. We've had a lot of one shot on target, 1 goals. Well, group stage isn't actually finished yet. We've still got 2 games to go, but they are 2 games that I would expect us to win against Real Betis and RB Leipzig. Now, whether Henry has anything to do with that, I don't know. What is it? Is it... How do we find this out again? Is it international? And then... Wait, how do we figure this out? I forget. I need to... 1 physio. You only need 1. If you get 1 good physio, that pretty much does it. The test that Max EBFM showed, basically, that any more than 1 physio is diminishing returns and all you're doing is paying money. I mean, at this stage, we could have as many as we like because it doesn't cost us that much, but if you're in the lower league levels, you don't need any more than 1 physio, 1 sports scientist. No matter how many you get, it's not going to improve the situation. Basically, you get all the benefit out of the first one, and beyond that, it's just almost non-existent, I would say. Yeah, how do we see these jobs? Nations and then international tick. Oh, I see. Like that. Oh, okay. And then we can just sort by, well, some of this stuff anyway. Xabi Alonso is managing Germany. I think we already knew that, though, didn't we? First leg. Oh, hello. Right. First leg. Oh, that is oof. But also entirely predictable. And then the second leg. Oh, my God. So, hang on. You create 5.5 XG against Man United over 2 legs and don't score. They have 1 shot on target and win. I wouldn't be surprised if this happened to us today. It just happens too often. It's just too regular. Far too regular. And when was the last time any of you did this to another team? It just doesn't happen, does it? Now, I think part of that is probably because of the way that we play the game. Often we create tactics that tend to create a lot more shots, but even so, it's still mad. Alex, thank you for the follow. Mental. It's your database. It is indeed your database. Have you considered getting a better database? So, what we're saying here, so we've got Vincenzo Italiano managing Spain, obviously. Xabi Alonso, Messi Dego. Who? That right there might be the most bizarre manager of England I've ever seen. I shit you not. That right there is the most bizarre England manager I've ever seen. Masay Dego, who is an Ethiopian-Israeli England manager. What the hell did you... What a look-up this was, by the way, bearded child. How... Well, so... He starts off as... That's here, isn't it? So he's with Maccabi Haifa for like 15 years, which presumably builds his rep up a little bit. Then he goes to Al-Ahli, then to Denmark, which puts him onto the national team scene. But the thing is, he's not even very good. Yeah, I would, Drew. I reckon you could get good odds. That's wild. Yeah, that's the thing, and that's the problem I've always had when people's response to it is like, oh, but it happens in real life. It's, yeah, it does, but it doesn't happen 7 times a season to the same team. Like... Yeah, I was going to say, unless he's passing backwards and sideways. I mean, hey, look, he likes fullbacks. He's got some tactical knowledge as well. Sounds like an England manager. This is very true. How do we see his, like... I guess biography? No. Milestones? Awards. Competition. All right, here's his record. Let's just ignore Maccabi Haifa and that. Let's look at club. So here's a. This man is football heritage. So he relegated Denmark was his first achievement. Then he got out of the groups in the Euros. Was then immediately beaten by France. And has so far qualified for a semi-final in the Nations League with England. What a CV there, chat. Jamaica, Steve McLaren. Wait, is it Steve McLaren? I thought it was Steve Bruce. I could have sworn it was Steve Bruce that was taking over Jamaica. Oh, I got so excited about that. I was hoping for Death in Paradise. Right. And Philip Clement, obviously, at Belgium. Right, let's go scrolly. Actually, no, let's scrolly properly, just in case you see any absolutely unhinged ones, because I've noticed that sometimes... I like that Colin Fleming, by the way, is the Anguilla boss. Get your boy Roy. Steve could be cheaper, yeah. Siobhan Bob. I just want to see if there's any mad, like, people that you wouldn't expect. Because sometimes they do rock up in the NA ones, potentially. Hence Phil Neville managing Jamaica that one time. Right, so now into Europe again. Matteo Crocchi Torti is an insanely good name. Barry Robson's a Scotland manager. I think that's... Eddie Howe is... Speaking of Eddie Howe, bro is Portugal manager. I think he was the last time, wasn't he? Any other bizarre ones down here? Enzo Maresca is actually in charge of Italy. They hired the wrong Steve. They did. Vincent Kompany is Ireland manager. Thiago Motta is Iceland manager. I bet they're loving those systems. Former player searching, I was almost certainly, I would have guessed. The France manager is Johannes Hoff-Thorup. Hey, Zim! How's it going, man? Weird. We got botted this morning and also on the last stream. There seems to be a lot. Have you experienced any of that? Yeah, Rooney's Northern Ireland manager. That's actually how we got onto this. Daniel Farker is manager of Czech Republic. Montella's been at Finland for ages, if I recall. Not recently. Okay, weird. I would keep an eye out. Because there's some sad prick going around botting people. I guess it was every week though, really. Fucking hell. It's happened to me for like a couple of years, but this week it's twice with different things. Rooney's right. Oh, yes. Web community moderator. Are you going to be the new community manager at SI? Because I would absolutely adore that. That would be the best thing ever. We'd have an in-chat. Michael Wimmer at Austria. Carlos Corporan at Albania. Now we're into OCE, which means we're probably not going to get recognisable names. And now we're back. I read that as James Gandolfini for a second, which would be very impossible. Well, you might as well, Inferno. I still don't know if they've even filled that position. I don't think they've had anyone in that role since Holly. Genuinely. And I really think they do need someone in that role. It's weird to be a game company of that size and not have someone directly doing that role. They may well have filled that role, but I don't believe they have. Because all the communication I have is always through the head of the comms team. Which, Dom does a brilliant job. Love Dom. But I feel like he has other things he should be focusing on, right? Let's see. Stephen was this the... Hang on, was this the case last time? No, it wasn't. This is Brad. Look at this. Man is like a dog with two dicks. He is hoovering up money. Steven Gerrard has been Saudi, UAE, and Qatar manager. He's done them all. That's incredible. He just loves golf. That's insane. Stevie, yeah, that's incredible that he's done every single job. And you know what? I can see that happening in real life as well. That feels into... John Aloisi, Australia manager. Like that for him. Any crazy ones? Fok Kai Wang. Got Gunther Steiner in charge there. Well, BP Steve. Oh, good stuff. Test. Oh, I thought it was Teat. We got Teat Dara here. I read that as Test, and somehow it's better. Good old Teat Dara. Oh yeah, no, he'll live in Bahrain, obviously. Turkmenistan don't have a manager. Well, he does it for the love of the game, obviously. Justin Mumba. We need Samantha. CD Barrow for when you're a true gardener. That's amazing. He can only take... He's on gardening leave right now. Den Clear. Good for your skin. What else we got? Skelly. I'll tell you what, international team managers. Solid. Kingsley Demaringi. Good, solid. Van Dijk Tifo. I'm not really sure what that means. Like, legitimately. As in, aren't Tifos the giant, like, canvases that they have at matches and stuff? Particularly on the continent. Less so in here. Ngoy. I actually found out I was doing some tests for the Random Champions League video, which will be hopefully coming out tomorrow. And there's a guy for a Lithuanian side whose first name is Sincere. And I just thought that was dope. I enjoyed that. Anyone else? Blade? No. We got some good ones in there. I'm pretty impressed. And weirdly, Eddie Howe's weirdly on topic here, since he is actually Portugal manager. Sincere I can't remember what his name was. He plays for a team called Kaunas, but it's not the Kaunas. It's a different one, obviously, because it was randomly drawn. I also now have the knowledge that there's a team in Leicester called Leicester Nirvana that play in the 9th or 10th tier. Because they randomly qualify for the Champions League in this video as well, which was dope. Well, not in the video, but like in the test I was doing. So now I'm aware of them. They have a really sick badge as well. Madagascar, probably not, because he's probably got a he's probably not even Madagascan, you know. CD Barrow is a brilliant name. Sincere. Best regards, Sincere. A sincere cabbage stalk. Yeah, I mean, that's amazing. Have you guys seen the unhinged names that have been in the new NCAA game? I know that they're not quite in the same way of regions because they are clearly deliberate, but some of them are absolutely sensational. Some of them are very Key and Peele. Football cliches, were they really? That's so weird. Why is everything I do seem to link back to football cliches? They were doing Olympic cliches this morning. Big fan of that. Yeah, I find that once they get into the international system, they never stop. Pretty much. Mesh Elvis and Nirvana. So it's just like depressing versions of Elvis songs. Hingle McCringleberry? Yeah. What was the Always Be Crutin was one of them, I think. Or was that the default name for your manager? I can't remember. All I know is I saw some TikToks about it and some of them are extremely funny. I swear there was like a Jeff Epstein one too. There you go. It's just the idea that Leicester Nirvana. It's just a great name for a team. They will definitely be heavily featured in the video just because I now know they exist in it.
He is called Early Gay.
It's brilliant. Getting there early, you know? None of this proper hipster on it, you know? Jambalaya, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, I believe it's the default name for some managers or something, because I saw that Z did it, but I swear I saw it on the... Is it not the expert that does a lot of NCAA videos? I'm actually need to start watching those. Oh, dear. But yeah, that was Eddie Howe. So, yeah, to catch you up on proper things that have been going on, some players have signed for us, and some players have left on loans. So, players that you care about that have signed for us, which is the important ones. Not a lot, but some players. First one of which was, of course, Swanthony. I still think he's better than that, but I am worried that we've overspent on him quite a lot. But on the plus side, he has gone alone as a bar, which I didn't expect to happen. You know, obviously it's not 20 million up front, it's 7 million up front, and the rest is spread over like 9 years, so it's not the end of the world if it doesn't work out. But I think his attributes are better than his stars would suggest, and he's only 18. Now, it might be one of those guys that's got really high CA technically, but no PA, like, you know, like a 140, 140. I don't know if he's as high as that. That'd probably be quite insane. But it's unfortunate. What save is this? This is it's my brand new save. This is F25. Welcome back, Mike.
This?
How's it going? Thank you for the 33 months. Overpaid. I don't know about over... Yeah, the problem is we had to overpay for him a little bit anyway because he already had caps. It's... I still like him, but I don't know if he's ever going to be a starter for us or anything like that. He's most likely... I was hoping that he'd be a guy that comes in, is good now, and then... Yeah. But sadly not. Jonathan O'Hire... I think that's a good deal. Free transfer from Millonarios. Like, I think he's a solid option. He's gone on loan to Melita as well, which might help them potentially stay up. Might give them some more options to maybe feed the ball to Picado in the middle. It's my hope anyway. So he's in, but free transfer, you can't say no. He was one of the ones we picked up before. This guy, I think, was just a random freebie I found. I mean, he's crap, but he was free. And it was weird seeing a free guy from Norway. I think his contract was up in like 6 months or something, which is why I just picked him up for free. So we take that. There's Christ Silla. Not sure on him. Like 1.7 million. I like his physicals. He's got some solid mentals in certain areas. Good personality. The personality is key. Like, he's a driven personality, which means that if there is anything there, we'll probably find out what it is. But he's got, you know, 3 Ivorian caps at 19. Maybe there's something there. And I think the rest of these guys are just randos that I found for free. Again, Faroese dude with 6 caps. Couldn't say no when he's got some decent. Christzilla. He's going to destroy Japan. And then Savio Enrique, again, is just a random free Brazilian dude. And then we've got Julian Ramos, who was a random free Jamaican dude. Like, these are just randos free. Now, a couple of players have left on loans as well, which I thought I was pretty pleased with some of these. Obviously, a few outs. Hubanov, I've sent on loan to Birkikara. This is my last chance to get him a loan. He's gone on loan to Sweetie. He's gone on loan to Goodger. It's not worked out. I think Birkikara could be a place that he could actually play a bit of football because we're just not able to give him enough game time at the moment. Although we might have been now, but obviously the injury to Padilla happened afterwards. So Hubinov's gone on loan. If he doesn't play, we'll bring him back again. Perez has finally left. Loan says, yes, we broke the loan list a few years ago, actually. We got it up to 314 loans. It's now dropped way down because we're doing something slightly different. So we're now at 260 loans. Fulvio does feel like the one we want to get. I'm tempted, you know. We've got Ronan Makaral, which is just a loan. Travalier, Guzek to Melita as well. So they've taken a few, but this is the one I really like. Andreas Axen to Hamren. This is my favourite one. Yeah, we're making profit this year. That's mostly because of Jozanovic, though, for the 59 million. Any attribute that makes you don't stand to play, even if he's so good? It depends. So, for example, if a strike... I guess what you're saying is like an attribute that's not integral to the role that the player plays, but I don't want it. So it's like, it'd be weird if I said, oh, it's a striker with one finishing, obviously, but they wouldn't be good if they had one finishing, would they? So I see what you mean. I like players with... I mean, this year, agility is the thing. If I found a guy who was like the perfect striker but had like 3 agility, I would not sign him. Because agility is, for me, is the most important attribute in the match engine this year. Above all else, I would say agility is the one. We did a little bit of research on this. Van Hout is doing amazingly. In the next recap video, I'm tempted to do a little rundown of some of our hot prospects. Guys that aren't actually playing for us, but are either here at the club or on loan somewhere else. And Valenhout is very much one of those. But yeah, Axel went to Hamren. I noticed this because, well, they don't have another goalkeeper. Oh, no, they do. But I looked earlier, they didn't. Maybe they moved the squads around. Either way, their goalkeepers are not exactly spectacular. So they've got this guy here, who's a Burkina Faso international, but he's okay. And then Bruno Gomez, who's a Portuguese international. Sorry, Portuguese 33-year-old. I feel like Axon could be the guy. With the title. No, we're not even close to actually. The record title, I believe, is 26, and I don't think we're going to get that, if I'm honest. That's going to take us... I don't know if I can type in Stenko. Will that work? Yeah. Stenko currently is on loan at Floriana. God, he was once rated at 5 stars. Unless we get like a late developer on him, I don't think we're likely to do much with that. But yeah, Fulvio is the one. Because we've got the money. Like, we're fine on FFP. We've got a 60 million... My aim now is just in future just to make a profit. If we make a profit every year, we know we're never going to fail FFP. So we've got 60 million, essentially, to play with. I mean, not that I spend all of it. But Fulvio is the one for me. I'd be willing to drop big cash on him. I like this guy a lot. Because he can cover 2 roles for us. When does 25 come out? They haven't released any dates like that. Because it's only, what, August now, as of today. So October would be my guess. Or early November. Generally speaking, it's like late October, early November. Oh. I think... Do we just see? If his wages aren't obscene. They are obscene. Oh, wait, that's way cheaper. Oh, we're definitely doing this now. Oh, we're absolutely doing this now. Because the Brazilian season's finished. 20 million for Fulvio, I'm more than happy to do. I was willing to do 30. But 20, I'm definitely doing. Bad concentration is hard to develop. I will, but it depends on how bad, really. I think the things, weirdly, the things I'm looking for are actually the hidden attributes. If they have bad hidden attributes in certain ways, and you can figure that out, those are the ones I'm actually more likely to avoid, right? 21 years old still. Okay, they want a little bit more, but...
23 is more than 22.
I'd still think that's actually okay. Bit slow for the roll. Depends which role, right? David Nieholm, thank you very much for the 20... Sorry, Newholm, with the 23 months. You love to see it. Depends which role. Like, if we're playing it behind the striker, which is where he'd probably end up having to operate at the moment, when you consider who our current player behind the striker is when he's not injured, I think he's actually all right. And he's got reasonable agility and balance, which I think is definitely going to make up for it a little bit. And he's 21. 4 Brazil caps. Lovely physicals. Sorry, well, reasonable physicals. Solid mentals, really solid mentals. Resolute personality. Reserved as well, which we know is... I mean, Resolute already tells us what we need to know, but Reserved would have told us if it didn't. I think we make him our marquee signing. You give all the players with low concentration ADHD medication. See what happens there. Injury prone. Was he? Nope, no injury proneness either. Adaptable as well. Really no cons. Not consistent, but not consistent either. Bar the Volante. I feel like not really. We're kind of... Yeah, we whack him on attacking movement. Segundo Volante is the one we're always looking out for because it's so hard to find good players in that position. That's always the one. And it's overpaying for non-Belgians, which is a massive rarity. I think we can make him our sign. The problem is we're not going to be able to get him in the squad to replace Padilla at this juncture. If he signed by the next match, we'd be able to. But we're going to have to take Padilla out here. Because he ain't going to play, basically, for the rest of the season. Also, our goalkeeper's injured, but he'll be back. It's only the flu. So he may have to miss the next game, but that's okay. So Padilla is going to be out, and I think the only way I can see him coming back is if we made the final. And even then, I feel like he would be so low on match sharpness, it may not even be worth it. So the question is, who comes in for him? For the time being, anyway. I guess Reto Bokkens? Since it's at least like for like at that point. And Hollum's already in, and it's him and Pebbles that are most likely going to ultimate that role. I feel like Reto Bokkens is probably the next best player in that role that's currently not in the squad. Unless there's Mateus as well, actually. And Bamba. Mateus and Bamba are the two that also might make the cut. Bamba's pretty good, you know, actually. Maybe we do Bamba. Because Bokkens is younger. Bamba's more developed. Yeah, I might do Bamba. And then just leave it at that. We'll get another chance to set the squad before the next match day, and that's when we should be able to bring in Fulvio anyway. Won silver in the shooting at the Olympics? No. That's kind of dope. Bro's just going on vibes. I haven't watched as much of the Olympics as I would have wanted since we last spoke. I did watch the women's gymnastics final, which I believe was after stream on Thursday, was it? On Tuesday, was it not? That was amazing. I think that was on Tuesday. We look at Belgium because saw France beat them 7-2. I guess we find out. Yes, they did. Oh, God. So they beat France 7-2. And, wow. That's actually... So Belgium are cooking, I guess, under... Is it Philippe Clement? That's insane. So France lose home and away to Belgium by a score of 9-2. You 7 to see it. In it. And Croatia get relegated from Group A. Maybe this is the year, well, not the year, but the time for Belgium finally. They do actually have an overpriced striker we could sign, or not can sign, but nearly did at one point. I think it's Johan Walters, isn't it? This guy here. This is the guy. I said no to this guy initially because he looked a bit like an all-rounder. But that agility, that's that agility again. Yeah, he's elite. He's going to be trouble for the rest of the save. João Valters is going to be an absolute nightmare for the rest of this save. Yeah, he's not overpriced at all now. How much did they... 25 million. Yeah. We missed out on a few quite good Belgians. To be fair, if it wasn't for the want of trying on Joel Simon, we did try to sign him. He just chose to go somewhere else. That could have been a massive moment for us. I reckon with him... Actually, with Joel Simon... Does he have consistency or likes big matches? Oh, we don't. I'm going to scout. I want to find out because I'm curious. Is that good? Now, this is the thing because he gave me Vostarek vibes, which is why I didn't sign him in the first place. But he's also only 23, so I suspect that in time we'll see him start to become prolific. So Jeffrey Spiteri has signed a 1-year deal. Right, Fulvio time. He's going to cost us a lot, but that's okay. 70 grand a week. I want a 4-year deal if you're going to do that. We're never in a million years doing this. I'll give you a shorter contract if you get rid of those. Shitting hell. Yeah, no. We're not giving you 120 grand a week. What I will do is bump your base wage up to 75 or 76 even. There we go. So he's still not our highest paid player. Our highest paid player is technically Palacio at 89,000, and he also has a match highest earner clause still. So that's another one of the reasons that I think selling Palacio in the summer would be the right move. Fulvio just feels like that step for us actually signing world-class players, potentially. And if we can get him in soon enough, we can have him for the Leipzig game, which would be dope. No interest in joining Barcelona. Look at this. What a guy. No interest in joining Barcelona. Also, Gudja are nearly there. I didn't realise they had 9 points. For some reason, I was convinced that they were on 8 points and not 9. They are damn close to qualifying for the Champions League knockouts, which would be the first Maltese side ever to do it that wasn't us. And I'm so proud of them. Really, they just need... If they get a point against Dortmund, and look at this, Dortmund's record. Dortmund have lost every game except for a draw against Liverpool. Away from home, admittedly. They will end up losing to them, but I think they're going to end up finishing on 9 points. It's just a question of whether the 9 points is enough. Usually it is. But In time, we'll see. Also, I forgot to mention this. Birkirkara unfortunately came 11th. They drew against RFS, of all people, on the final match date, 0-0. Europeans are easy to offload. I haven't noticed it per se, but that doesn't mean it's not happening. It might just be that it's gone under the radar, potentially.
Yes, very
DJ Jimsock, thank you for the follow. So yeah, unfortunately, Birkirkara don't make top 8 this time around, which is disappointing. They didn't lose a game, but they didn't win enough games either. For me, it was the RFS and Trenching ones. Like, those are two sides that they've got to be winning against. So they're going to have to play extra games. Obviously, the UEL's absolutely flying. Both Sweetie and Hamron are going to qualify no matter what. In fact, they might even both get top 8 at this rate. It's absolutely wild. So super excited for them. It's just good news in general. I recognise this guy. I swear at one point we nearly signed Paris Despiris because his name was Paris Despiris. So we'll just... Wait, I don't need to turn that down, do I? I can just progress. Right, cool. So the two games we've got... Well, coming up immediately anyway. We've got more than that today. Vitesse doing surprisingly well. The Europa Conference League, other than Spurs, looks pretty weak in terms of the top teams in it. They don't look particularly threatening. I think Birkirkara have got a really good chance to make a great run there. So I'm excited about that. Till they inevitably draw Spurs immediately. Then again, it is Quantum Hotspur. So... given what we know about Spurs so far in this save, if we observe them, they do poorly. So what we need to do is keep an eye on them. And then it should all go our way. How's Scott Donnelly's knowledge coming along? Hey, he's up to average. Is it... I don't know how this actually goes. Is it minimal, basic, average, very good, extensive? Or is there an above average in there as well? Quantum Hotspur. So basically... we came to the conclusion that Spurs will win stuff in this save. They have done. But the moment that our like focus and our observation of them, that the focus falls onto them, so they're playing a Maltese side, they absolutely collapse. They are essentially quantum, and they're like the quantum waveform, you know? That was what we were going with anyway. Terrible quantum physics joke. Probably wasn't even correct. Agent Holford's there too, which is good, yep. Right, yeah, he will have retired before, possibly, but I do want to test that theory about the fact that they only start getting knowledge on new countries once they've got max knowledge on the previous one. So Reynoso, Pereira, Pebbles, Valmir, Vieira, Paez, Palacio, Lahovi, Krostev, Bagoa is going to have to be in goal for today, which means we've got Ian Bugasia on the bench, although we actually don't have Ian Bugasia on the bench because that would be a waste of a spot. We'll just see who we've actually got available. Presumably it's someone like Bamba. Yeah, because Krau's hurt, unfortunately. Yeah, Norway won a World Cup and a Euros in my last save, which is wild. That seems like a reasonable... Literally, with the exception of the fact that we had to put Pebbles in here, it's less than ideal. I'd obviously much rather have Padilla, but such is life, right? I'm a little bit worried about our lack of match sharpness on our goalkeeper, Pebbles, and weirdly Valmir. Quantum McTominay. Right. Now, and also, Bilbao, Betis, have got a very good record this season. They're in the top 8 themselves, despite never usually qualifying for the Champions League. So I don't think this is going to be a pushover. And I'm a bit worried. But we really need... Actually, we want to win both. This win would probably be enough for us to get top 8, but I want to win both, see how far we can actually get up the leaderboard, because we really should be higher up. We should have won against Arsenal. That was a really disappointing result. And then the one against Atletico was, like, pretty fair, I'd say, at the end. I don't know how neither team scored a goal in it, honestly. Right. Juzanovic, he had to be sold. He tried to FRT us. So we were going to sell a defender. It was likely to be Kadri, but then Juzanovic turned into a twat, and we had to sell him, basically. So I ended up selling him to a Saudi club for £59 million. So we got our money, at least. But it was a shame, because I really like Juzanovic as a player. But it was sad to see that he tried to do the whole I'm going to leave on a free transfer thing, basically. Right. Early goal would be fabulous. It's very rude of him, I know. Doesn't he want to buy into the system? Krostev whips it across, and it's... Oh, wow, that was a lovely run from Pebbles, actually. Lahovi. Reynoso is over that crossbar. He's never getting that in there. Is Alberto actually on the bench in order for that to happen? We've got to keep an eye on the Dortmund-Gudja game. That's absolutely massive. Any point in that game for Gudja, even if it's just a 0-0 draw, which they've been good at so far, would probably qualify. Oh, good. And they're already behind. Dortmund, who have not won a game so far in the Champions League, naturally, now the moment they come up against the Maltese side, it's like, we got this, lads. But I'm not out of faith yet. I reckon Gudja have got this. Solid start for us. In terms of, well, creativity anyway. Chances are coming. I feel like it's one of these games where we should just be able to burn through them slowly. Pebbles, and it's a goal, and it's Reynoso. Well, I'll be damned. I did not expect to see Reynoso score from a corner like that. Can change slightly when a player gets old. So, apparently that only works on staff members. From what I've been told, that actually only works on staff regens. So if they become a staff regen, then apparently it can, but apparently it doesn't happen to players while they're actually playing. I might be wrong about that. But that would be something I would like to see how that changes with Unity. Because I would like to see more development of the regens for next year. With things like the fact that Unity's there, surely you'll have like actual development of the faces as they age, you know? Because the problem with the players is they often end up, either they look 16 when they're 35, or they come through with like old man hair, basically. Which is nice. We're actually looking quite good here. Crossdev, go on. Drop a shoulder. Oh, he's done it. Oh, he's done it. He really shouldn't have scored. He should not have shot there. But the fact that he was able to drop a shoulder and go in between the defenders is delightful. Just grey hair, really? Huh. Yeah. Suddenly, all of your players have moved to Turkey. Their teeth are brilliant. Their hair's amazing. Fighting over penalties again. Wow. Have you guys seen... Oh, God. Well, Champions League's never going to change, is it? Okay, good. We've actually got away with that. Finally. It's nice to see us not be punished for it. Oh, hello. Go on, Pebbles. Just drop it off. There we go. Wow. We've so far got away with one of those ridiculous passes, and now Lahovi's been unleashed. Go on, second goal. Put us in a great spot. Take it to the byline. Oh, or hang on, wait. I don't think this is done yet. This is a very, very long highlight. God, the power from Vieira. Valmir and Krastev. Just take him to the byline again. He just does this for fun. Krastev's ball. Reynoso's... It's 2-0, and Reynoso has both of them. This is more like it. It is very funny, and I don't want the game to be too perfect. We need a bit of fun, right? But yeah, have you guys seen the new Fulham away kit? It was released this morning, and I've got to be honest. I know I said I wasn't because I didn't like the betting sponsor. This away kit is fire. It harks back to my favourite Fulham away kit of all time, and that might be the reason I like it so much because of my own personal preferences, but it is an absolute banger. Yeah, Reynoso's aerial presence today has been carrying us, but Krastev has been sensational down the right. Good job, equalised. Thomas Moran. No, not the pink. It's red and white. Sorry, red and white. Red and black. Like the old LG one. Yeah, I have that in my drawer. My overlay. If you mean the skin, it's SAS24. I just want to make sure we're on the right topic. But yes, it's called SAS24. If you do exclamation mark skin, you will get it. It's going to have to be Sauerschnig. This could be bad. I would really rate McTominay as well. I would like that a lot. We've actually... I like Sessegnon. I think it's a bit of a free hit for us on him. I think I like Efron Smith-Rowe as well. I'm bit Bournemouth. It is a bit Bournemouth, but like I do rather like it. But in a way, yeah, it kind of is. But like, I like the Bournemouth one too, to be fair. Like, we were looking at the Bournemouth one last stream. I just love that style of us. It's very AC Milan, and that's why I liked the original one that we did back in 2008, I think it was, with the LG. It was a Nike kit with an LG sponsor, and it was amazing. I've got a Boa Morte version. I think it was Boa Morte. No, it might not have been Boa Morte. I think that was prior. It was maybe Murphy? I can't remember. I have one. No, it was Dempsey. It was Dempsey. Of course it was Dempsey. Silly. 6K a week type player. I don't know. I simply don't know. I don't know how much he'd actually be on if he did come here. I know we put in another bid. Do you know what? I don't hate that. Brighton do seem to have a preponderance of the yellow kit, do they not? I actually don't mind that. Like, the sponsor is clean. To be fair, it's a very clean sponsor to begin with. It's one of those, like, seemingly classy kind of sponsors that I've always just kind of enjoyed. The white Nike tick is the one thing about it, but I'm like, what other colour could they really make it? That's the problem there. These FRT Chelsea roller, it do be seeming like that anyway. Pereira's number this season. He had a bit of a weird spell, but when he got the Brazil call up, he seemed to recover from that. Oh, as if that's actually going to be a goal. Oh, they've got to stop that for FM25. Those fucking second phase set piece goals. Like, look at this. Imagine in real life, the ball's nearly at the halfway line, but every single defender just sits clustered in the middle of the box. No one thinks, oh, maybe I'll go mark that guy. It is heinous that that's still allowed to be a thing in the game, and has been for years now. More than that, I doubt it very much. That would be irksome. Oh, now Sauerschnig. Are you serious? So, we're now on to our third right back of the game, which is great. Because every game is good when you have 3 right backs, right? Right. Also, they've had a grand total of 0.1 XG, and it's still 2-1, because we are playing FM24. Oh, I have watched non-league. Yes, true. No, it absolutely does happen in non-league, and therefore, it should absolutely happen every time we get the ball. No, I agree. Right. Go on. Get that third goal. This is nice football, actually. Oh, my goodness me! Okay. Padilla who? Pebbles has got a goal and an assist from AM today. I do wonder if his increased athleticism and stuff is actually increasing his ability in the role. This is a lovely bit of football, though. This little pick out from Gillet, and just first time, drills it. All right, we're back in it. Pebbles don't score. Well, I mean, no, Pebbles has always scored reasonably frequently, just usually never in that position. He's always playing a little bit deeper than that. I don't have the right backless tactic to hand, but if it carries on like this, we might need it. That injury, though, could be genuinely catastrophic for us. Pereira's been shocking. Let's get Pineda in. I keep bringing on Bizarma, but I need to give Pineda some more game time. Pebbles has done his bit, so let's give Holub a little run. And Gillet's looking tired as well, so Punsi can come in as well. He was dead to us, but, you know, we needed him back in the squad. Oh, fuck. Dortmund have scored. Dortmund have scored. It is 2-1. That goal could be costly. As things stand, it's looking okay, but now that it's 2-1, it worries me a little bit. Because they could, like, if they get a point there, it's not likely to go to the final day. 10 points is more than enough to get you through, but 9 occasionally will see you drop out. I mean, I've seen teams go through with 7 before, but 8 is usually not enough. 9 is usually enough. Right, come on, don't overdo it here. At least we've got Palacio, who can play in every single defensive position for us. I mean, I've never really used... Oh, I thought we were about to... Look at Lahovi. Takes on 4 of them, which is going to open up some space, presumably, for someone. And it's actually Lahovi. Terrible first touch, but he's got it out of his feet. Can he fire this across for Reynoso? Oh, he can, and incredibly, it's saved. 46 games, because this is the first year of the new format, isn't it? Which is going to be exciting. I can't wait for everyone to complain about it. That's always fun. Oh, just wide again. Perez is on the sort of the makeup tour. He's very much trying to make it up to everybody. Oh, that's poor. Go on, get across. Nice, okay. We are giving the ball away an inordinate amount in this game. Like, a little bit worryingly amount. Considering we're only playing Real Betis, who admittedly have done well this season in Europe, but I'd expect us to beat them fairly comfortably. I wouldn't be surprised if we still win this 4-1 in the end, just like we always seem to win these games 4-1. It's either going to be 4-1 or 3-2. But it does still baffle me that we've managed to underperform yet again. Such is life, though. Although, remember, we don't have our first choice goalkeeper, and oh god, look at the space in the middle. How has he oh, he's offside. How has he missed that? I mean, he's still got to put it in, even if you're offside. Got to bury it. Celtic are not having a good day there. Come on, Goodyear. Get a point. There's enough teams below them that it might not matter. Yes! Oh, life is genius. Dortmund 2, Goodyear 2, Matty Said with the goal. Maltese hero Matty. That's it. That's it. Goodyear in the next round. They've done it. They are into the knockouts of the Champions League, surely. Yeah, this is what... The injury is what worries me here. Because... Oh, the GOAT does the business. This is where we find out that actually it's 3-2 now. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, we've all played it in FM, but it will be interesting to see how it actually looks in real life. Yep, Goodyear on 10 points. We're on 16 points. We're qualified essentially now. It's a question of whether we can maybe win the whole thing. Said, I mean, he's got a chance to be maybe an assistant manager or something, potentially. That also means Dortmund are out. Dortmund cannot qualify for the knockouts of the Champions League this year, which is great because it takes points away from Germany. Porto are in real... Although they've got a game in hand, in fairness. They're still in real danger. As are Chelsea. There's a chance for us. And then more importantly, it's another win for us. It's more points for Malta as well, with Goodyear getting points too. God. 3 months of Prime. Oh, Apple TV. Yeah, so that comes from the gifted sub thing, doesn't it? Is it only gifted subs? Or is it like any like tier 1 sub in general? Right. Love to see it. To be fair, next Hoyd for Matty would be quite fun. Plus, it's like minimal things we can make changes for the next day rush. Right, moment of truth on the injuries. Shit. Actually, you know what? It could be worse. It means that Krastev will miss the next game. But provided we get top 8 and don't horrendously balls it up against Leipzig, that means he'll easily be back and be fully match fit coming into the knockout stage. So I don't think it's the end of the world. It's not ideal, but it could be worse. Savio. I don't know who that... I mean, I'll be honest with you. I have zero knowledge of like actual Wonder Kids.
Doing?
You know, you do. With the tier 3 at 7 months, which is wild. Thank you, friend. August, well, haven't had much of it yet. I've been in a weird sort of... The last like 10 days. I think it's basically because with Pog not being here and all the stuff I've been up to, my routine has been completely thrown for one. And I'm one of those people that craves and needs routine to stay like mentally balanced. But at the same time, I also crave novelty, which is why I'm the type of person that when someone says, hey, do you want to go to Switzerland tomorrow and film an advert for FIFA? I'm like, yeah, why not? Because, you know, it's kind of it's a constant balancing act. Geronimo, oh, okay. I'm not super familiar with the real life Wonder Kids just because we start in Malta, so we never get a chance to sign any of them. And by the time we're good enough, most of them have retired anyway. A peculiar look. Uh-huh. I think that one's okay without a sponsor. It looks more like a training top. Oh, did Jack's one come out? Oh, nice. I wasn't sure if it was out yet. It's so good. So it's all I know. But hey, it's what you do. Massively like craving novelty. Yeah, like spontaneity. I crave that kind of stuff. I always want to do something, but at the same time, if I do, my entire routine gets thrown off, and then I can't balance my mental ability. It's a tough one. Best young player at the cup. I don't know actually. Possibly. I'm trying to think of. It might actually be Alex Frimpong, honestly. Of players that are at the club anyway. We've got some loanees that might be quite good as well. But Frimpong might be the youngest with the highest PA that we can see anyway. I think it can be. I'm not entirely sure. It's almost like I really should finally make a fucking appointment about that. But it sounds stupid if I can just drop the facade for a second. It's scary. I am scared of it because what if it's not that and I'm just broken? Do you know? It sounds silly, but that's kind of partly what it is as well. A Champions League? I've nearly done that on stream several times. Thankfully, I've always at the last second gone, wait a minute, no. Think about this, Matt. That's also part of the reason, I think, why I always go back to the opposition instruction page like 4 times. It sort of manages to stop me. It's not good, but yeah, I suppose you're right. Danny Lavelle. I don't know if Danny Lavelle is in the game. Well, he's still in the game, obviously. Wait, no, he's... Oh, please imagine. One of these days, I'm going to find a Patreon regen that uses Loan Farm. That would be the dream. Listen, I guess, yeah. I'm going to do a lot of research into the right to choose pathways and find the right one and get a proper assessment. Talk to my GP and get it done properly, basically. How about on loan? A few, but it kind of varies. I know, it's like a double-edged sword in it. It's, because I went for that appointment last January was when I actually went for it. I got it, Pog made it for me, so I didn't have any, like, delaying nonsense, and I went and I talked to her and everything, and she was like, yeah, and then... no, I'm not even on the waiting list. It's... yeah. So, as for the Loan Farm, guys... yeah, we do. We have a lot. Pog will keep low. That's very kind of you, Steve. I know that, you know, it's sometimes tough because obviously my whole shtick is that I'm the butt of the joke, and I'm fine with that, obviously. That's always been my shtick. But there is an element of lack of confidence and self-esteem that sometimes comes along with that shtick, because if you kind of make yourself the butt of the joke forever, you kind of start to believe everything a little bit. Not all the time, obviously, but it's one of those things that can slightly affect you over long periods of time. You're not broken? I guess, yeah. But yeah, these are some of the 5-star guys or near 5-star guys we have out on loan. And if you look at the one I want to highlight, and I'm going to show a lot of these in the new recap video because I feel like I have to. The 2 big ones that are absolutely insane. Valenhaupt, who is our record signing, so he's just as well he is, right? Go on the right choose one. Oh, okay. Well, I'll try and do both, right? Be told it's too long. I don't believe that's actually the case anymore. From all the reading I've done, I believe that you can literally just go in there and be like, hey, look, this is what I want to do, basically. And if you pick the right one, do the work for them, basically. Yeah, he's absolutely stacked. But he is a dirty boy. So, you know, we keep an eye on that in the future, potentially. But the one that, for me, is the absolute monster that I'm excited to see what he's going to do is this guy. He is... I wonder if he might actually be one of those players. The Man City, Real Madrid kind of players. And we've actually managed to nab one. Because the way he's developing is criminally good. Like, 19 years old, has a cap for Portugal, model citizen, wonder kid. Look at his attributes at 19. 18 agility as well. which, I mean, that for me might be the big cap. But look at this little development bar as well. He has just taken off like a rocket this year. Insane. 5 goals and 7 assists. 6 XG as well. He's actually underperformed a little bit. He's everything. He's creative. He can score goals. I mean, you know, if he stays out of Goodyear, great. Brilliant for him. If he doesn't and comes back, we will find a place for him. Even if I have to invert the tactic to make him work on the left. Dan! There it goes. Thank you for the 5 months, Dan. It just took a little while to come through. Twitch might be being weird today. When is it, Evan? This is just, please tell me over. Is that so that you flip the record over? Behind the striker. I don't think he's got the... I feel like it would be almost a waste of his winger ability if we did that, because we'd have to use a lot of his CA to make that happen. And I feel like if this guy's as good as I think he could be, we don't want to do that. Oh. Yeah, I liked this guy back in the day, but I don't want to pay 11 million for... Wait, what? Oh, Chelsea were for Reynoso. Also funny, all of our values dropped again at the start of the window, which is always fun. Hang on, 24th to 11th in one season. Jesus Christ, that's insane. That might be the biggest jump I've ever seen. I think we once jumped 10 places when we were doing Treaty. Because obviously, if you get a little bit of... Oh, nice. A little bit successfully that down low, it can
Here
really...
is something for the PC Fund Smiles. Random question for today. What's the best relationship advice you've ever received?
I like this random question stuff we do. Where's 889 when you need him? Best relationship advice you've ever... I don't think I've ever really been given any relationship advice. And if I have, it was probably by my mate when I was like 18, and it was dreadful because it was my mate and I was 18 and so was he. So actually my biggest advice to you is don't listen to your mate when you're 18. We don't. Oh, really? Oh, that might be what happened then. It's... Be like a slinky. Do it. Make it. Trust that this is not even the best advice I've been given. This is just me now giving it, but sure, right? Agree with Mental Brian that you're doing well. Always agree with Mental Brian. Just trust that you're good enough, right? And that you are worthy of love. And I feel like if you can accept that, it'll make it easier. Because sometimes the thing isn't about getting... that old line about how, like, no one can love you until you love yourself. I feel like there's actually something to that. Yeah, show empathy. Listen. That's just like I said to Pog the other day. This is off topic as well, but when she wasn't here, I was like, I couldn't even talk to myself because I'm a terrible listener. But just don't date people that switch for a hockey team they support. Extremely important. Yeah. Why the hell are you scared to go to the doctor? In it. Ask my brain. Don't ask me. Ask my weird brain. Time to get the chance. Yeah. I mean, if you can, marry your best friend or pre-wife them up, you know? Chelsea lost again. Chelsea lost again. This is incredible. Galatasaray are massive, I realise. And Cockass did the business. Holy dog. Matches are crazy. Yeah. And even if that crazy is, like, actually not that crazy, like, it's not like you have to have the same interests as the person. It's... I feel like compatibility is a lot more about principles, and even then, I feel like that's something you can work with. Focus on yourself first. Yeah, absolutely. What was mother? Task with no deadline becomes a big snowball like a massive... Oh, you're not wrong, mate. Believe me. This is the reason why I announced Premier League years at the start of the cycle, because I knew if I did and said this is when it's going to come out roughly, I couldn't stop myself from not doing it. And I'm terrible when it comes to lack of deadlines. I'm great when there's deadlines. I'm on it, mate. My focus and performance when there's a deadline and it's coming up soon is legitimately life-threatening to other people. It's dangerous levels of focus. But if there's no deadline and there's a lot of random stuff to do that's all kind of up in the air, I'm so bad at organising all that, basically. I like a bit of wholesomeness occasionally. Hello, Dan. What do you think of the new kits? Still waiting on the MLS. Yeah, I mean, it's because you haven't set a deadline on it, eh? Yeah, I can't believe Chelsea have lost again. They're not quite out, but they are nearly out. Preseason tour. Ooh. New Premier League next year? Absolutely not. No, that took me 6 weeks of working every day to make, and it was not worth it in the end. As much as I'm proud of the video, and I really enjoyed making it and enjoyed the video, I think it's a great product, it just simply didn't do well enough as a video, as what it is there for, you know, essentially. It's one of those things that I'm glad I did, but I won't be able to do it again. Moving too fast or too slow? It depends. I'm one of those people that was always prone to that. The too fast sort of thing. Because this shouldn't come as a surprise to you. I'm a 34-year-old man that 80% of the books that I read are rom-coms, right? I love love. and therefore always found it difficult when that energy wasn't matched in relationships. Luckily, Pog is not a rom-com reader, but she is an enjoyer of that, and thus it's fine. The yin to my yang, so to speak, right? Home with Away. I'm if I was going to buy one, Dan, it'd be the away one, but just because it harkens back to the old LG Nike kits that I absolutely adore, and I must say I do like the away one. I'm glad we've gone back to the Milan style look. I just really like that look. Oh, Leo. That's crap. Less stress. Yeah, I mean, exactly. I just want to... I don't know what... It's hard to work out what sort of stuff I want to do for content next year until I see what the game's going to be like and how it's actually going to play, you know? Hockey Smart Book. Did you really? And why didn't you pick it up, Thomas? It's legitimately a good book. Like, it actually is good... It's actually good writing in amongst the smart, which is always the biggest problem. Empathy, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's... Plus, when you're young, right? Like, my first ever girlfriend, I think I scared the shit out of her just because I was so, like, full on with... You know, not love bombing. That's more of a, like, I believe that's like a manipulation tactic, but, like, just being extra, I suppose, you know? Hiding behind the dugout. Isn't he literally on the plane to the Algarve with the team in a Fulham tracksuit? I think there's no real surprise that we're signing ESR at this point, right? Scout report recommendations undervalued. B goes in the bin. Oh, absolutely not. I couldn't care less. I honestly almost never even look at the Scout recommendation letter. The letter is absolutely worthless. Obviously not published. Crack, get on that. Like, I've someone from chat you guys are aware of, Johnster Monster. I've read one of his books. He's a writer, and I've actually read one of his books. I actually really like it as a video more, but it just didn't quite get the traction, you know. Have Mexican Cole Palmer. That does ring a bell, weirdly. I'm just not sure in what sense, but you're right, that does sort of sound familiar. A couple of extra loan outs, which would be nice, even if it's just one or two. It looks like it might just be one. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Oh, we should have let him go back to Basel, really, shouldn't we? Enjoy your time, Dan, in the Algarve. Do we go to if we go to the Algarve every single year for Fulham's pre-season stuff? Right, cool. Ice Planet Barbarians. That does sound like smart. I just finished a really old book by Lisa Jewell, who's like my sister's favourite writer, and she's been encouraging me to read some of her older stuff, so I read that, and it was okay. I haven't really read anything in like a week, honestly. I really need... But, speaking of books, actually, this is important. Well, it's not, but it is, right? If you're a reader like me and you read on Kindle and stuff, check your like watch lists or reading lists on saved books that you've got on Amazon. Today, from eReader IQ, I got like an absolute barrage of emails of saying like 15 books that I was looking at have all dropped to 99p. So I was just hoovering those up this morning. So if there's any books you're looking at, check on Amazon right now and you might find that they're an insanely cheap price. Because if I got like 15 of them, then, you know, and I have like 1,000 books on that list in fairness, but yeah. Do you filter the sea... play with one. So, hang on. I'll show you next time we get a scout report through, because it's easier to... Actually, let's see if we've got anyone in here. Okay, we've got a few guys. So, if I'm looking at a scout report, the first thing I do is filter out anyone who doesn't have that anything on the potential side in that third star. So, these guys here... Sorry, the fourth star. Unless they're an older player and we're looking for, like, solid options. But for the most part, I would immediately get rid of these guys. That then narrows it down a bit. Then, I'll sort by knowledge... Anyone who's not extensive that now meets that new criteria, I'll just go in, report, scout report, bang. So that then leaves you with guys that you think are good enough in that sense of things and you have full knowledge of. The next thing I want to do is I'll then just have a little look at some of those players. This is irrelevant to me because a player could be world class on this but could have a really high release clause and thus they are considered a D. But a player could have no ability but they're free and therefore they're considered B-, right? That's the thing. Whoppers! Thank you very much for the... What the hell today, chat? I need to do the presents from earlier. Thank you again. That's insanely nice of you. Once again, Whoppers, thank you for the 5 gifted. That's so kind. God, but apparently Sir Kitson... Oh, yeah. Yeah, he is from... Well, his granddad's from Sir Kitson Nevis, is he not? Didn't he have it on the boots, if I recall? So then at that point... Seriously, thank you. That's so fucking kind. I then actually have a little look in. And one of the things I'll use as a... I mean, this guy's actually surprisingly good. Holy Christ. So, for me, he's one of those players that I believe is better than this is suggesting because his attributes look better. Now, that just means that he could have high CA, but we see a lot of players that are considered to have 2-star CA in our team, and some of them look a lot worse than this guy. He's the kind of guy that I'd be willing to take a risk on. The only thing that's sort of holding me back on him is the £8 million release clause, more than anything. This guy I bet looks much worse. See what I mean? The game values these guys, from a potential standpoint, as almost the same, yet... when you do a comparison of the two, it's night and day. Now, they're different positions, I grant you, but it's important, once you've got it narrowed down, to actually look at the reports individually, if you've got, not too many of them, and make a judgment based on that. But yeah, the letters are completely pointless, I would say. Fulvio's in. Get in. Right, that's perfect. I still like him a lot. The question is, what do I put him on immediately? Maybe get him working behind the striker? Get him working in here for a bit. Just to get him comfortable and green in both roles. His full name is Fulvio Rodriguez. How dare you come in here with a name like that? Born in Rio de Janeiro as well. Okay. Yeah, he's pretty much FM regen. He may as well just be Regenio at this point. But on the plus side, we've actually spent a little bit of money on a player. It's a very bland name, isn't it? Hopefully he won't turn out to be a disappointment, but he will definitely be going straight into the squad for the Champions League. In place of Badir at the moment. So yeah, sell him because his name is... I agree. We didn't even look at who they were playing. But apparently it doesn't matter because Hamren have just won away at Olympiakos. And Sweetie have just beat Bayer Leverkusen. Chat. I know I joke about Malta being massive and all that, but are Malta actually massive? Hamren have just won 3-0 at Olympiakos. Sweetie have just beat Bayer Leverkusen 2-0 with 2 goals from Roy Fleming. This is actually insane. Huge, yeah. Hamren are 4th. Sweetie are 5th. They've got 15 points in the Europa League. They might both get top 8 in the Europa this year. Think of the bonus points, man. Also, worth noting, that's another 1.4 points for Malta. 13.7, and there is still one more group stage game to go. We are ahead of England by a full 1.5 still. We've gapped Spain by 2.7. Look at the gap between us and Germany. We are 5.7 points above Germany this season alone. And look how tight it's getting. We're only 2.5 points behind Italy. We're catching right up to the big 3. We could... Ahead of England is crazy, but not just ahead of England. Massively ahead of England. We've got to surely get number 1 or number 2 on the coefficient charts this year. Get a 7th team in Europe, which could be catastrophic, admittedly. Yeah, we've nearly beat the season that we're losing already. And at this rate, we're going to have every single team through to the knockouts, unless Gudja somehow balls it up massively on the final day and get the most unlucky of all time. Also, Gudja do play Chelsea, do they not? Why am I looking at our fixtures, as if that's going to help me? We will imbibe it through the fixtures. I think they are. They host Chelsea. The thing is, though, Chelsea are... Oh, no, they can't be beaten by Chelsea anyway. In fact, now I think about it, the only teams that can finish above them are Gladbach and Napoli. And, wait, are they... They're all but through. They would quite literally have to have Gladbach and Napoli win their games, Porto and Bayern Munich win their games, and also lose heavily to Chelsea in order to make their goal difference slip down too. Assisting teams, so far, no. Like, the Big Five are doing Big Five things. So Hamren, although they will hopefully drop down to the 3rd because it's what they do. Gudja, Sweetie, Bekikara. It's who I want as the 6th team. I'm unconvinced if it's Hibernian or Tarshin. Tarshin have got a couple of underrated banging players from us, and I wonder if they're developing into a team that could challenge. But Hibernians will be fine for now. But worst case scenario, I would like Tarshin to come 7th, just in case we need that extra team. Might be picked apart. Well, Roy is worth an absolute fortune. He's worth 15 million quid. And what I will say is Sweetie are not in the best... Oh, they were. They were in a bit of a poor money state. They figured it out a little bit, though. Nashar have fallen off quite a lot, which is weird because we've actually given them some good players. But if Balzan gets sick, that could be quite bad for us. The others I'm all totally satisfied with. It's that 6th team. It needs to really be Hibernian or Tarshin. Or even Zabar, but that ain't happening, is it? Let's be honest. Are they still in the cup? I actually don't know. Who is in the cup still? The cup still has Nashar Gudja, us versus Medina Knights. We finally get a lower league side, and it's in the quarterfinal. Balzan and Marsa, and then Sweetie versus St. Venera Lightning. Other teams, not really, no. I was actually concerned about this. They haven't been particularly busy, from what I can gather. Let's just sort by date to get us a better idea of what's recently happened. So, there probably have been some signings. That was us selling people, some loans. Sweetie sold a dude. for £3 million, which is a little bit annoying that they would just randomly sell a 22-year-old Greek. Admittedly, particularly as they only made 700k profit as well. Grocery stores. I'm not really a big kebab man. That's more Pog's forte, I suppose. Pog is the biggest thing I would say for Pog and a kebab is that she always has lots of extra lemon juice on it. And she isn't really a big fan of the sauce either, honestly. But yeah, I'm not really a big kebab guy. Which, from looking at me, you wouldn't think that, but it is true. So what we got here? We got Zabar signing a guy here, Mateus Sanchez, 19-year-old Argentinian. I like that. That is a good deal. A couple of freebies here, a few little bit of money being batted around, but nothing major. And then Hamron actually picked up this guy. Oh, kebab and chocolate. She is indeed a man with kebab and yogurt. And would still love me if I was a twister, so I've been told. Robin Ambjörnsson. Okay, there's a bear in there somewhere. He's actually quite a fun player. Don't mind that for Hamron. A lot of money, but sure. Some freebies in there too. Hamron had picked up another guy for £2 million. Oh. Wait. Did they sign him after? I think they signed him after I loaned them our goalkeeper. So they spend £2 million on a goalkeeper after I give them our goalkeeper, who could be really good for them. And then Hassan Slawi of... Okay, Moroccan dude as well. So recall the goalkeeper. Well, I think he's actually playing for them as the starter. So I don't think this guy is actually starting for them at the moment, from what it would tell. So if our guy's going to start for them, I think that's probably better. I think he's a better goalkeeper. And he'll develop. And I'm selfish like that. Reject all of these. Haven't had anyone be a wemp yet in the entire window, by the way. Like, just thought I'd throw that out there. Not a single player has complained about wanting to leave. Well, they've complained, but like immediately they've buckled under the pressure that I exert. The response was, how destructive are you? You're already a twister. See? It encourages conversation. Also, that sounds like your wife is a proper good bloke. You know what I mean? Hopefully you understand exactly what I mean by that. Because I would consider Pog like that too. She's just a good bloke. Right. The amount of times I call Pog big man or chief. Wife's a proper good bloke, yeah. She's good people. Right. So your wife is a proper good bloke. Matt out here insulting everybody. Top lad, yeah. Like, if Pog asks me if she'll ask me about something, I'll be like, crack on, big man, or let's go, chief. You know, I like referring to Pog as chief as well, because it makes me feel like she's like the chief of police in a small town in Idaho, and I'm like the deputy. And I kind of like that vibe. I'm her underling. Her marriage like a hurricane. No. Oh, Arifi's complaining. However, did that happen? Your wife is your wife as well as your best mate. This is exactly what we were talking about last stream. How do I tell him to no? Oh. Why isn't there ever an option to, like, sell them? That one, right? I don't mind you, boss. Is that roleplay? What? Small town chief of police and deputy. I mean, can you see the handcuff? Damn it, I could have just waited for this report. So yeah, what I'll do... Oh, well, actually, I couldn't have waited, because apparently every player is good enough to keep scouting. Wow, that's a rarity. Round you go again, lads. Is there only extensives at all in here? Oh, 2 guys. Wow. Show older players, like 27 or something. I haven't said a 23, mostly because I think the likelihood of me wanting to sign a 27-year-old for any of these clubs is very, very minimal. And what I would also say is that if... Finnish English dude here. Sami Lindrus. When you're scouting the team reports, you will sometimes get reports for really good players that are outside of your normal specifications put into your scouting inbox anyway. So that's why I'm not super bothered about having the filter set any higher, because otherwise you just include everybody at that point. There's even some sour gummy worms in front of my daughter. I offered one for her to lick. She was not happy. I had to get her a bottle of them to wash it. How sour are we talking, Icarus? I haven't seen it. I'm not a big fan of, like, comic booky Marvel stuff, honestly. It's just not my jam, and I'm kind of just, like, aware of that, and so I just don't watch it, because I'm just like, I know I'm not a big fan of that type of content, so I just don't expose myself to it. Just not my jam. like, full power to people that enjoy that kind of stuff. I hope that you're getting some fantastic movies across the summer and whatnot. I've heard that one is very good. Like, I've seen Deadpool, but, like, you know, just ain't my vibe. I've tried so many times to watch various ones, and I've just never been for me. Normal South, but I guess when you're a child, Icarus, like, we've got them adult tongues. It's slightly different. Like, we're used to the sourness, right? Because life has made us sour and also bitter, and sometimes a little bit umami. When life gives you umami, you make umami aid, chat. A wise man once told me that. Right, we need to rotate heavily here. Bizarre, Holland, Pineda, Babasi. I like getting the Babasi man in here. This is fun. Oh, no, Fulbio's... I hate that when players sign for you. Like, their season's only just finished. How has he lost all of his match fitness? Did he just go on holiday? Which I guess he must have done, right? Got to have an adult tongue. Not a great sentence, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I didn't mind... Was it Into the Spider-Verse? I watched that with Pocket. I thought that was okay. The toxic waste ones, they taste to me like when you've been sick and it's still rolling around inside your mouth. That's the best way I can describe those toxic waste sweets. Where's the fun, man? It just doesn't do it for me. Punzi Mateus, Sour Sneak. Wait, hang on. He's going to have to play next game, isn't he? May have to start someone else in left back. This is Babasi's not this way. Paul it is. There's no scout. Is there really not? Huh. I'm trying to think what the scale is for... Oh, is it Scoville? That's the heat scale, isn't it? It's the Scoville scale. Named after Philip Scoville. Okay. That'll probably have to do then. Because everyone else I think is going to have to start the next game, or roughly. This is where we mess it up again. I guarantee that Henry's going to start against us in the next game. It just feels inevitable at this point. Scoville for pain, isn't it? Oh, it might be. But maybe people just use it because of the pain associated with eating, like, chilies and sick. I can't remember. Chilies and sick. Chilies and sick. It's like cars and coffee. You just rock up, eat like Carolina Reapers, and then just be sick everywhere. A friend of mine's in a bit of a conundrum lately because he loves spicy food, like absolutely adores spicy food, but he's suddenly started getting acid reflux anytime he eats anything with capsaicin in it. And it's like a proper... a complete dilemma that he's in right now because it's like it's his favourite thing and now all of a sudden he's getting a lot of acid reflux. Which is not if I was an AI of a body of a dolphin plushie. She needs to answer the question. Scoville and see. Yeah, there we go. Knowledge or something. Good to drop points. They might actually not come second this year. Ooh. Pineda's doing bits. He's actually done all right this season. He's just not got the opportunities because I kept putting Bizarre in on the right-hand side. Who's he looking at here? Nunes and Mateus. Well, I guess he would... Really? Is Brazil that weak? Speaking of squads being weak, Lucas Juarez, the guy we have on loan, the Argentinian guy that we have on loan at Sweetie, their striker that's not Roy, he's got 10 caps for Argentina, which I think very much explains why Argentina failed to qualify for that World Cup. And not just failed spectacularly to qualify for that World Cup. Palacio, he's definitely off in the summer. Would save so much money by getting rid of him in the summer. And also, he'd probably retire the following summer anyway. If we could get 10 mil for him this summer, that'd be dope. Did it seriously not do the thing? It didn't. Or did it? No, it didn't. This is the thing. That said, on whichever one it was, that he would be unsettled if we turned down the offer. And yet, no unsettlement. I love it. It definitely seems to work. I think part of it's because you're not delaying it, so you're not actually providing any input to the game. You're just letting it sit in your inbox, and it feels like what's happening is that other stuff happens in the background in that intervening time period that sort of overwrites the unsettled nature that they might get, and it just doesn't update the text. Because I've noticed this is a much better way of keeping your players than doing what I used to do. Heads up on Babasi. Babasi does keep complaining about the training, right? But the thing I've got him on is absolutely crucial to his development, and he's training really well there. So I'm going to leave him on that for the time being until his training drops really poorly. He's still training at above an 8. And I think part of that possibly is the fickleness of him. But he's another player that looks pretty fine for the future. Although it feels like every time we look at Babasi, he's either 3.5-star PA or 5-star PA. It seems to oscillate on a monthly basis. He can't make up his mind whether he's good or not. Oh. Right. What's this? New Sirens during this round. Oh, are you? Oh, I had no idea. I'm so sorry. In that case, intermediary, I guess. I guess we'll get Joffrey to deal with the situation. I always forget how many players I've promised to leave, but I assume he was just a random loanee that couldn't really do anything. Should be starting more games. You're a squad player. Like, let's be honest. Could be different people. I don't know, because it's always usually coming from your assistant at that point, right? Because it's not like it's to be a scout. Mateus developed nicely. I'm not sure. Mateus is a weird one, because I don't remember where he came about from. Whether he was like a guy we signed with the high potential or just a guy we brought in because he was kind of okay now. I'm not convinced I remember how we ended up with him. Right. I think you've got to drop it. Yeah. Compromise you down, bud. Hello, Thomas. Today is okay. Now that we got through the hilarious bottiness of earlier, we have... Wow, Tarshin doing bits. We've managed to get our heads down. Other than a couple of injuries, which are definitely not helping us, things are good. In fact, things are very good with Malta in general, just because of the sheer performances that we're dropping right now. Random coach, not the one I sent you on the stuff. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, he was next gen. Wait, now Gert's like, wait, are you starting every game, basically? I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just going to keep saying the same thing. We've managed to get a reasonably good balance of doing this every year now, where they'll always complain when I'm not sure there's even a squad status I could put those guys on where they wouldn't complain. Fucking what? That might be the lowest percentage vote for wins that I've ever seen in the Champions League. 17% think RB Leipzig will win. They're not that bad. We get like 30%, 33% for our opponents when we're playing against like HJK. This screen is so bizarre. That's very low. Start preseason games, yep. Yeah, I had that exact same thing happen over the course of the summer. I can't remember who it was. Might have even been Gillet, actually. Yeah, it's... That screen will be the biggest mystery to me. I'm still not entirely sure how it's calculated. Part of me thinks it's based on the squad that you currently have in your team, but one time I didn't have it, and it still did it. Right, so now we put Fulvio in. Instead of Mr. Bamba. Or do I not get to do anything here? No, I think I do. Where's Bamba? So Bamba comes out, Fulvio comes in. Sick. It's the Fulvio effect. That's how good we are. Fulvio is going to be the man. Not ready for 4 Champions League spots? Not really, no. We're ready for 2 guaranteed, which is what we're getting next season. But God, I love seeing players saying they're no interest in joining Barca. It's like they've seen how much we've absolutely aped on them. Wait, what? Oh, no. Not the release clause. Oh, damn. Hang on. Holy shit. How many is that? My first thought was, wow, some of these guys are at Hungarian clubs, and then I realised, of course they are, because they're all on loan from you. 17. The most I think we ever had with MTK was 14, and we've never come close to that with Sirens. I'm trying to find the first player that's in here that isn't actually from a Hungarian club. Wait, hang on. Oh, that's literally all... Let's pretend that I didn't just do that, alright? Let's just pretend. I thought you had the list selected, alright? I'm an idiot. We know that. Oh, God, man. Jesus Christ. I don't do this on purpose, I promise. It's not just for the content. I'm just an idiot sometimes. Oh, God. Ooh. That's nowhere near enough for Oscar Lopez. Fine, you can go to Villa. Professional. Sometimes, yeah. I try my... You know, I oscillate between idiot and verging on it, you know? Porto have signed Balaz. How much did we get ripped off on him then? Oh, a lot. I'm a below average intelligence human being. That is why I'm a football manager streamer and not a rocket surgeon, you know? You've got to stay in your lane. Daniel Donut. Good. Oh, you're not even that expensive. Not a bad donut. Anyone new? Wow, no one at all. Holy shit. Yep, rocket surgeon, you heard. 38 degrees. Holy shit. No, actually, it's not too bad here. 26. That's actually okay. Like, that I can do. I'm not, like, sweating my arse off. Already did my run today. I mean, I am still wearing shorts and t-shirt, but of course I am. It's the summer. That's the joke. Dot gif. Right. Oh, it didn't rain here. Unfortunately, I mean, it's lovely again now. It was that usual kind of like, when I say usual, that kind of grey sky, but really humid. I think we're hitting like 27 most days this week, which for most of you I realize is absolutely fucking nothing, but there's just something about UK hit that just hits different, man. I will never stop beating that drum. But today it's actually been okay. Yesterday, for example, it was weird. It got really hot really quickly and then just stayed there. It didn't get like stupidly hot, but it was like really hot by like 9 o'clock. Thank God Ulawani. That's a good one. You must have the name pool that you've got access to is delightful. Ah, right. Jalea and Valmir. Pebbles, happy to trust him again there. Appreciated his work. We're going Palacio on the right back spot because we've got no choice. It really isn't, no. Drained through the night. I don't think it did here. The ground was like proper dry when I was out running this morning. Also, I've managed to complete 12 runs in a row. And what I mean by that is like 12 days that I've allocated for running, I've hit 12 in a row. Cyprus weather. Yeah, but like we're not in Cyprus. Like, we can only deal with what we have experiences with, which is this. Sultan's back. Vieira, Paez, Kadri. We good. So I'm getting there on the running. I haven't actually on a plan or anything. I've just been going out and doing some running, basically. And it's important because I need to drop a lot of weight. Again, I've put on like 10 pounds since last year. It's not ideal. Particularly when I lost it all, you know. Just, it's a tough one. But also, just the reason I like the running as well, just because it's good for my brain. I never feel bad. Sorry, I never feel worse afterwards than when I started. So even if I feel like shit, I'll always feel like a little bit better afterwards, and that's always good for the brain. So, Pebbles, can you do it again, bud? This is where I told you. I knew it. I am sorry. Of course you are, but I'm not. Or am I? No, just checking. Whew. So yeah, Henry will start up against... Wait a minute. Isn't this... Yep. Yes, it is. It's Wayne Kozim Watwang. Tell you what, he might be one to... I don't really even use Strava that much anymore these days. It's just, yeah. £30 that's a great way of losing pounds, actually, Don. It's a good shot. I should invest my entire weight into crypto. Go for a nice long hike. That sounds really, really fun. I want to do... That's my plan, actually, I think, for like my little proper break this year, towards the end of the cycle. Pog and I want to go somewhere and not do things. As in, go on one of those holidays where we've not got like an itinerary of all the shit we're going to do each day. We're going to go, and we'll go for hikes and stuff, and like go walking, and I can read my book and just actually switch off. Like, I like going on holidays to do stuff too, but I also sometimes like to go somewhere and not do things. Because doing things is the reason you need a break in the first place, right? Actually, I'm going to see a London show this weekend with my sister, which is going to be fun as fuck. Really looking forward to that. Yeah, or even just the Lake District or something. Mate of mine was trying to convince me to do this like Tour of France on a bike. Now, I'm hoping it's not the Tour of France on a bike. Yeah, Wales would be cool as well, actually. That's what I'd like to do, because last year we obviously went to Devon for a little bit, and that was because the whole me proposing to Pog thing. Is that AMC a Rickon Youth Academy player? Oh, sorry, I see what you mean. He is, yes, he actually is. Dominic Rickon. 17 years old. Well, we know where their weak spot is. Hang on, what is this squad? This goalkeeper, but actually, I'll save him till last. Aqua, solid striker, but only one cap for Germany. You know, Henry Watara. Well, we all know about Henry Watara. I don't need to explain Henry Watara. By the way, we actually got £5 million out of him moving to Leipzig too. So we sold him to Al Hilal for 1.5 million. I put a clause in. We got like 5 million out of it. Delightful. They've also got Juha-Pekka Ikonen. Superb name. Very old. Accidentally entering the... I'm just there on like one of those city bikes. Accidentally signed up for the Tour de France. Then I come back in a yellow jersey. It's just a Brighton away kit, but still. Norwegian coast with that sounds fun as well. I don't know. I'd love to go back to Norway. To be fair, there's some insanely good flights that you can get in like September, October to Norway. It's like 30 quid from Stansted, which is insanely good. Kvalheim here. Speaking of Norway, Rickon does look terrible, doesn't he? You see what I mean? Like, Leipzig are not an elite side by any means. They've got some okay players, but a lot of them are very old as well. He's 31 as well. Sasha Baumann. They're either young, old, or very mid. Literally, the only good players for me that they've got, this guy's not bad, is Henry and their goalkeeper, who is actually legitimately insane. Like, he's unironically incredible. He's a world-class goalkeeper. He's the only thing they've got that's legitimately very good. Just don't ask him to lead anything. Man couldn't lead a pipe. Oh, to Malta? No way! Whereabouts? I say whereabouts, I mean, it's Malta, right? But, like, seriously, that's amazing, man. I want to go to Malta again. I've promised Pog that we can go to Malta again. But purely for, like, holiday stuff and just enjoy it. Because, don't get me wrong, I had a fucking great time in Malta. But I'd like to go for a bit longer and see a bit more. Like, tour the entire country, basically. Because it ain't that much of it, you know? And obviously with us going to the football and all that sort of stuff, it was, yeah, still great fun. But I didn't get enough time. I didn't get to spend as much time there as I would have liked. Dar Whistler! Great name. Thank you for the follow. But I'm hoping to do Vienna later in the year with the guys for one of our day trips. I want to take Pog to Madeira as well, because I just really want to go to Madeira. One, because it's stunningly beautiful, and two, because I want to try and find the old Unial ground. Tour de Malta, yes! Could do it in like half a day. So yeah, we should be able to win it. Where are these guys ranked out of interest? That feels about right. Like, they beat Antwerp, Galatasaray, this is quite a good scalp. And PSV, drew with Barca, but then lost anyone against anyone who's decent. Fall asleep. Yeah, their entire defence is just fallen asleep. Started in Edinburgh, end up in Glasgow. That's sensational scenes. Oh, ended up in Spain after you got drunk. That's a new one. I've never actually ended up going out of the country like that. The closest I've come to that is literally when I went to Switzerland with a day's notice. União de Bola, I do not. What is that? I just want to see more of the world, you know? When the opportunities present themselves, I want to take them, right? To see a bit more of the world. I want to see more of Scandinavia, too. I'd love to go to Sweden as well. I've been to Norway, I've been to Denmark, but never been to Sweden, would love to. Right. This is super important. Oh, no way! They've got a Phoenix Club! Oh, mate! Why have I only just learned this? That's incredible. União de Bola. What's the relevance of the name de Bola? I'm just curious to know why they've got... Does that mean something in Portuguese that I'm not aware of? Finland just sat in the same. I said Scandinavia. Finland doesn't apparently count as Scandinavia, so I'm told repeatedly by angry Finns. Croatia, yeah, I'd love to go to like Dubrovnik, or I'd love to go to like Montenegro actually as well. I've heard like places like Podgorica are beautiful as well. Just anywhere down like sort of Dalmatian coast. Ball Union, boring. So Gudra are not playing on the same day as us today, are they? We get to wait and see. Union of the Ball, I like that. Do you left foot take the right foot to kick the ball? Good, the Union of the Ball. It sounds like a festival. Some house in Croatia. That actually sounds delightful. Yeah, I'd like to see Sweden. Wait, what on earth is that? Is that actually not... That's frustrating. Is this not going to count because of a player stood behind the goalkeeper? I think that's what's about to happen. I'm convinced that this is going to be disallowed because of a player that's interfering by... What? Bro has just been declared offside from a cross from the byline. Can you even be offside if you're on the ball, if the ball is on the goal line? I guess if you're off the pitch, does that still count? Like, hang on, is that technically still offside? But that wasn't technically from the corner. Because it was the second phase. It wasn't directly from the corner. So it wouldn't have been... Either way, I've not seen that before. I think that actually is offside because he's... A direct corner. Okay, that is stupid. But that one definitely wasn't a direct corner. Closest point. But then the closest point presumably would be the line, wouldn't it? Because the ball was on the goal line. Because it was taken... whatever. Hopefully it doesn't matter when we win anyway. But it'd be funny if we somehow didn't win this game because of that goal. I've never seen that before. Also, weird how he was even able to win that header in the first place. Like, just a very strong... Oh, good lord. Go on, Pereira. Show me some quality, bud. It's going through them. Oh, that is a... The keeper's made a lot of a meal of that. There were defenders... Oh, no, I know about the defenders behind the keeper thing. It's just that... Oh, But it drew the line where they were standing on the line, right? Either way. Pebbles... he's offside. Or is he? I guess we'll never know. So it's really important to keep an eye on these goals, these games down here, because that's what really matters when Goodyear come to play their one. Oh, it's off the bar. Cleared away again. Oh, somebody go for the overhead kick. Go on, have a shot. Oh, holy the power. Drew the line before the corner pass. Wait, you're right. It did, didn't it? I don't know then. FM doing FM things. That's a good point. You're right. It did. It drew the line when the corner was taken. Huh. I don't know. Yeah, but it makes even less sense if it drew the line from the corner point. Go on, Harvey. Show that speed. I'm curious to see how Palacio is actually going to get on down the right-hand side, given that he literally never plays there. Oh, Valmir! Oh, it's beautiful. Is this one to be disallowed as well? Nope, this one's in. Valmir with his third of the season. That was a lovely finish. Oh, that the VAR decision? Yeah, in it. There's the goal we needed. Keeper does a really poor job of that. Look at this little flick up. Oh, it's like a little lobbed volley there from Valmir. Just perfectly weights that over the goalkeeper. 1-0 Sirens. This might give us a chance to go top, you know. I think the goal difference is the thing that's going to stop us. We'd have to catch up. God, I'd love to win the Champions League group. We've never done that in this save. Go on, nice short one. Go on, Palacio. Oh. Oh, come on. What is going on in this game? These are the sort of things that always seem to be conceded when they're us, but they never seem to go in when they're us. That's the biggest problem. So Goodyear have still got a bit of a buffer. All they need is going into the final match day to have enough teams below them that it doesn't matter if teams climb above them, because there will still be teams that are below them that can't physically gain on them at that point. That's the crucial part. I mean, if they somehow didn't qualify with 10 points, that would be extremely irritating. Particularly as it's going to be our first opportunity to get cheaty points from another side, which we've never had before. No one's ever managed to give us that. Oh, we are the buffer. So if we beat Leipzig, we help out Goodyear as well. Even better. Oh, well played, Palacio. God, he may be 34, but he's still got it. Even in a role he doesn't play very often. Pebbles again. God, imagine if Pebbles scored again in this game. Oh, it's unnecessary. Very unnecessary. What I would say is, this season in general, ever since we went to the Euros, the amount of clips that have happened that are going to be in the recap video is wild. Considering the season before there was nothing. There's going to be about 15 of them, I think, this one. Yeah, we get our first ever cheaty points. Oh, go on, Palacio. Oh, it's filth. God, this man, he's still got it. He really does still have it. Also, Reynoso with yet another goal. That's now his 7th goal in 8 Champions League games. He's doing it again. He's putting up the kind of numbers that we find. Look at this. Takes him inside, goes inside in there, all the way to the byline, pings it across. The tappinest of tap-ins from Reynoso. But hey, every goal counts. Lovely. And it helps out Goodyear. Cheaty points is what we refer to in the coefficient terms, where after the group stage happens, for some reason England are just given like 1,000 coefficient points. It's like 4, but it happens every year. And basically what it is, it's because of teams qualifying out of the Champions League, they get enormous bonus points, and we call them cheaty points because it seems like England could be miles behind you, and then the Champions League group stage finishes and they're like, hi, remember us? When what you love. Yes, that's top bloke behaviour. It fully is. This is what I was talking about with Pog asking me about hockey stuff and watching that Avs Leafs game of her own volition and shit like that. There's the hockey guy's doing a series on like hockey for beginners and stuff, and Pog's like, right, I'm in. It's like, who does that? I mean, Pog does, because she's a top bloke. It feels like it's only England. It isn't, but it feels like it's only England that get the cheaty points. It's what happens is often is England will sometimes get 3 or 4 sides in the top 8, and that's what really triggers the it's top bloke behaviour. Have we got a new bit, chat? I think we have a new bit here with top bloke behaviour. And I'm totally on board with top bloke behaviour. But like, I've been watching a comfy show for the last couple of weeks again to deal with the fact that my routine's been fucked up and my brain's been all over the place. Because Pog and I were watching Lost before that, and she will just instinctively, she'll come into the room, it's like 10 o'clock at night, she'll just whack that straight on, won't say a word, and just give me a hug, and I'm just like, she's just a top bloke. Bonus qualification spot. That's as well, yeah. She loves the hits. Exactly. It's because she's a top bloke. To be fair, I did just save her a compilation. It was just solely hip checks. Oh, no worries, Zigrath. How was stream? I'm sorry to get a chance to shout you out there. It's just because I wasn't actually fully live. Legitimately. That's why. Also, Stewie, once again. Make sure with a 100% off coupon. Oh, 100% off? As in, does that mean I don't have to go? I like this, Dom. Bully me into going. I need this, daddy. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess we're going to find out soon in a couple of days when all the extra cheaty points come through. Because we should be on. It was half time. It was half time, and I didn't realise. Because this is the thing: if we beat Leipzig, the only way that Goodyear could then not qualify would be if Bayern, Porto. No, wait. No, I think Goodyear would actually be qualified after this match, no matter what. Should never meme again. Screaming to hit him. That's brilliant. You're like, it's youth hockey. You can't do... Okay. No one. Absolutely no one. Palacio, every time he gets the ball. I'm going on an adventure. He's done that about 4 times in this game already, and he's damn near scored each time. Euro tracking. I used to love some Euro Truck back in the day. This is the thing that I always think of when it comes to Euro Truck. I listened to the Manchester United Milton Keynes game years ago. Remember, MK Dons won 4-1, I believe, in the Carabao Cup, and I listened to that on the radio of a truck playing Euro Truck Simulator on my old laptop. And that is my providing memory. Is it 4-0? Okay, yeah. I knew it was something like that. That's the only weird memory I have of Euro Truck Simulator, is listening to that specific game. Because wasn't that around the sort of time that Falcao was about to sign for them too? And how have we not scored again? Epic moments, I know, the biggest. Palacio's off again. Maybe he was just born to play on the right-hand side and we've absolutely, like, limited his entire growth. Yeah, it's a great podcast game. For me, podcast games, well, Balatro is a great podcast game. Slay the Spire is a great podcast game. Any of that kind of stuff. Pebbles has not a good game. Do you know what that means? It's time for Mr. Alberto. Andreu. Remembered his name. Aren't you proud? I never played No Man's Sky, but I know it's a lot better now. I've just never kind of bothered, I suppose. I should leave Palacio on. I just want to see what he can do. We'll get Punsi on. Maybe Alexic for Pereira as well. No, I've got to start putting Pineda into these kind of games. This is exactly where he needs to play. That'll do. We'll keep that. Oh, Alberto mentioned Ra. It looks like, unfortunately, we're not going to win the Champions League group because City are absolutely riding Borussia Mönchengladbach. But that's okay. It helps out our boys. We don't need to win it. I think the highest we've ever come is 4th. I think this year 3rd looks pretty much on the cards. And it is now 3-0. Reynoso again. 8 goals in 8 games in the Champions League. One thing I will say is this tactic has unlocked Reynoso's power. He's been a bit underwhelming in terms of goal in front of goal this season overall, but I still think he'll end up banging 25-30 as the season goes on. And the fact that he scores so many in Europe is crucial. He's absolutely prolific in European games. Last year he got, I think, 15 in all comps, or was it 14? This year he's got 8 and 8. We've still underperformed our XG, but we're putting up great numbers in Europe this year. And I think there's an argument to be made that we probably should have 22 points right now.
Malta is massive, as big as the Pupumato left in the UEFA toilets.
How
Happy Thursday,
very dare you find that out? Thank you for the 37 months, Peggleman. How's it going? That was strong. Underperformed again. Who was responsible for this? Reynoso did his job. It's actually weirdly a lot of defenders. And also Pebbles. Pebbles needed to do better. But I do wonder if... Actually, I feel like Padilla probably would have done better because the one thing he was contributing this season was goals. As FIFA's toilets, I'll have you know, we got locked in FIFA's basement. Sail a boat on the coast of the Norwegian Islands as a major ETS. That sounds really relaxing. Yeah, we've been so dominant in Europe this year. Like, truly insane. Is that 3-year streak? Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry, it's because I saw the 37. So that's, I mean, 37 is also 3 years. It's just 3 years and a bit. So what does that do for us right now? Do you know, the thing is, there's actually still a chance that Goodyear could finish in the top 16. If they beat Chelsea, which, let's be honest, isn't not doable, they could actually get a top half finish here. Ships at sea. Nice. That sounds sick. Also, Rakov. Shout out to them. Right. Yep, Goodyear have secured a playoff spot. They've done it. Goodyear are officially in the knockouts of the Champions League for the first time ever. 10 points on the board with a game to spare. They could still get top half. Ooh. This is fucking insane. We will save the points check-in until after we've seen the final Europa League games, but we're surely going to be getting close to 15 points now, right? It has to be fairly close to 15 points, which is mental considering we played no knockout matches. PSG really do like a bit of Reto Balkans, and that's exciting to me. But at the same time, also no. None of these bids are that big. Where's the £100 million bids? I insist upon it. Right, here we go. Goodyear hosting Chelsea. Predictions. I reckon Chelsea win 2-1 with 2 goals in the last 20 minutes of the game, but Goodyear are actually the better side. That's where I feel like FM's going to maybe just score us a little teensy bit. A point would be insane, because a point would also stop Chelsea qualifying. Pixel Pinnan with that 47 months.
Almost 4 years.
Insane amount.
Where does the time go? Sixth.
I simply couldn't possibly speculate. But thank you, friend. How are you, man? Right, come on. Goodyear. It's going to now show us some other stuff in the meantime. Just to really cock block us. Right, try again. Oh, wow. Fair. But also, where did that come from? I mean, I guess they just didn't care because they'd already qualified. But where did that come from? I hope that didn't qualify Chelsea. It's good to have done, isn't it? Get fucked, Chelsea. Chelsea, despite beating Goodyear 4-0, do not qualify for the knockouts of the Champions League and continue being washed. Dar Whistler, thank you very much. Wow, thank you very much for brand new Tier 1. Hopefully that should get you 3 months free of Apple TV+. I believe that applies to brand new Tier 1s as well. You love to fucking see it. That's sensational. So, no Nice for France, no Dortmund for Germany, no Gladbach for Germany either, no Napoli for Italy, and no Chelsea. Germany are in trouble. Germany have got Bayern, who are bad, as you can see, Eintracht Frankfurt and Leipzig. Germany could be having a really poor season. Right, last thing of this particular match week is, of course, the big one, which is the Europa League. Can they both get top 8? Are we on deadline day? Also, no HJK for Finland, always important. Sopamar in tears. Yeah, Antwerp, to be fair, they deserved it. Antwerp got hit 6-1 by Goodyear. And if you're losing 6-1 to Goodyear, there are problems. Only 41 million for Reynoso is a scam. Oh, you will absolutely get knocked out by Bayern, for sure. It's all going to go wrong now. Every single one of our teams will now lose in the very first match they play. Seems inevitable. Right, here we go. Sweeter away at Anderlecht. That's tough. Hammering away at Shamrock Rovers. Anderlecht are really not good, are they? I was expecting them to be, like, here. And you're right, yeah, they're definitely going to lose to a Donnelly brace. I almost would be willing to bet anything that Shamrock do not beat them. Sorry, that Hammer do not beat Shamrock Rovers. And it's annoying because they need, like, 1 point. Okay. Do you know what? I trust them. I reckon they'll get a point. Both of them, and 16 points should be enough. The goal differences are solid. Come on. So, Jonathan's going. Cool. The one low we managed to sort there. Yeah, Leverkusen have also lost a sweetie in this as well. Germany are doing genuinely very poorly, and actually we might legitimately be able to catch them this season. I wasn't expecting that because the gap was so massive, but if they carry on at this rate, and they've got Leipzig, Bayern Munich, and Eintracht Frankfurt in the Champions League still, all in the bottom half too, they could be in real trouble. Right. Is Daniel Lewis the Villa guy? Come on. Just a couple of extra points. Get the top 8, because draw 5-0. That's actually fine for Sweetie. I mean, they didn't deserve anything more than a draw. And Hammer have just gone and clapped Shamrock Rovers 5-0. Pinares, El Kamaji, Admiral San Siro, Paolo Mateo. Are all 5 of those players former players of ours? Pinares is on loan. Kalmaji is there permanently. Admiral San Silva's there on loan. Mateus as well. And Pedraza. 5-0 clapping. And that hopefully has put them both through, right? Yep. Oh my god, they won it! No shot! Hamron won the Europa League group. Didn't Goodyear win the Europa League group last year? Or was that the Conference League? That win was big enough on the final day to leapfrog Newcastle and win the goddamn Europa League. Or the group, anyway. And Sweetie comes 6th as well with 16 points. That is mad. Would anyone like to guess how many points we're going to have? Because I think we've surely got to be well above 15 now. Because we won on the last match day. They won. So that's 0.8 by itself. A draw for Sweetie. So that we should be at minimum at 14.7. But I think we're going to be closer to 16 points. I genuinely think we're going to be close to 16 points. Because of all the bonus points. Oh my god! 18.3! What the fuck? Also, note how somehow we've actually lost the gap to England. 18.3 points. This is mad. Our best ever season is 18.7. Best ever in this save. And we're literally one singular win away from our best ever season, and we've only done the group stages. But the best thing about that is the fact that we've actually lost ground to England despite all of that because of all the extra cheaty points that England have got. But look at Germany. Wait, have we got above Germany? Oh my god. Wait a second. No, we haven't got above Germany, but the gap is getting much, much closer. Like, we are right on the tail of Germany and Italy this season now. Spain have actually had quite a good run there. We could definitely get P2 over the next 2. Look at the gap. Because the thing is, at the start of next year, we gained 4 points on all of these nations. We pretty much leapfrog straight into second at the start of next year and just have to hold on. Holy God. I don't think I've ever been above England after the cheat points. Usually it's because England have teams drop out. That's mad. Germany on the year, by the way. Oh, they've gained a little bit now. At one point, Germany were 12th on the year. I guess they've had some cheaty points because of their 3 Champions League teams. That's the only thing keeping Germany alive, is the fact they had those 3 teams get through in the Champions League. 18.3! To be fair, we were as far as 1.7 above England at one point. We've actually lost ground to England despite all that gains. That's insane. So, oh my god. This year is going to be... We can actually put down... I'm trying to think what the biggest year we ever got with MTK. Because I think with MTK, the biggest year we ever got was like a 22? Or something like that. I don't think we ever put down like 25-point seasons. This year we actually could, you know. AJ, thank you for the follow. Now, we do need the right draws, but with Sweetie and Hamron both being in the top 8, they're going to get favourable draws. Bikikara are at least going to get a favourable draw for the first round. And Goodyear will obviously not, but Goodyear have done their part. They've got us points that we didn't even think they would get. Them getting into the group stages is massive, but then getting 10 points while they're there as well. I mean, they should have done out of the games they had. They possibly could have even got more, but like I'm not gonna knock them for what they've done. How high is the Maltese compared to others? How do you mean? Like that's what we were just looking at. Do you mean on the coefficients or like reputation? Because reputation doesn't change mid-season, unfortunately. Well, it does, but it doesn't update the rankings for it until the end of each season. 25. It could be doable. I think we'd have to go pretty deep. Because, think about it like this. There's every win that a team gets is 0.4. So 10 wins over the course of the rest of this would add us another 4 points. Yeah, it changes mid-season, but it doesn't update the rankings of the rep mid-season. So they'll still just be the same until the tick-over point. I feel like 10 wins is doable. When you look at how many games there are to be played, say, just hypothetically, if every team went the whole way, there's a lot of games to still be played. I think 21 points is doable. That's my target for us, 21. I feel like we normally get about 3 points in the knockouts. It's just we've got so many points from the from the group stage that we've got such an enormous lead. I want to be number 1 on the coefficient this year. That'd be fun. Just to prove that we can finish above England for a year. Because if you can do it once, you can do it a few more times. And if you do it a few more times, you literally finish above them. Maybe this is the beginning of something brilliant. Now, next year, obviously, we're getting 6 teams, which is going to be more dilution, but could potentially give us more benefits as well. It's just a tough balancing act. I can't believe it. 18.3! I'm trying to work out how those points came about. And, like, what they were given for and how much was given for each thing. Because based on the results, we should have had 14.7, which means that it's allocated us an extra 3.6 points for various things, which can only be Europa League and Champions League related. Incredible. In the youthies, Bikikara are the team you want to be second best in Malta. Well, to be fair, Bikikara have the best facilities in Malta, like statistically. They always have the best facilities, so that's why they're so far up on that, and they've invested. Club coefficient is that. True. Even though it's still hard to work it out even based on that though. But yeah, it is a good way of looking at it. Wait, that's list. I want Conference League. Yeah, we've got Bikikara in the Conference League as well. What I mean by that is that those points would have already been allocated because their Conference League results finish before Christmas because they only play 6 games. So this year. Sirens are on 22 points. Oh, it doesn't work like that, does it? Super annoying, that. Trying to find the others. I hate this screen is broken. Have to look for the Maltese flag. So there's Goodyear down there with 17 points. Sweetie and Hamron both have 16 points. And Birkirkara presumably are in here somewhere too. In fact, they'll be a little bit lower down. They can't be that low. Wow, 9.5. So that's them, basically. Only City have done better, and that makes sense because they finished with an extra point. Or an extra 2 points in the group. It's weird that Arsenal are on 22 points. Wait, where did Arsenal fit? So we got 22. Oh, no, that makes sense. We've got the exact same record. So it makes total sense that we'd have 22 points. Because they would have got through as well. It's weird to me that Sweetie and Hamron have the same points, despite Hamron winning the Europa League group stage and therefore having more points in doing so. Unless it's because Sweetie had to play qualifying matches and thus got coefficient points for their qualifying wins. I assume that's what it has to be. And thus, they end up with the same amount of points overall because Hamron didn't play any qualifying rounds. Oh, I know you get less points for qualifying rounds, but you do still get some points. I feel like we've actually been top of the coefficient charts the entire season. Even in the qualifying rounds, we were top of it. Because they won, like, I think it was... They won 11 out of 12 matches in qualification, did Maltese sides. And the other one was a draw. Right. Nice little report here, actually. Some potential options. Oh, it's Quasi. Never mind. You're on loan from City, I presume. Yep. Great player, but never going to sign for us. You are 28 and play for Al Ahly and want £400,000 a week. You're at... Hang on. You're at Alaves. Jesus Christ. What a deal that is. I mean, not for us, obviously. That's a ridiculous deal. Alaves got this guy for free from Real Madrid. And now he's worth 60 to 70 million quid. Most likely, Marsh, it will be, provided everything goes smoothly, it will be building a nation Poland with Wisła Krakow. Which I think is safe. It's safe for us to do rather than try... Because the plan was to do Outcast of Icons, but then I just wouldn't be able to rely on databases being quick enough to come out. And I actually think that was a really poor idea. But that's why you float ideas out. And I feel like I want to revisit Poland because it feels like it's legitimately the best chance to win overall. And I really have unfinished business in Poland because of what happened last time. Banter. Most of these guys are just very mid, it looks like. We just sort by value. See if there's any super cheap guys that we might be able to pick up, like Korsgarten. Just for the loan farm more than anything else. Just random... wrong one. Nope, not wrong one. There we go. Got it in. Summer flips. I would say this summer, yeah. I think we can definitely do some flips this summer. Still got to be careful because there's still some risk associated, but the value and the value it should in theory be better. Wisła is the best team in Poland. Wisła are in the second division, so presumably not. No, they're in the second tier of Poland, but they did win the Polish Cup, so they will play in Europe, despite all of that. I'll have you as well, just because cheap and not free, but close to free. That's annoying. Shouldn't have done that. Yeah, Malta in real life, their football is so disappointing. I love that. I wish it would sort by the high end of these. I believe they did. Yeah, Hammer got knocked out, didn't they? Or are they playing again now in a different round? I should forget. Either way, they are absolutely useless. It's depressing just how bad Maltese football actually is. Well, Latvia at least is a licensed league, so if there's something goes wrong with it, then SI will claim you're using a custom database. Honestly, I think most of these guys are just extremely not very good. The only one I would maybe consider would have been Jordanov, but actually I might... Low wage, I guess. Low move. Provided they don't want the high end. Oh, wait. I swear that said 900k a second ago. Not prepared to... Oh, okay. It's probably because of the mid-season thing. Oh. Apparently they are very prepared to sell it because they've just gone for the lowest bid. Well done, lads. Yeah, I think I'll ignore the rest, but I like those guys. Just random fodder. Youngster. Low move. I swear he said he wanted that anyway. A 1-year contract is not likely to happen there, old Alf. I enjoyed you in Home and Away, but this is not the time. Right, cool. Bit of Gomez as well. Youngster loan back. Cool. I do like hoovering up these guys because this is something we weren't really doing when we had the low values, but now we can afford to do this. It'll start restocking the loan farm a little bit because you never know. One of these guys could actually be some quite good. Generally climb the rankings as opposed to FM law, like the government. I guess it would be infrastructure, coaching, like investing in coaching, like making it cheaper for people to become coaches, but also like increasing the quality of the coaches by doing so, making it more accessible in the sense that having more pitches, more after-school clubs. I think that's how it would have sort of... That's how you're going to go about improving football in any country, right? It's like... Oh, it's a game right here. Angel Rodado, you have him next year. New contract, Singer, new deal. Okay. I mean, the fact is, most of those players won't last very long at the club unless there's like a pure out-and-out wonder kid. They'll be gone pretty quickly. Wales would be so difficult just because of the work permit stuff. Like, I mean, let's be honest. Like, most of the squad that we get up with the Building a Nation clubs, they're gone pretty quickly just because in order for us to progress, we have to make a lot of signings very quickly. And usually within about 2 or 3 seasons, the squad has almost entirely been... It's Theseus's ship at that point. You get the occasional straggler. Unless that club happens to have like a genuine bona fide mid-level wonder kid at them already, which is something we've never actually had the pleasure of having before, then it's going to be a struggle. Although at the least what we will get with Poland is we might actually get some decent youth intakes. And that's dope. It will be really nice to actually get some good youth intakes. I might just play the same team again, actually. Good pitches and coaches. Yeah, good pitches, coaches, access to the pitches, and then also, like, just lots of teams, isn't it? I mean, it worked for Iceland massively. I mean, look how much they rose up in the rankings when all that happened. And then qualify for... Did they qualify for the World Cup or was it just the Euros? Either way, I think it might have been both. Through the round. I think surely Bodø are like expected to be pretty much going through because Tromsø do it all right. Particularly how bad Tromsø are in domestically. The plan for FN25, Journeyman say, oh no, we were just talking about it, building a nation. Because Journeyman requires custom leagues all to be turned on, and we just don't know what that's going to be like. In terms of... Because originally my plan was to do Outcast to Icons, but... Which is the Journeyman one. But we'd have to wait so long for all the leagues to be available for us to even add it to the game in the first place that we'd end up having to do another save before then anyway. So I just figured that with the fact that they're saying that the save games are compatible from 24 to 25, suggests that not a lot of stuff under the hood is changing. How are we only winning these games 1-0? And that makes me feel like safe enough to suggest that we do Building a Nation again. And if we do Poland, it means we don't have to worry about... more unfortunate. We don't have to worry so much about loads of changes. FN26, maybe. Although, honestly, if we were to succeed with Poland quite quickly, we could still do it on FN25. Do view only? No. Because why slow the save down for no reason, basically? Adding them on view only will still just slow the save down. And, like, sure, we'd get a bit more variety in Europe, but it wouldn't have any effect on the save. Basically. And, like, unless we find out that the game has been stupidly well optimized. Now, in fairness... Next year it will be on a different PC as well. So, in actuality, maybe. Building from Romania. Well, we've decided on Poland. So, just to clarify, we are doing Poland. I don't know what the rules are like in Romania, but Poland is the one. Because it actually has relaxed rules to begin with, so we don't have to edit it loads. It'll be like minor stuff to think. It'll be like minor vanity edits. Things like adding people from this save in as managers and stuff like that, as coaches at the club. Couple of little tweaks on the transfer preferences, etc. What are the remaining rules? New PC, yeah, I'm going to have to get a new PC in order to play FN25. Because if you think about the way my PC sometimes struggles with this game when we're streaming, imagine what it would be like on Unity. Deadline day, yeah. I don't know if they have that in Poland already. They might do. Process ongoing. It's ongoing. Plus, we have savings that I can dip into if I need to, because I'm going to have to get one, basically. There's just no way I can go into FN25 without a new setup. Like, this PC I built in 2019... So I've had 5 years out of it, and it was good tech at the time, but and the graphics card as well is much older than the PC as well. But it isn't just as simple as getting a new graphics card, unfortunately, because I'd also have to get a new PSU, potentially a new case as well to go with it. So by that point, you're practically building a new PC anyway. No, it would have to pretty much at this point it'd be the entire thing. Under 21 in the squad at all times, 4 homegrown. But that sounds like dreadful rules. 4 homegrown. That'd be like... Yeah, no, those do not sound good, like good rules. For them to force you to play 8 players with certain characteristics, like nationality characteristics, is a lot of rules that you don't want to have to abide by, because players will get upset. They do currently have deadline in Poland. Oh, nice. There you go. So that's one less thing for us to add at all. Alexander Mitov, thank you for the follow. To use loan market. It's a very interesting question, Moyen. I will have to ask Hayden. I mean, yes, you can. It's as simple as putting something in the editor. I feel like that might be a little bit... I honestly don't think we're going to need to. Is registration. Yeah, of course, but you have to... Presumably, to register the players, you have to have the players in order to register them, right? So you still have to have 8 players. And if you have to register them, that implies there's a squad, right? And how big is the squad? Really good set for about... Yeah, I'm thinking that mine's probably going to be about 2k, just because I want to try to get a bit further ahead. And the budget is at least slightly more available. But we will see, really. It's also a bit of a risk, but... Because you're sort of gambling with money you haven't earned, basically. Only 4 non-EU players in the line. Yeah, that would be absolutely catastrophic for growth, because we wouldn't be able to go for African and South American players in order to actually... Because that's where you do a lot of your shopping in the early years. Yeah, and you get the fine. It's borderline same Morton, but I like the thinking process behind it anyway. Yeah, I do need to start looking at, like... It's too jazzy, exactly. I do need to start looking at parts and stuff for it, if I'm going to build it again. Or I just take the plunge and get it built, but... I mean, I built this one just fine. Right, attracting interest. I wish it would default that. So, we actually have some interest. Is this just going to be Zuri every time? Oh, Melita again. Melita are busy, man. Alright, okay, we'll offer them out. Do the usual. Do you have 5 stocks? Yeah. No, youth intake is at the... was it the 9th of March usually is the youth intake. GPs cost such a big cost. Well, yeah. My hope really is... This is the ideal scenario, right? Oh, hang on. What's this? Every single time they sack me. Really? Why does that happen, Alexander Mitov? As in... I don't know why I said your full name there. Why do you think that's happening every single time? That's surprising. I mean, I did nearly get sacked one time, I must admit. What was I going to say? Yeah, so, like, best case scenario, really, is that between now and the start of FM25, I'm able to move, therefore better internet, therefore that's more stability in that sense. Pog's also applying for jobs at the moment, which means she may have a new job too, which is just, again, more stability. And also a shorter commute for the Pog, which means I get to see her and kiss her more, because she's a top bloke. And also sort out the PC and get things ready for FM25 to have a really big push for it, basically. We'll see. Because content's really weird at the moment. Like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's always the risk of bugs with any kind of database that's custom, of course. But this database was tested to an insane level by not just myself, not just by Hadrian, but by an entire team of testers that we brought in prior to the start of the save. And we did find stuff. And to be fair, some of the stuff that happened after that was completely out of our control as well, because they made changes to the game after the game was released that then broke some stuff. Although, weirdly, it actually fixed some stuff, but by fixing it, it broke it. Registration rules, there aren't any. We decided to just... Basically, what this database and this save was supposed to be was, in a vacuum, if you like, what is the perfect scenario where the settings for the league can be made to create a scenario where the building a nation becomes the most possible? 6 games and we're draw every game. Who are you choosing to manage in your saves? Because this is one of the other reasons I take over as one of the smaller sides in each nation as well, because I find that it gives you less pressure in the early stages and you're only ever going up rather than having to worry about the expectations. Endless battle, legitimately. So basically it was to do with the way that the TV matches were picked. So it was balked and had been for like 5 years. So Hadrian used that balked system to provide the one we did, where it picked the TV matches and you got like a nice spread. They then fixed it, but because of the fixes, the settings now essentially flipped, and it meant that every game got televised, and therefore we got paid as if every game was televised, and therefore the money was way too high. Luckily, we were able to fix that and actually make the save much more difficult, and I'm glad we did. I think that would have been... I'm so glad we were on the much harder version of the database financially, because it's just more fun, isn't it? So we're getting Jordan off. We might have a chance to get him out on loan. There might still be space. PSG are loading... Wow, okay. I mean, obviously no, but it's good to know that they're even into him. I swear these guys all had interest from other clubs in our league, and they've just buggered off. Anyone at all? Anyone at all? Wow. Just right. Yeah, I think it's perfect. I think at first it still gives you... It means you don't have to worry about it super loads in the beginning, and that everyone's not going to financial trouble, but it's not an immensely large boost either. And then after like 10 years of the save, it becomes utterly irrelevant anyway. When you look at how much we're getting a year, we're probably getting like 2.5 million a year in terms of television revenue. That's like a really average squad player sale for us. You know? Would it actually be easier with Netherlands, Turkey, or Portugal? Well, I mean, with Portugal, it'd be super easy because you're already in like the top 5 and you've already got like massive sides. So with Portugal, that would be an absolute piece of piss. Like, because all you'd have to do is take over a small side in Portugal. You've got Porto, Sporting, and Benfica already. Braga are massive too. Great youth rating. Top 6 of the league. Yeah, so that's the problem, basically, Alexander. If you're managing one of the top teams, you have to deal with the expectations of managing those top teams. So I would always start with building a nation. This is why I tend to start with the second division side. Or in a smaller league, like a lower top flight side, so like Sirens in this case, although we admittedly did just pick it because of the Diddies, but that's fine. There we go. Because you get the less expectations, so you don't have to worry about getting sacked as easily. Don't get a proper deadline day. No, it doesn't change, unfortunately, and this is a fun thing you're going to find out, AJ. Basically, despite the deadline day feature being a feature that should be in every league, it's not. The game, for some reason, does not have it on every league. Now, we have it in this league because it was custom programmed by Hadrian, our wonderful mod and also database genius, to add it in. But no, unfortunately, the deadline day feature is not available in every league. And the problem is, it actually affects your league. Because if you don't have it turned on, it reduces the amount of transfers. Because what the game does is it sort of saves up transfers so that it can do them on deadline day to use the feature. But if your league doesn't have it, it just means the transfers just don't happen. So you're actually punished for not using a league that has transfer deadline day in it. You can add it in the editor, but it's a pain in the arse. Took Menistan, holy shit. Never really been a big fan of the building nations outside of Europe, just because I'm not sure how well the systems work there. But hey, if you make it work, you make it work, right? Nektovicek. Hang on, no. Nektovic Netco. Thank you very much for the follow. Sorry, it took me a second there. We'll get these guys as well. Learn them out. I think for me, building a nation possibly could be some of the most fun you can have playing FM. If you love that long-term journey and want that kind of new game plus. Too much work I'm trying. Is this one of those situations where it's like, the haters said I couldn't do it. Honestly, they were right. Great call from the haters. Cold Pathia, thank you very much for the prime. It's very kind of you, Fred. Just left Red Bull. Who is he? Is he the guy that tests the drinks? Tell me. I'm not sure what that was about. 889! Here he is! We were actually talking about you earlier. Iceland or the Faroe Islands would be absolutely crazy. Managing the Faroes was fun for Outcast to Icons, but I would not want to do it building a nation. Question of the day, what's one place you've visited that you never want to return to and why? Alright. That's actually really tough, you know. Oh, sporting director. So it's like the director of football. All good it was, we were talking about how we missed your question of the day today. But luckily, Dan had a really good one, so we were doing that earlier. It was somewhere in Essex. Do you know what? I wish this was somewhere like abroad in a way, that it was like on my world travels, but actually I loved Copenhagen, I loved Tromsø, I loved Malta, I quite enjoyed Brussels when I went there when I was young, I enjoyed Italy, probably Chatham or Rochester or Gillingham, that same kind of area. Medway, basically. Medway, I'm gonna say Medway. Pog and I went to a party there years ago and it was a dump. Guy threatened to stab, you know, the usual sort of stuff. Zenlos, thank you very much for the gifted sub. You love to see it. Lukey Mookie, thank you for the follow. And Nedel Kata, thank you for the follow. Kent Gates, I actually like a lot of parts of Kent, just not Medway.
Cooper, take off the hat.
When's the water polo one? I thought you were. Just you kept getting sacked. So didn't have the best time there. Oh, thank you, Zenos. That's very kind. You've all been very nice to me today. Might get that. I'm possibly. It's true. Or even fired. Yeah, no, we went. Pog's mate that she knew from years ago. It was his birthday or something. This was like over a decade ago, and yeah, just very dumpy place. Wasn't a fan.
Fiona!
Right, shall we? Never know when to around. You're an enigma. What can I say? Spud, thank you for the follow. I have a friend called Spud. Unless this is just Spud's new Twitch count. Seems unlikely. Go to Aldi. Oh, wow. Okay. Now filled with vape shops and craft beer. That sounds like every high street I've ever walked down, honestly. Is it really a hype street? A high street if there isn't a Turkish barber, a vape shop, and a craft beer? Less on the craft beer shop. Usually we just get the standard off license. Big European team. I think it's just because of money. Don't think we've got... Oh, okay. Well, sorry about that, Leia. Charity shops. Oh, yeah. Knowsley. Never been to Knowsley. Or have I, actually? Wait, is that in Leicester? My dad worked in Leicester for a bit when he was working for a company that made, weirdly, the baggage handling stuff. I mean, he wasn't doing that, but he did some technical documentation work for them one time. Oh, actually, I went to... was it Moss Side? Is Moss Side in Manchester? That was where I saw a dude on the street corner with a gun. I was driving, thankfully. So, that wasn't particularly great either. I do support Fulham, yeah. Review our building a nation. It doesn't sound like a particularly interesting video idea, honestly. Your old current friend, but you could have just been like, yes, bud, and I'd have been like, oh, fair enough. How's Arini? And you'd have been like, I've watched more Olympics this than I have for a while, honestly. I've really enjoyed what I've seen so far, although I haven't seen as much in the last couple of days. Everyone for a donkey shit. That's kind of cool, actually. I mean, to be fair, I think with FM, if you're jumping back in after a few years of not playing it, you're probably in for quite a good experience, truth be told. Come back to Medways. Broke the speed to get out of it. Yeah, I must admit, I wasn't a big... This was a set of traffic lights. There was a burned out car on the side. Basically, I went up to Manchester to visit this... I almost said Gel like that. Because, you know, apparently I'm really Essexy today. And, yeah, it didn't work out, but driving home was fun. Though I must admit, the way it took me home was gorgeous. Coach to GB Boxing? No way! Dude, that's sick. How did we not know that? I feel like you've probably mentioned that before and I've just missed it somehow. As in the Turkish Olympic suitor guy that doesn't use any of the equipment. I haven't actually seen a picture, but chat someone about it earlier. Which is dope. I had no... This time around. I know, but the fact that you're... That's so cool, dude. I haven't seen any of the boxing, unfortunately. Terror my opinion. Oh, sorry, I thought you meant me. I was like... Well, if you ask me why I'm terrible in my opinion, I could go on all day, friends. Neymar left Al Hilal to join Fulham. I would honestly be devastated if that happened. Not because he's leaving Al Hilal, but because I would not want Neymar at Fulham, because I just think that's the exact type of player I wouldn't want around my club, but also the wages associated with him would be catastrophically large as well, wouldn't they not? That's so cool, dude. I just can't get over the fact that you're actually a GB boxing coach. That's so sick. So are you taking you're actually in Paris or have been? Right. I just want to kind of get through deadline day. Yeah, didn't he? I mean, Neymar's one of those like what could have been players, and which is incredible when you consider what has been, which is actually still a very good player, world class in fact. But like, I just feel like there was a career out of Neymar that was more than what we got, right? Most mate coach is Alex Yee. Oh, he was the guy that won the triathlon over like the last little stretch of the race, right? Because I saw the video of him and the New Zealand guy, who I believe came second, just sort of hugging each other, sat on the line. Never hope to have. Yeah, but why would we want him at this stage? I really don't see the idea of like, yeah, cool, Pele's levels above what Fulham have. I still wouldn't want to sign him right now, right? Peak Neymar, absolutely I'd have at Fulham. But with Neymar as he is right now, we'd end up paying an insane amount of money for him, which is just completely disrupting our entire wage bill. He probably wouldn't give a shit. Like, I just don't know why I'd want to bring that into a healthy environment of the club, you know? I think a lot of teams get into trouble doing exactly that. Also, how can man be levels above? He doesn't even play for his Saudi team, let alone, like, I would say that Fulham are better than most Saudi teams these days. In terms of the full squads on a lot of them. Most Premier League sides are, in fact, you know? Olympic boxing. No. I said I hadn't watched as much of the Olympic lately. I haven't seen any of the boxing. The last thing I watched was the women's gymnastics final, which I believe was Tuesday afternoon. I'll probably whack some Olympics on after stream, just because it's great. I can just whack it on and there's just a random sport. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking pragmatically, right? Obviously, Neymar in his prime, sure, but he wouldn't be, would he? Physical fitness, seriously? Yes. It certainly seems that way. I know people sometimes are more genetically prone. I mean, look at like Ronaldo, for example. But yeah, I want people that would care about the club. Not that means everybody, but like you get like the difference between him and João Palhinha, for example, who never did any. Like he was a proper badge kisser. Even if he knew he was going to leave, that man gave every single ounce of his ability while he was on the pitch for Fulham, and I've never had a bad word to say about him. If there was a role above model professional, like model citizen, then João Palhinha is it, you know? Yeah, I'd rather have Scott McTominay. Like, unironically, I'd rather have Scott McTominay. Like, if you gave me a choice right now between those two, yeah, Smith Rowe's going to Fulham. It's one of those ones where it's like it's not announced, but it is announced, right? But me too, Anna. Me too. But it's fine. I'll run it off. I'll run so I can eat more. Like Smith Rowe was I believe now he's had a medical. He's flown to the Algarve with Fulham for their like pre-season stuff. He just hasn't been like officially announced yet. Also, we've just randomly put a bid in for this guy from I think it's Villarreal called Cuenca. He's a left-sided centre back. I don't know anything about him, but it just sort of came out of nowhere. So now his release clause was expired. How much is he worth now? Might have to scout him again. Actually, I kind of want to find out because it's weird that he just never he's still only got 9 caps for Denmark. I just feel like if he'd stayed at Barca, it would be curious to see what his career could have turned out slightly differently if he hadn't gone to PSG in the first place. Jorge Cuenca. I believe it is Jorge Cuenca, yeah. Twins are now competing in the Paris 2024. No way. I love that fact that not only did they both become Olympians, but they're both nearly the same sport as well. It's just like it must be like a twin thing, right? It would have been great if like one of them was like a swimmer and one of them was a shot putter. I need that twin disparity, damn it. Thing is, I feel like I like Scott McTominay a lot more than a lot of Man United fans do, but I feel like whenever I watch Man United, a lot of the time, it was McTominay that was bailing them out repeatedly when he really had no right to be. What I'm saying is put some respect on his name, damn it. I'm getting it in early. I'm getting on the Scotty hype train. Handball. Yes and no. So it's big in certain parts of Europe. So UK and like not really, but there are certain areas where handball's massive, is it not? I really wanted to watch the water polo. And I can see why, honestly, Thomas. João Palhinha he's a player that every team should want. That man, when I say tackles for fun, he quite literally tackles for fun. Let Leo leave. All right. Oh, actually, wait, why do you care? Fine, I'll sell him. Like... Oh no, absolutely. This is the thing. But I only watch him in bits and spurts, and usually when he's playing against Fulham. But I like McTominay, and bear in mind, I'm looking at this as a would he be good as a Fulham player, not as a would he or is he good as a United player. But I still think that he is personally. But I think that then that relativity becomes he becomes a very good Fulham player, and it feels like honestly Silva's wanted him for a while, and I like the way he plays for his country as well. It's just yeah. The high ambition. With the high ambitions, true. No, I actually understand exactly what you mean by that, but that's a really good way of putting it too, because I feel like sometimes United think they're better than they are and act as if they're above players like Scott McTominay, when it's just like, yeah, but you're signing all these other guys that are doing fuck all, but yet McTominay's putting the performances in, right? Sometimes you got to just kind of
So I
Jason, okay, cool.
Donkey to sack it before I give her a
I should have just asked, really. My apologies. McMinn, thank you for the follow. He's a model professional. Yeah, I think that's the kind of players I like our transfer business so far. Despite how long it's taken to start, I'm a fan of what we've done. Have we got draws yet?
Oh, this isn't where I park my car.
Well, good job. It's been fun. That's the dumbest thing there is the fact that Leipzig, their reward is Shakhtar. The bottom club, they get Shakhtar, but no, Goodyear, they get PSG. Maybe they could grab a draw? Yeah, I saw that Euro's out for like 3 months, which is mad. Has Calafiori actually signed for Arsenal yet? Doing the Prem? Hard to say. We don't have a complete squad yet. Like, we haven't got our... I don't know where we sit yet, because at the moment we've only signed Ryan Sessegnon, technically. But let's just assume we're signing Smith Rowe as well, because we are. If we get Cuenca as well... I don't know why we're going for another left-sided centre-back, though, when that's literally the one part of our defence that we actually have depth in. Sessegnon gives us cover at left back and also on the left side because he's more of a forward player, I feel like. we need a replacement for Polina. And I know that there's no such thing as a replacement for Polina, because if he was replaceable, he wouldn't be going to Bayern Munich. But if we do get Andre, even though he's not the exact type of player, I'd feel better about that. I still think we need depth behind the number 10 spot. We've given Muniz the number 9 shirt now. I think we'll be fine. Just essentially, I think we'll be nothing if not... We'll be unspectacular. 13th place kind of team. We'll occasionally go up as far as like 8th or 9th because of a run of form, but then have that same exact thing happen the other way and end up finishing like 13th, where just kind of nothing happens. Yeah, Jimenez... He had his moment. The biggest turning point for Jimenez for me was the Newcastle game, where he got sent off for that, quite literally arsing a Newcastle player in the face. There's no other way to describe it. He quite literally jumps in at face height with his bottom. And from that moment onwards, because of the 3-match ban he got from that, Muniz comes in and then becomes an absolute monster for the rest of the season, and Jimenez could never get back into the team after that point. So Birkirkara are playing RFS. That's amazing. That's literally the team they drew to on the final day. They're going to play 3 consecutive European matches against the same team, but that we couldn't have really asked for better. Because I'd have rather, because if you look at these two down here, they were technically worse. I'd much rather than play RFS than Maccabi Haifa or Fenerbahce. It was a proper good finishing move, yeah. So totally understood that, but Muniz, he's a player I never expected to play as well as he has, but when the confidence is there, as it has been, and he's getting the support and decent service, he's a genuinely good player, and he's exactly what Fulham were expecting when they signed him, or were expecting him to develop into. It's kind of mad that he's become as good as that, and particularly, I love it. One of my favourite things about football, and this doesn't happen very often, but I'm sure all of us can think of a time when this has happened at our club, when a player that's just like wasn't really expected to be that good, but it's just a squad player or a youth player or a younger player that's just kind of there, all of a sudden just has a breakout season that you weren't expecting, and all of a sudden it's like, oh wait, there's a giant gap in our squad that we were looking for a transfer for, and we don't need that anymore because we've actually suddenly got someone from within. It's the best fucking feeling when that happens. Like Ryan Sessegnon when he came through the first time. I mean, not that I think he's going to come through a second time. That would be weird. We haven't done any scouting looks today. Probably should do that. Pascal Gross. Yeah, I've really always liked Pascal Gross as a player. He feels like a Polina type player in the sense that he just gives everything every time, and I really do like that. When Ken was like, yeah, no, exactly, and look how that's turned out. Like, for his career overall, and frankly all the years you got out of Kane as well. But I like it when clubs are willing to risk that, to do that. Then you won't go with Sirens. Nice. You've been sitting on that one, haven't you? So I was going, no, absolutely. I mean, he probably would have done eventually, but it would have stunted his growth, I would reckon. And he would have broken onto the scene later and maybe not even been there. Hudson-Odoi broke out. Yeah, it sucks, because wasn't Hudson-Odoi linked with, like, massive moves for a bit? I mean, at one point, Fulham were very interested. I know he went to Forest, but, like, I hate that kind of, those missed opportunities. I feel like that's the sort of big club version of the player that breaks out at a smaller side and then is immediately moved to Manchester City and never plays again. I'm looking at you, Scott Sinclair. That feels like that's the version of that. I just hate seeing it because it happens so goddamn often, where you get those brilliant players at the breakout time, move to a massive side, and then never heard from again until they're released 5 years later and end up drawing a championship side. It's John Bostock is another example of that. Did he ever play a single minute for Tottenham in a competitive game? Wasn't he just on loan for 5 years? Patrick Roberts. Literally. The definition of that. In fact, yeah. I'm gutted because I think Patrick Roberts could have been like England international level good. Oh my god, wait a second. Hang on, we're getting a legit takeover. Look, it's got the transfer embargo. A 397... Wait, what? Whichever game they play, I really like McTominay as a person, as a player, but he was in the wrong position at Man United. Yeah. Play out from behind. No, exactly, yeah. Was never free to receive the ball. So is that what you guys mean when you say he was hiding from the pass? So it's because of the style of play, he's not always showing for the ball. I think he'd be brilliant for us. The Victoria-based Rabat by Tycoon Clint Argius is reported to state that he intends to defense up to 7. That's not very much. The board, I haven't. No, I was supposed to go out with Ben at some point. But also, the club is worth 900 million. Also, why is that now yellow? Was that yellow before? I swear that wasn't yellow before. Either way, this is really interesting. Be very curious to see what type of takeover this actually is. But yeah, no, Patrick Roberts. I mean, guess Troy Parrott's gone now, hasn't he? Yeah, it could be yellow because of the... Oh, mate. That fucking sucks. Because, ignoring the stars, he's a ridiculously fun player. Although it might stop Balzan from getting into Europe, so in a way that could be a good thing. But, yeah, Patrick Roberts, I watched him play in the FA Youth Cup final against Chelsea in, like, what would have been 2012, 2013 or whatever. I think it was something like that. Around that era. Maybe a tiny bit later than that. No, it must be 2014, actually. And he was leagues above every other player on the pitch in that game. And obviously that doesn't mean everything, but I think that he just moves so young. One of the investors writes, oh, it could be, yeah. True. This is curious. That's the most traction we've ever had as far as a movement on an actual takeover thus far. Just trying to actually pull the proper squad out. Current hot prospects. The most known one that like other people from other clubs will know about is Jay Stansfield, who has spent a season on loan at Birmingham City and is very, very well liked there because he has an absolutely obscene record for a very bad team. His numbers aren't that great when you look at them, but when you look at who he's playing for and how bad they were, you can see that they were actually extremely good numbers. Krastev's back, but I'm not going to start him here because that would be crazy talk. Stansfield's one. Others being like... Was it Luke O'Brien or Ollie O'Neill that we sold? Sorry, Luke Harris and Ollie O'Neill. I think Ollie O'Neill was the one we sold to Leyton Orient. Leyton Orient mentioned, rah. So Luke Harris is also well thought of. There's a few other guys that are further down the pecking order. There's another one as well that I really want to... Luke Diffusionols. He's one to keep an eye on. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him play in the Premier League for us this season. He's a Canadian international already at like 19, and his name is Luke Diffusionols. You can't go wrong with Luke Profiteroles in the team. It's just a fact. So I'm excited to see what Luke Diffusionols could be like. But yeah. Yeah, no, Luke Harris is really, really highly rated. It's just a question of finding spots for them in our squad at the moment. Diffuse the roles. It's a... hang on, I don't know if he's... Actually, he won't still be playing, will he? But yeah, Ollie O'Neill... I was surprised we sold him, honestly. Probably an 8, whereas United played him as a 6. That's fine, because the thing is, if we're signing Andre, he's the 6. There's no way that we'd play McTominay as a 6. He'd be an 8. The thing is, there was... I believe the rumour is that we've turned down a £6 million bid from Birmingham City in League One for Jay Stansfield. If Birmingham City signed Jay Stansfield in League One, that's unfair. The squad that Birmingham City have already assembled in League One is absolutely heinous. If they don't win the league and score 150 goals this season, it will be a failure. The squad that they've put together is ridiculously good. I mean, it's crazy that they even got relegated in the first place, given where they were, but they should absolutely waltz League One this year. But I don't think we'll sell them Jay Stansfield. I think he's too good to play in League One. Fluminense will let him go. I think probably eventually. I think there are actually a lot of clauses in that, Dan, but yeah, it's wild, isn't it? Be a surprise package next season in the Premier League. I don't know enough about players from other clubs that they may or may not have coming through to know. I do wonder if it could be someone like Diffusionols, but then would a centre-back ever be considered a surprise package because their impact would be so hard to gauge? But this is from my Fulham lens, and I can hardly say Muniz because if anything, he was a surprise package last season. Diallo, yeah, technically, yeah. Maybe he'll be this season's Mainu. Run a start season. I'd have thought Mikey Moore. Is Moore going to actually play for Spurs though? Oh, Stansfield would be brilliant at Sheffield United. He's great because he's one of those strikers that can play as a striker or he can play out wide on both sides, pretty much. And those are like exactly what you want, right? Palmer certainly wouldn't be... I don't think it would even be a surprise. I would expect Palmer to even be better this season. I think it's... it'll heavily come down to how good Chelsea are this year. Because it seemed like they were just starting to find something and then got rid of Poch. I know there was reasons for that or whatever, but like... It would depend exactly on what Marescable is like and how well Palmer fits into Marescable, right? And I have no knowledge of what that looks like or what that is, so I don't know. Just go full Nickelback. Pog would be very proud, because she's a top bloke. Lingard will break through. Do you mean young Jesse Lingard? This is from Matto and Polinia. Oh, it's going to be so sad seeing him playing for Bayern, but I'm happy for him. I am, I promise. He said through gritted teeth and tears. Yeah, no, I heard about that. I don't think he's good enough for Liverpool. I think he's a great player, and he's still quite young, but I feel like that would have been one... I guess they would have been signing hoping for the future, right? I don't know if he's quite that good, which is why Fulham are linked with him, I think. Recruitment focuses. But we do need to make something happen there. God, Daniel Donut's actually keeping quite good rating here. Also, look at us. Imagine this. Talking about football for an extended period of time on one of my streams. Where do we get off on that kind of behaviour? Right. Cup game against Medina Knights. This is perfection for us to play like a proper dutty team. And mess them about a little bit. Although, yeah, I'll be right. This fake spreadsheet. I know this Tosh. Look exactly like that vibe, yeah. It does occasionally happen. We'll sometimes accidentally stop being either really stupid, really wholesome, and occasionally just veer into football for an extended period of time. Now, there's only so much football I can do, because as you know, my football knowledge is shit. Except unless you're talking about early noughties Premier League. In that case, I'm on. As is evidenced by that one I pulled out my arse with the Wigan Arsenal red card the other day. But that's not the point. That's more like it. Hat-trick for the Peb. What a performance from the Peb. Oh, God. Although Vieira appears to have hobbled himself, which is less than ideal. 18 in 19 is still pretty good from Reynoso. He's actually scored more goals in the Champions League than he has in other competitions. Please don't be too severe. Ooh, that's going to be tight. He's going to be touch and go for whoever we're playing in the knockouts. What are you on? Nothing currently. Not even the caffeine. The Peb. I did. It's short for Pebble. Which is short for other things. No escaping real life football. This is true. It comes for you. It's like the warm embrace of death. Football comes for you when you least expect it. Does weird things to your brain, man. The Pebster. Yeah, there you go. The Pebbler. Which is like the worst possible villain in a comic book. For some reason, Tromsø are playing Feyenoord on a random Wednesday. So enjoy, lads. What else for me? Yeah. Gets in your head. Causes weird... New contract. Wait, you've only just signed for us. You signed last summer. So no, there will be no new contract for you. Although I'm worried that... Oh, that was a risk. Fredrickson's asked for... Oh, Malita's not playing him. Cool hands of Joe Devine. Or Joe Bryan. I don't know if he has cool hands. Wait, was that the PSG Goodyear game? Hang on, I think PSG are playing Goodyear today. The big one. The one we're all waiting for. Why am I clicking on my assist? I was trying to get a scout report on my scout. People's toes. And that would be annoying. We advanced with the Euros. I know. And I talked about the Euros too, a little bit. I tried to. Go on. Oh, that was the FA Cup. I saw Goodyear and just assumed it was the Champions League. But no, it was the FA Cup. Oh, that's not gone well. It seems that Feyenoord have finally found their level. And I guess they must have done because they have Leighton Bidwell. Oh, that hurts. This is the one that really stings. Leighton Bidwell. Picked him up on a free. The plan was to flip him. That's when the value drop happened, and now he's worth £50 million at Feyenoord. He could have been worth £50 million here. We could have made an absolute fortune on Leighton Bidwell. But instead, no. I had to sell him for 400k because of that nonsense. Makes you sad inside. Also, Barcelona losing to Porto is great news. We've got no teams in this round at all. Here we go. Yes, we do. We've got Bikikara RFS. Nickelback is the Alberto of the music world, i.e. loved by you. Values are good. They're not as good as they could be, but they're getting there. So, you'll see here that our most valuable player now is around about 50 million. But that's with the bump up. So, at the start of the window, they all drop back down to about 20 again. I reckon by the summer, this will be like the base rate for a lot of these players, and it should start to improve again. That's the hope, anyway. More good development from Babasi. He's 2.5 stars now. I like that he's getting some game time for us in the league and is actually performing too, which is ideal. He excites me. Conor Bradley turned down my Sirens. Is he transfer listed at Liverpool or transfer listed somewhere else? Also, did we just confuse Scott Donnelly with that? Or is the guy from Shamrock Rovers also called Scott Donnelly? Because for some reason I just confused myself with the Scout and... Oh no, it's the Cup again. Right, well, you beat the Lightning. They deserve it for what they did to Steve Stamkos. We'll see. We must also still be in the Youth League too. That was underwhelming, Christ. I feel like there's just been lower scores in general. Also, any chance of like an update on the whole board takeover thing? This is the closest we've come to a board takeover, so the fact that it seems to be happening. What the fuck is that? I've never seen a scoreline like that in the knockouts of a European competition other than by us. RFS 0, Birkirkara 8, and left no crumbs. That's unhinged. Off of 2.34 XG. Oh, I'd never be ashamed of... I'm seeing Patrick next weekend. Well, yeah, I think they might be just about through. Those 18 away fans as well. Remember, they drew 0-0 in the last game of the group stage against RFS, and they've come and gone, actually, no, we'll do a bit better than that. Hat-trick for Stava, who's back fit. Kurtage with a pen in there. Messiah... It was 1-0 at half-time. It was 1-0 at half-time. Didn't Spurs beat Wigan 8-0 once in a Premier League game where it was 1-0 at half-time? Yeah, 7 goals off of... The problem is they've now used up all their XG. So, hey, you know what? Hold my hands up. That is a lucky win. Not lucky to win, but lucky to win by 8 goals. Was it 9-1? Oh, yeah, wasn't it like 1-1 at half-time in that one? We need a 10. We need a 10, damn it. Premier League has been missing that 10-goal win. Yeah, the half-time team talk must have been legendary, right? But more points. We move. 18.7. And there we go. We have officially now matched last year's result and are now tied for our best ever season. This is insane. 21 is my target. I reckon we can get to 21 points. Particularly if Birkirkara are going to start clapping left and right like that. That's insane. Ten Liverpool appearances. Yeah. Is it because you started it before the... Because I imagine that Conor Bradley probably got quite a nice bump in the winter update, potentially. That's why some of those players are like really shit in my version of the save. Should we go back up again? Well, they've got to get back up again first. That's tough to say. Got to get back up again. 10 is very likely. Yeah. Defeat for them. Let's not forget we beat them at Old Trafford last year. I remember it because I was in Malta and that. I even predicted that it would be Harry Maguire that would get the equaliser. I said to Pog, we were standing by the sea while she was on phone to a mate. I was like, I guarantee you Maguire's the one that's going to equalise. It's going to be that type of game. Then it was, but then we scored. Good for Birkirkara, though. We like that from them. Barcelona chase Vieira. You can chase him into the sea. He won't be there, but you will be. I really hope we get our a takeover today on the stream. That would be kind of cool. Because sometimes they do just kind of drag on a little bit. How many times have I scouted Globo today? But I'm fairly certain it's going to come through because I've never had it actually give you the proper details of like the numbers before. And also, we've got an embargo. Like, we are fully embargoed. Usually it doesn't fall through after the embargo, right? He said pleading. Switch those back around. Pebbles has actually had an okay season. Filling in. Globo, I don't know. It was on the list, and apparently I'm scouting every single player from there. One player this season that has massively disappointed me, I would say, is Pereira. His numbers this year have been really subpar, especially in Europe. When you look at his numbers last year, he got 23 goals and 8 assists. This year, 7 goals and 5 assists. He has not had a good season so far. But in time. I can't remember the last time he did anything in a game. Not in a game we were watching anyway. It just feels like he's been very anonymous for a little while now. Well, it's not even Alexic. If anything, the one I want to be pushing has been Pineda. Alexic, for me, is more a guy we bring in and, like... Could give Flavio alone. Sorry, not Flavio. Fulvio. I actually forgot he was even here. Where even is Fulvio? There he is. I totally forgot that we spent £25 million on a signing. Such is life. Watch him be the man. I still feel Fulvio would be better in the middle. I can't believe I just forgot a £25 million signing. That does seem like something I would do. This is where he gets like a hat-trick here and he's never left out the team ever again. Oh. 6.7 from Fulvio. Not amazing. Lahovi, Reynoso, and Pineda. Pineda got a goal, though, off the bench in Fulvio's place. Right. I think Fulvio is more... I'm going to play him as more of a number 10, personally. We've qualified for the Europa League. Things you'll love to see. I feel like our scoring has just been down in general this year. Like, our top scorer is Reynoso with 19, and but no one's even come close to that. But he's doing his business. But the assists, like, Krustev's only got 9. He got 20 last year. Lahovi's had a very good year. I think we've really freed him up. It's like 7 goals for Lahovi this year is insane. 10 assists is good, but I want to be seeing, like, mid-teens for both of those two. Is it cheating that I have an FM editor and I made me unfireable? At the end of the day, Alexander, it's a single-player game. So for me, there's no such thing as cheating in a single-player game. Unless you're trying to, like, enter a competition or something. If you're having fun, you're playing the game correctly. Do what you need to do to enjoy your time playing the game, right? Like, would I play the game with the editor strong and make myself unsackable? No, but that's because I'm held to a different standard as a content creator. It'd be a bit boring for you guys to watch me if there was no jeopardy of me being fired. Although, frankly, that jeopardy doesn't exist either because I'm fucking great at the game, obviously. He said the least obvious thing of all time. I'm basically unsackable, but that's pure on quality and whatnot. And I'm humble about it too, which is the most important thing. You've got to stay humble, chap. Never let... I was going to think of another sentence there, but I didn't have anything to hand. Now we're into that weird bit in February where there's just nothing happening. In before I get... Well, luckily we can't be sacked as a result of a takeover, but that would be the ultimate way to get my petard firmly hoisted there. Last time I was sacked on an FM save was probably during Outcast of Icons, right? I don't think I got sacked in Nordic Nomads. Or did I? Nope, I did. I got sacked in Grotta, didn't I? With Nordic Nomads. I'm fairly certain I did. Champions League this year. Oh, I'm just waiting on it. I'm going to win them all at once, Anareth. I've got my finger over the edge of the hose, right? And I'm just waiting to take it off and win all the Champions Leagues. Could win like 3 in one season. Just you wait. I'll prove all the haters wrong. Most incentives. Yeah, no, absolutely. But that's what we do. Once the saves like were done, we do the looking forward stream and we go and look through like the PA and stuff using FMRTE because it's the only way we really can do it. I'm going to find a way so that you can actually see RTE this time rather than me just telling you what the results are. I'll just find a way to capture the other screen. Just leave the club. That's true. You got to jump before you're pushed. How is Tabakadu getting on? Do you know what? For an absolutely gopping team, I'm still fairly okay with him getting 7 goals this season, but he has underperformed his XG. I would have expected more. But if he does agree to stay in the summer, he could have an absolutely walloping of a year in the Challenge League next year, and that might be ready to come back for us. And that's have fun as well. Exactly, yeah. My attitude will always be, if you're having fun, you're playing the game correctly, right? I ain't out here about to gatekeep shit, right? It's a video game at the end of the day, and fun should always be the goal with it. And that's what I try to do with the content, you know? So Bayern have woken up, unfortunately. Luckily, Eintracht Frankfurt are out, so that's more Germany pain. Barcelona are gone too, which is great news. Just because we don't have to play them again. Wouldn't mind Porto in the next round. It's your way or Norway. True. Could be. Right, Gudja. Gudja versus PSG. Imagine this is like the biggest result in Maltese football history. If Gudja actually pulls something off in the home game. I reckon there's a chance for a draw. Just because of how FM is. Actually, I reckon they'll lose like 3-0, unfortunately. Oh, this better not be a lucky win. Nah, they just didn't quite have it. It's tight, though. They're not completely done, although the injury to Matthew's side. They're not getting clapped, at least. Just them being here alone is the real quiz. They're making us proud. This is some... It's almost felt like quite country. I don't know if this is a song request or it's on the playlist or not, but hey, we're listening to it either way. It's not undoable. They could still pull off a miracle away from home, but I think it's unlikely. Like, the away game upset is very rare. But the worst thing is I bet you end up drawing PSG in the next round. That'll be our reward for having quite literally our best... I think it's our best ever finish, isn't it? Yeah, second. We've never finished second before. We have had 19 points before, but we've never come second. And we should have had more. Like, we deserved to beat Arsenal, not lose to them, but... If we're going to have our unluckiness, at least let it be in the group stages. Leipzig would be brilliant, particularly given that we've already proven that we're miles better than them. That'll be fabulous. Right. Nope, still nothing there. It's... G. I wonder...
Cooper.
Did you say Milan got knocked out? They might have done.
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves, and I am
Milan are
programmed
out.
to get
Yep,
freaky.
Benfica through. Leipzig through. That's great news. Again. Just really good news. And if FC Copenhagen could pull off a miracle, that'd be great too. Alfie Bonehill, thank you for the follow. 1 million subscribers. Thank you very much. 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 Thank you very mu I feel like Bikikara might just about scrape through. I could totally see them losing or drawing this second leg, by the way. I feel like the complacency must be absolutely wild, given that they are 8-0 up from the first leg. They're definitely never going to... I genuinely think they'll like win 1-0, or it won't be anything more than a 2-goal victory. I love that they scored almost the same XG in this game, but scored twice instead of 8 times. Where's the stat padding, lads? Staver just wasn't up to it. Speaking of, is Hubanov actually playing for them yet? Well, yes, she has, I think. Oh, welcome in, Alfie. You joined at a very good time, because Malta is absolutely slapping right now. Because that's another win, which takes us to 19.1. 19.1 points on the year. This is wild. We could be at 20 by the end of the stream. Stupid. We're actually nearly 2 points clear of England on the year. How close are we to Germany? I don't know if we're going to quite get Germany this year, although what I would say is Italy are not out of the danger either yet. Imagine if we went up to third just randomly this year with an absolute monster season. Oh, God. Okay, can we stop getting these injuries? That'd be great, lads. We actually are going to need some players for the knockouts. If it's all the same. It's a nice little stretch of games here, actually, because we can just get our heads down and get some league form under our belt, even if our results have not been particularly emphatic. Like, I feel like our goal difference is still really high. Oh my God, click the button, Matt. Jesus. We've only conceded... Jeez, okay. Didn't realise that. We've only conceded 4 goals in the league this season. So this new tactic... The work ball out, sorry, the work ball into the box and play out from the back. It hasn't actually created as many goals as I was expecting. I think actually in the league it might be better to play the other one. But my God, is it strong defensively? 4 goals conceded. What's the record for us? Is it 12? No, it can't be 12. Must be better than that. 30. Good Lord. 17. 10. It must be 10. Or was it 9? 12. 8. How did we do that? Okay, so our record ever was 8. Invite crosses. Could be, but we've had that on for the last couple of seasons, in fairness. Spartak Prevalent. Fair enough. Try that out. Like, you might find it better there. No one knows about. That's true, yeah. They should just be called the stats not available. Got them in the end. But I have noticed we've just been really down on scoring in the league this season. I think it is just because we're playing the more conservative style of play. It's not so more conservative. We control a lot more possession. I feel we get a lot more... We're not able to overperform our XG in the same way that we were before. You'll see that we're only +6 on this. Sometimes we're like +30 on here. Just not quite what it was. How much of a lead have we actually got here? Still only 9 points as well, considering. It would be nice to just crack out a random unbeaten season in the middle here. Feels like we haven't had one for a few years. We just seem to lose really bad games. No, I actually think he's quite good. I'll keep hold of him. Oh, how's our boy doing? Fagerio Seni. Hang on. Benefited from an international... Has he really? He's still only got 8 free kicks, though. Like, get back to me when he's done something useful. None of this 8 free kick malarkey. I want 10 or bust. Right. Ooh. Yeah, it looks pretty... Actually, I was going to say it looks pretty sad. Bikikara are in real danger of potentially not getting into Europe as well now. Like I said, Alexander, that sounds like a good idea. I don't know how well that's going to work out for you, but you'll have less pressure on yourselves at that point, right? A bit of that. Pereira's back in. Just to give himself a chance here. I might start Pineda this game, actually. And maybe, instead of Pebbles, even though I like him at the moment, even though he has been a silly boy, start Fulvio in behind. See what he can do. Only personality the head of YouTube. Personality, I was going to say, it's that what really matters is their professionalism. But obviously, good professionalism comes with a personality that contains good professionalism. So, what you're actually looking for is professionalism. But a good personality will have high professionalism anyway, so kind of, yeah. Greenie, thank you for the follow. And their judging PA and CA kind of matters as far as the reports, but if you're like me and you're just signing everyone that you get in your youth academies anyway, then it actually doesn't matter because eventually you'll figure out if they're good or not, right? Out of the 5 qualified Iceland, only 3 barely qualified, the other 2 were only on technicality. That's, yeah, it's not what you want to hear. You're about to take, like... You're about to get out in the Olympics, and he's just like, I don't really believe in these lads. Yeah, from Bolivia. I might actually go on a quick pee break here, chat. Because why the fuck not? I need a Beppis. Boy needs a Beppis. What can you do? Back in a second, because we've still got youth intake and presumably the first leg of a knockout tie to go. And obviously other nonsense from the Maltese class. Back in a second. Words.
Bring on the Flugelheimheimler!
It was, of course, Magnus Hedman, and also, what a song to come back to. That's a proper hype song, innit? Also, weirdly, you know, not that long ago, I was talking about how, like, perfect plan is we move and then sort the PC out. Literally just got an email from the estate agent with an actual decent-looking property that they've not listed. They've sent it to me. It's like, hey, they're doing their job finally. I couldn't believe that they'd archived us. Hang on. He competed at the... So that's the build-up to the Eurovision Song Contest, right? Lichtig Slut. So something end. Have Chelsea... or Vitesse. Imagine if we did one for this save and it's just every single player has sirens on it. It's like the 7 degrees of sirens. Solid. Hello, Basil. Yeah, things are going very well. Or we are legitimately smashing it. No Arctic Coffee. No, I'm trying to lay off the caffeine again. I find that that's another problem I have, is caffeine does very strange and unpredictable things to me. Basically. So I'm trying to avoid it if I can. Only in select moments. Like when I have nothing to do the next day and I'm in a very good mood already. Let's see. Not that I have any anyway, but... Right, that'll do. Chance for Fulvio to see what he's like through the centre. I suspect he could have played like slightly more poorly in addition because morale better. The biggest thing is winning games, basically. Not upsetting them in the first place with like... The other thing you can do, if they're training well, is you just tell them. It gives you like a free little bump up in their morale for each successful... Wow, that was bad. Fulvio, king of the 6.7s right now. No matter where you put him, you'll get a solid 6.7. He's looking like a £25 million duck right now. Happy ending. Oh, it does. That's brilliant, because it sort of implies that, even if you look at it from an English lens, looking at the Swedish. Fan of that. Renovation scores again, no? Krustev's decided to do a naughty. Again, underperformance of the XG, but we are now 12 clear, which is at least something. Have now harmed Tarshin, but there's really no chance of them getting into Europe now. Swedish version of Avril Lavigne. Maybe. So much for that, eh? Whoa, why is this such a massive report? Did I, like, scan a load of players and didn't realise? Let's try and get... Wow, that's a lot of extensive. Holy shit. Unless it's loads of, like, random old players that get thrown into these lists occasionally. Wow, that's like 33 guys. Is it just loads of, like, 28-year-olds? Ah, yes, it is. Joel Simon. Don't think we can quite afford him as much as I'd like to. Hockmeister. What a name. Go on, give me a good first name. High disability. Yeah. Bear in mind, he's only just joined the league. He's low on match sharpness, which is, I think, the thing. Yeah, I basically found that I started, over the course of the start of the year, I drank a lot of coffee and stuff as I was working on Premier League and stuff, and I found that I realised it was making me quite anxious and miserable as the afternoon went on, and then around about May, I stopped drinking it, and drinking caffeine in general, and I found like my mood stabilised a lot better, and so I just kind of stopped drinking it as much. Now I kind of drink it occasionally. Oh, this is looking to rent. It's just been a bit of a pain. Basically, we tried, like, basically the biggest problem we had was that no, not this Sunday. Oh, I had Sunday off this weekend, but not the weekend coming. This weekend I am here. I am here and streaming on this Sunday. It's next Sunday that I'm off. And obviously I was off the one we just had. But yeah, we had this huge property search set up and all the specifics put into it. But the problem was every time a property was listed, on the listing it would just say fully booked for bookings. I'm just like, but you listed it 2 seconds ago. And the reason for that is basically because they're sending it to people on these mailing lists, but we couldn't figure out how to get onto the damn mailing lists. We rang every estate agent we could think of that we'd ever looked at properties from and asked them about it. Or some of them claimed that they didn't have them, and it's like, well, sorry, but that's bullshit, isn't it? Because you clearly do, because how else are you filling these bookings up? And then the others, so it was like, oh yeah, we'll put you on the mailing list, and we didn't hear a single peep from any of them since last November. And then we rang about a property the other day, and they said it was fully booked, as you do. And then this particular agency went, hang on a minute, you've been archived. And I'm like, what? Why? You haven't given us anything. How could you have archived us from a mailing list that you never even put us on in the first place? But regardless, now we're actually starting to get some decent properties coming through potentially from them. They are actually emailing me about them first, which is good. This one's a little bit expensive, and I haven't had a proper look at it because I was, trying to take a pee. But it looks reasonable, but it looks a little bit expensive. But either way, things seem to be moving in the right direction with that, which would be nice. This feels like the way it's going to happen, basically, is because of this mailing list, basically. So that's something. Movement is better than nothing, right? Yeah, Pavel Hochmeister. It's impossible to say his name without... Hang on, don't tell me there's another Granelli. The last thing we need is a second Granelli tearing up the league. Imagine if he was his brother. Unfortunately not. Although, in a way, maybe even fortunately not. Yeah, we'll get rid of all of these guys. Not get rid of, but, like, keep an eye on less. You're 20... Hang on. Oh, these are all loan guys. That's what it is. It's that random every year where they just show you loads of loan players that you don't want. Except for these two. I don't know why he's there. Get rid of those guys as well. Choose the list like they are. I mean, true, yeah. Maybe I'm getting a taste of my own medicine. I'm about to be human trafficked. Oh, wait. This was the guy we really liked, wasn't it? That guy wouldn't talk to us yet. He probably would now, actually, but we'll maybe save him for the summer. This one here I'm really intrigued by. You're 19 and at Independiente. Benjamin Favre. Don't like... Wow. Holy cons, Batman. See, this is one I would avoid. I like this, but I reckon that either this is not true, and even if it is, I don't like a lot of this. I would be avoiding him. And I am. Johan Heights... I remember looking at this guy and thinking he was okay. A lot of fickle players coming through. We just targeted him. Oh, this guy at Melita.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh, yes, very soon.
Free transfer. Well played, lads. Fair play. Jassim, thank you for the follow. Go from... Wow, he's got really high CA, does Mikado. Winger, right side. Insane agility. I wonder. As an experiment for the loan farm. 16 acceleration, 15 pace, 20 agility. Apparently he has no agent, I guess? Shit, I can't sign anyone. We're under an embargo. Fuck. Okay, I'll shortlist both of these two, because we definitely liked the idea of Alan Zek, didn't we? Oh, wow. Good lord. Know what our first signing of the summer is going to be? Oh, Alden Zek. Yeah, I'll shortlist them both. Because we want to go back for them in the summer. Portfolio of clients, and each client is competition with each other. Exactly, yeah. No, that makes total sense. It's just, I mean, I've had so much trouble with estate agents in the first. Originally, it was shit like, basically just didn't count my job as income and stuff like that. And it was, then it was, my favorite one was the, oh, you've got this cash, but it's not in a savings account. And I'm like, what? How does that matter? That was, yeah, really strange. They had a proper bee in their bonnet about it and wouldn't let us go for a property because the cash that we had for like deposits and stuff wasn't in a savings account. It was just in an account. I'm like, is that going to help you or hurt you? Yeah, I mean, he looks like he could be Bosnia's next star, for sure. Wow, that's a huge budget. We're making quite good cash these days, actually. Bosnian Padilla, yeah. In fact, what was his physicals like? Because has he got the same problem as Padilla? Nah, I mean, yes. But Padilla was worse than this initially, and he's became okay. You see what I mean? Like, Padilla never really went beyond this. So actually, I feel like this guy has the potential to go far beyond Padilla as far as physicals go. I really like Alden Zek. Anonymous came and I was like, damn it! They knew it! I knew it would be caught eventually. Yeah, Fulvio has been the lone farm like a lot of the other ones. No more Wemp bottery. No, we actually didn't, Inferno. We've been pretty good on the old Wemps today. Other than myself and chat, obviously. But that's a universal constant, isn't it? Bank uses the money differently and screws over the client. Yeah, it's just mad to me that they would even give a shit about it. It's like, I have the money. It's like, is my money not good enough for you? My favourite one was the just basically claiming that my job didn't exist, basically. That it wasn't a real job. I'm just like, hi, this is my non-real tax return. Like, I guess, like, does that mean I get the money back from the taxes then, if it's not a real job? It's like, it's actually mad. Now, in fairness, that was a really random estate agent. The agency that we're probably going to deal with here, the biggest one in this area, and they seem to be the most helpful. Everyone I've spoken to from them has actually been really, really helpful. It's my step job. I know. What are you doing, step job? I realise that obviously my job is slightly different because it does have more volatility than perhaps a standard job, just because, you know, you have a pay check and that's your pay, right? But with mine, it's all over the place. But I can still track it over time, you know? It was a W stream. It knew. I was going to try and incorporate that into the intro initially, but then when I realised just how bad the bottery was, I was like, I just wanted to try and deal with it. Right, where are my pirates at? Ah, okay. Pirates are hiding from me. Pussio! It's a dynamic job, innit? No, you see, if it was a dynamic job, Leaf, by SI standard, then my wage would be... My pay would be exactly the same forever. Alex just started a coaching course. He's also started Krav Maga, so watch out. Yeah. What's good is that it is Saz24. If you do !skin in chat, which as I always say, someone will have almost certainly done, and there that goes by the time I finish this sentence, you will get a download link and various other stuff. Who said, I have no idea, Bagpuss. Honestly, I have no idea. It's scary to think about that. I truly do not know. Honestly, I feel like I'd just be like, I'd try to find a way to be like, work for the National Trust or be like a park ranger or something, genuinely. That sounds nice. Yeah, it was brilliant. When we discovered that he uses the loan market. One of Foxton's. Yeah, I never had to deal with those two. The one I'm referring to is Cheffins. Just to clarify, that's the good one. That's the one I'm dealing with. And I feel fine saying that because they do the whole of like East Anglia. See, Inferno, what you're saying is I'm giving you work experience right now, bruv. Open a corgi petting zoo. The dream. Play older versions of FM. Be like a retro gamer. Yeah, it just goes so badly wrong with FM25 that they have to shut down the studio. Switch to FC. Oh, fuck me. I think FC players barely want to play FC, let alone other people. I watched Niren's video about what's kind of been going wrong with it and the newest stuff. I feel so sorry for people that are actually like legitimately big fans of FIFA or whatever, right? It's, yeah. Don't be so rude about... I'll be rude about EFC all I like. Oh, wow. I mean, fair play. Oh, wow. Sonko's just played an absolute blinder there. No shots for Goodyear. Do you see what I mean about how the way that these teams suddenly play differently when the knockouts come around? Either way, they got humped 1-0 on aggregate. So they've got points. The key thing is it is more points for us. It's an extra point too. Every little helps. That is one team down though. Now, in fairness, they did get that red card in the 93rd minute, but probably denying a clear goal scoring opportunity or something. I love having people like you in chat on a Guardian that are just willing to help with whatever. Like, it's cool. I like that we've got like a shared level of expertise. I don't have any expertise, of course. And then, speaking of expertise, Harv, thank you for the 46 months. I will wait.
Ha ha ha, you thought this wouldn't happen. But it has. 46 months watching this pathetic little man play with his pathetic little computer men.
I'm letting Anana
Shameful.
speak.
Disgusting. Cover me in butter and like a pigeon eat my dead foot skin while calling me Roger. Pasta weirdo. I've been on holiday and now I'm moving house tomorrow. Pray for me, chat. Pray for pasta. Pray for Matt. Keep up the work that keeps you eating cold chips. Love to the family.
And there we go. Just as I was talking about all the expertise that chat brings to the table, Harv rocks up and ruins the average. How's it going, Harv? We were talking about you on Tuesday. Before you say all good stuff, absolutely not. Don't even think that for a second. Oh, sweet Jesus. Cold chip. I know, that's probably the worst thing about that. I don't think I've ever been called something so heinous. Yeah, I mean, Harv is an expert in whatever the fuck Harv is. He's an expert at dodging me at Blue Water for our rendezvous. Right, come on, Betties. Do a bang one. Should Big Hikari be playing this week as well? Pasta, I mean, yeah, Pasta, but like, I'm not convinced he actually knows that much about Pasta. I reckon it's all a front, you know? It's stolen valor. I guess. Oh no, that's true. He's an expert at that, and to be fair, some of that expertness has certainly rubbed off on others. Yeah, that was the one that really got me. I decided this time to not read the message, instead to look away and just absorb my Beppis while I let Streamnana say terrible things to me, apparently. That particular part certainly dodged me. Those are fighting words, and I'll continue to fight. I tell it like it is, chat. That's not true at all. I don't like confrontation. Wait, did Mendes just fracture his skull and I just did nothing about it? Robust challenge. What did they hit him with a... Alright. In 2 days after being on holiday for... That seems like the worst possible time to move is like right after a holiday. What on earth possessed you to do that? Or is it just like pure... Not even serendipity, but whatever the opposite of serendipity doodah is, you know? Either way, congratulations. That sounds like progression. Drinking Pepsi Max to can. Explain. No. Pepsi Max caffeine free. Can't catch me out. I'm the elephant. Oh, not again. I can't stop it. Some of the concepts, true, yeah. Want to exchange and completion, yeah. Good point, yeah. Yeah, when the holiday hits so different that you've got to move immediately. This takeover is going, yeah, in it. I'm a little bit worried about that now. If this takeover falls through as well, I will be mildly annoyed, because let's be honest, I'm a very mellow man. Currently putting a bed down. Ooh, get you. You get down with that bed. Right. Let's see. Draw time. It's blatantly... Who can we get? So, we can get Ajax, Bayern. Oh, no. Do you know what? The worst one would be Liverpool, actually. Like, Leipzig, fine. Porto, Benfica, fine. Juve, fine. Ajax, absolutely fine. PSG and Bayern, honestly, I feel like we can take. Liverpool, no. That's the one we don't want. I feel like that would be potentially us out. So it just doesn't feel right about it, because it's an English club and you know what they're like. Just anyone but England. Porto, gimme. Okay, no Porto. PSG will be fun for a vote. Right, okay, we've got a good chance at not getting Liverpool. Good. Okay, that's the main thing. Getting them out early is great, because it weakens the pool. If we can avoid PSG here... Okay, good. Oh, that's a great tie. This is brilliant. If we could... Right. Pretty much anyone now I'm happy to take. Okay. Juve and Inter is a good tie as well. Oh, go on. Give us RB Leipzig. That would be phenomenal scenes. Oh, you beauty. We're going to play Leipzig again. We like Leipzig, right? That's going to be the third time in a row. Nice. Ajax United is a little bit sad. Bayern, go on. Give them Arsenal. Yes. And Benfica Galatasaray is delightful, because that means one of them go through. That's great, because this means that we're losing probably Porto, probably Atletico, but that means they're gone. One of Real Madrid or PSG is great. Inter or Juve, I'd play the winner of those easily. Probably losing Ajax here. We lose one at Bayern or Arsenal, and then it means that there's a slight pathway starting to. We're going to do all sorts. I'm going to raisin ball sport all over their chest, chat. Like a Cleveland steamer. There's so much wrong with that sentence. I do apologise. I will think about what I've done. Nice. Really nice. Plus, that's good news. We did just lose Goodyear. Yeah, they lost 1-0 on aggregate to Paris Saint-Germain. Which, you know what? Fair play. We're doing what now? You heard. Did I stutter? Coefficient for the Goodyear draw. Yes. Yeah, we did. We got 0.2 for the draw. That's how they win. That's true, yeah. Never give in. Never surrender. Still a Liverpool fan. I am not a Liverpool fan. What gave you that idea? Other Europe draws. They haven't happened yet because they've still got... Oh, no, they have. They've avoided Tottenham. Oh, Vitesse is not easy. I mean, they literally won the group. I feel like they haven't really been tested that much. Honestly. Indeed, yes. His gardening leave. Much like that guy from earlier. What was it? CD Barrow. What about Europa League? Go on. Sweetie away at Legia. Hammer and Sevilla. Yeah, Monaco away is the one that makes me a little bit worried. But, you know, weird things have happened. Legia is great for Sweetie. Sevilla Hamren is tough. Although, actually, Sevilla finished below Tromsø. They drew with Red Bull Salzburg, lost to Midtjylland Roll, sorry, no, Stade Rennais, and Braga, and Dynamo Kiev. That's okay. Honestly, I'm not... I feel like we should be able to get Sweetie through against Legia. That if they don't get past Legia, then that's an embarrassment. I think it'll be... Basically, I think the others just kind of need to do us enough points to get us to like 20.5. We can do the rest. Hammer won the league phase. Yeah, they won 5-0 on the final day to leapfrog Newcastle and ended up winning the league phase on goal difference, which is unhinged. And Sweetie came 5th. Bear in mind, Goodyear won the league phase last season. So we've actually had back-to-back league phase wins in the Europa League, which is mad. I'm more impressed with the fact that Goodyear qualified for the knockouts of the Champions League, and that's the first time that's ever happened in this save. And the sheer amount of points this year, yeah, we've got 19.3. For those who missed it earlier, we have 19.3. We're nearly 2 full points ahead of England this year. We're already on our best season ever, and we've not even played a single minute of knockout football yet. We are in for it. Like, I think we can beat RB Leipzig in both legs, so that would be another 0.8. That would take us over the 20 points. I reckon 21 is doable, maybe even 22 this year, which will get us bloody close to overtaking the likes of Italy and Germany this season. And that was my plan for next year, maybe at a push. But we might actually be able to... Next season, at the end of next year, we might actually be second, which is insane. And that would be... I would consider that a fucking great success. Dilly-dally? That would be great. Although, to be fair, what could happen as well with this takeover? That could benefit us even more. We could suddenly have even less financial trouble, too. When is this game against... Oh, it's 3 days. Wow, they really do throw that on you, don't they? Also, that's really early. Does that mean that both games are before the youth intake again? Yes, they are. Other team do well. Oh, yeah, no. If we won the Champions League, we'd be well over 22 anyway, because for us to win the Champions League, we'd have to win this round, a quarterfinal and a semi-final, and then the final. The sheer points from us winning those games, let alone the round progression, would be enough. Just like, hypothetically, say we did the equivalent of a win and a draw in each of those rounds. That would be another 1.8 just getting to the final. Then winning the final would be another... That puts a 2.2. And then you forget there's extra points awarded for just getting through those rounds too. No, the youth intake will be today. We always do... The way I normally do it with this particular stream, if you like, is that usually the youth intake somewhere in the middle. So we do the first leg, and then we do the youth intake and finish. But we've still got half an hour. So we should be able to do both legs and then do the youth intake. It's always a risk just in case we get knocked out. And then it's an insane amount of work off stream. And I hope not, because obviously I'm recording a different video tomorrow. So hopefully we don't absolutely royally muck this up against Leipzig. I don't think we will, given how well we played against them in the group. But that's something happened before. And Wonder Kid shopping on... Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is going to be, isn't it? No, wait. No, we're finishing off the season on Sunday, and then it'll be Wonder Kid shopping on Tuesday. Unless something mad happens. Right. Tomorrow should be random Champions League, yes. Everything is all set up for it. I've also managed to sim till 2056 so far, with a 300,000 player database too, so that the clubs actually had players. So get ready for Dog and Duck versus Barcelona in the Champions League final. It's going to be peng. So yeah, that should be tomorrow. I've done all the prep work for it, all the scripts. In spite of all my horrendous, like, executive dysfunction and frozenness yesterday, I still managed to get thumbnails done and write all the scripts for it and everything. Embargo, but this is true. Oh, this is full rotation. You're right. You're so right. I'm an idiot. God, that was close. Whoa. That could have been catastrophic. So that's what we want instead. Because Pereira's fine. It's just... Yeah, that's fine. Actually, do I want Alexis through the middle? Why would I not play Bizarma in again? Oh, that'd be why. Do I play Arifi? Became world class. That was in the rest of the world Europe one. So, sorry, where the rest of Europe entered the Euros one. And you especially became really good. Danny Lavelle actually is one of the players that became really good. Yeah, no, I won't start Arifi. I'll start, might actually have to start Alexis, you know. Man's finally going to earn his dinner against this wonderfully eclectic Hammer side. Oh, wait. Wait, it's Chris. Wow, okay, they've made the bench. Did that guy only just join us? But there's always a chance in every video that some of the Patreon regions could become amazing. It'd be cool if next year, though, you'll be able to actually hopefully set yourself at random clubs too if you wanted to do that. But we'll redo all that before the new cycle. Wow. Yeah, we are just very mid. I think next year we'll probably play the other tactic in the league. The slight variation with a little bit more off the leash, because it feels like this one just doesn't score enough goals against have a skin. Yeah, absolutely. The one that I'm using is SAS24. If you do skin in chat or !skin, you'll get a download link. Still unbeaten. Oh yeah, we don't concede any goals. That's our 5th goal conceded in 20 matches in the league. We're conceding every 4 games. So by that standard, sorry, 21 matches. Yeah, by that, we probably will concede like 6 goals this season, which would be a record. So it'd be nice to at least get a defensive record there. But I would prefer to score more goals because it's more fun and it's better for stat padding. And we didn't hurt the handmen morale too, true. Yeah, there's been a lot of sackings. Zabar have sacked a manager and have got another guy now. I think Zabar have already had like 4 different loan guys. Yeah, they've got Shevchik now. So they've already gone through Lozano, Buka, and now they've got Mikhail Sevchik, who of course has already managed Gudja, Sweetie, and Zabar. And he's a good manager, to be fair. He just never seems to do the business for them. Isn't he the guy with the really weird formations? Sweetie with a big win. Okay, they're pretty much safe from Europe now. Melita are very much getting relegated, which is a shame. They have only won 1 game, to be fair. But if we can keep Tabakaru there for 1 more season in the 2nd tier, I think he could score 40 goals for them in that league. When you look at some of the goal scoring in the 2nd tier, top scorer at the moment has 26. In fact, they both have 26, and they're both on loan from us. Tabakaru is way better than either of these two. He could legitimately light this league up. Oh, Luta might be... Oh, imagine if Sangwan got promoted. It's damn close still. Only really Valletta have managed to pull away. Take over hit... Oh, no. Come on. Not again, FM. Don't do this to me. Are we just, like, impervious to takeover since we got this one? Not seen evidence of the group possess enough finance. Right. Had not revealed that any possessive... Stop it! Give me a takeover, damn it! I thought we were done. Also, I don't know if that master manager is even one of the loan fund guys. That might be a new one. So it might be opening up a space. Ah, they're going to buy it with their own money. They're going to buy it with Siren's money. Yeah, we've had 1 takeover in this save. And it was the current guy. But it was just like a nothing takeover, if I recall. I think we're still in the process of board takeover, right? Yeah, so it's not dead yet, but I've never seen it come back from there, right? The embargo does seem to still be in place. So that's the main thing. Wow, that's a hell of a good report. My God. Fair play, Diego. God, Naprodak. Ooh, lovely. Serbia cooking. That'd be fun for next stream. You not so much. You have seen it come back before. That's good news. I think it might still go through just because the other stuff is not something I've seen before. Where it really gave us proper details about the consortium and all that sorts. Pebbles, Pereira, Gilea, Valmir, Lahovi, Krustov, Kadri, Paez, Palacio. I feel like I'm missing a defender out of this. I'm trying to think who it is. Oh, it's Vieira, isn't it? Because he's injured. Don't know how much longer he's injured for. He'll be back soon. Not for this tie, but we should be able to get past them without him. Right. What's the betting that Henry ends up doing business? The Chief Haugesson guy. I don't know, actually. Yeah, Padilla is out for 5 months. He has I think it's an Achilles tendon problem? Damaged Achilles tendon, which was ironically in a 6-1 win over Pirate Noises, which was a friendly. And yeah, he's going to be out pretty much for the rest of the season. He might be back for the final, but even if he was back for the final, I don't think he'd be anywhere near fit enough to start. So we're having to rely on Pebbles, who I must admit has actually done okay in the games that he's come in that role ever since like Christmas and January. Like, he's got some goals and some assists. It's not Padilla numbers, but it's not bad. Start loaning players as soon as possible. Like, literally, you want to be starting the loan farm as quickly as you can. What's your favourite FM version? Honestly, this one. Just because it's the most complete. And as much as it annoys me in places, it's... for me, it's still the most complete version of FM. And it's not like they remove features very often, or if at all, right? No, it's a normal sort of... it follows the same pattern of league fixtures as like England does, for example. Pirate Noises do have a habit of that. I suppose it's because, they've got, guns and cannonballs and whatnot. It's difficult. Right. Perfect. We've got half an hour and we've got 2 matches. This is perfect. And a youth intake as well. I too blame Inferno. A combination of Inferno and Hadrian. The ultimate duo of doom. The two Hossmen. The two Hossmen. The Hossmen of the apocalypse. Nice. You're right. No, it is actually not Inferno's fault. It's the custom database. I can almost... They're still playing this 17-year-old, by the way. Leipzig are still playing a 17-year-old who doesn't even look that good. But they're also playing Henry Watara. So, the ham men of the apocalypse. As always with Europe, away from home, even against a side like Leipzig, it's just a question of get through the game, play a decent style. Although, actually, no, I feel like we should be winning home and away against Leipzig. To keep the confidence going, keep the stats getting padded, and also coefficient. Yeah, I've got to use the base model demo, so that's what I've been told. Oh, what a touch from Gertulay. It's a great ball through, and that is offside. Yes. Forgot to... I see. He's been lying to us all this time, you see. Oh. Right. I mean, it was nice football. I like the agility from Gert there, but unfortunately, Reynoso or whoever that was, this was a lovely little touch. Just to the right of the defender to set that up. And look at the pass. If only he... Why doesn't Reynoso take that? Reynoso would have been onside if he'd just taken the shot on. But instead he's let it roll through to the player who was offside. Well done. We're just lulling him into a false sense of security so we can score a goal like that. Oh no, keeper's actually claw. Keeper, that's the one thing. Their goalkeeper is their saving grace. I assume he was the reason why we underperformed XG against them in the group, because he is very good. It's just nice seeing Henry back in Europe again. Earning 120 grand a week. He's taken a 75% wage drop in order to join Leipzig, but you know what? I guess he got sick of playing against Audi. Go on. Nice early goal. Set us up. We can go from there. That's a great pass. Pereira. Oh, here we go. Fires it through. Oh, it's beautiful. Wow, that was a brilliant goal. Krastev again. Reynoso now scores his 21st of the season. Considering he only had 9 goals at Christmas, he has absolutely exploded to life over the course of today and might actually get close to 30 goals this season. This is a really powerful cross from Krastev too. Just pings it at Reynoso. Really unnecessarily powerful finish as well in the end, but we do lead. That's the most important thing. Reynoso scores his 9th goal in the Champions League this season. Pereira's going for distance. Ah, poor effort. Yeah, it was very sort of walking into the net. And he was okay with it. Ooh, okay. Oh, no. Literally as I say that. Doesn't actually appear to have an injury, but we might have a choice here, you know. Fuck. Better safe than sorry. Also, Atletico are 2-0 up away at Liverpool. Ah, dear. European round of 24. I'm not sure what round that... Oh, Bikakara got through. They won 8-0 in the away game. And then won 2-1 in the home leg against RFS. And Goodyear unfortunately went out 1-0 to Paris Saint-Germain. But 1-0 on aggregate's pretty good. We haven't had a youth intake yet. That will be after the second leg. Ajax leading Arsenal. Ajax are beating Man United as well. I'm worried about how much we've dropped off since I had to make that substitution, but I felt it was just better to be safe than sorry. If we just win this game 1-0 and play reasonably well here and just stay strong defensively, I think it'll be money well spent, if you like, in risking taking him off. Although I have a horrible feeling, bear in mind, 55 minutes in, they've had no shots. They're probably going to score their first goal off their first shot of the game. We are playing... That's quite a powerful diving header there. Oh, God. Oh, please, no. I fucking bet... Oh, what a save from Sultan, man. Good in the game. Yeah. Like, Man United are regularly up there. That is our Maltwang, yeah. We actually sold him to Leipzig like 10 years ago, and he's been playing as their right wing-back pretty much ever since. We've just never really encountered RB Leipzig since then. But now they've got both him and Henry Watara. Right, go on, a second goal. Oh, go on, Pineda. Oh, look at him. Taking people on left and right. Oh, that's a nice one. It's the tackle that goes back to our player. That usually means we're about to score. Okay, it's an effort. He's actually pretty good. Do you know why he's good? Because he has 18 agility. That's basically the reason he's so good for Leipzig is because he's got 18 agility. Lahovi. Oh, it's not a bad ball. Ah. Second goal would just ease my concerns a little bit, considering once again we've deserved it. Oh, that was a substitution. Right, okay. Whoa. 2-0 to Ajax. Own goal. This is getting better and better. If Liverpool and Man United both went out here, Valmere blocked. That would be 2 English sides gone. Along with Chelsea, who are already left us long ago. Agility plus dribble equals meta. Pretty much, yeah. And then obviously a tactic that uses runs at defence and dribble more often. Valmere, just slop it through. Here it is. Pineda, go on, bury it. Oh, mate, come on. You've got to score that. We've performed really well. It's just been lacking the goal part. Fuck it, we're doing Fulvio. No, actually, no, we're not doing Fulvio. We're giving a man who deserves a chance in Holub. Shaday's been a bit poor, actually. Why even get Punzi on? And since Krastev, even though he's played well, we'll get Kral on because we can. You're right, this does still have their first proper chance equaling a draw. Because we keep missing our chances. Or it means the second leg's going to absolutely screw us. They've got an injury themselves now. In fact, isn't that an injury to their sub? Like, we're doing our best. Their goalkeeper has... Oh, please. I beg of you, Football Manager. I swear to God, do not do this. I can't believe he made both saves and then they still fucking score. What a save. What a follow-up save. And then he scores that. I can't believe that he made those first 2 saves. It's just... Can't. I mean, we've had the chances. We've absolutely slaughtered them away from home here. But there you go. There's nothing you can do about it. At least we didn't lose, but yeah. It's too fucking true. Like, when does that ever happen to us? I don't think I've ever seen a third chance like that go in at all. The fact is, when he saved the second one, I thought, oh my God, that's actually a geniusly brilliant piece of goalkeeping. And I thought we were going to get away with it and get to celebrate that goalkeeping. But no, it was going to make sure they scored. I mean, hey, I always said if we get the draws in the away games and win the home games in Europe, that's how we get our progress. But against someone like RB Leipzig, we need to be winning that. Because we should have won that game 3-1. Would have probably been fair. Also, Porto get a draw with City as well. It just means there's more room for nonsense in the second leg. And you've seen what can happen. Right, Thursday, where the big stuff happens, because we've got 3 matches on Thursday. It sucks, but I still think we should be good enough to win the home game. Very comfortably. They'll get drawn the ball. Yeah, the problem with that is it's because it's still set piece play. So it still technically counts as second phase, which means they refuse to go out and mark anybody that's in a wide position. Yeah, no injury for Reynoso is great. Yeah, you're right, actually. Technically, he didn't even get an orange injury. The game just said that he had like a damaged... No, not even damaged. It was like... There was a word it used. But the best thing is, he got away with it. So we will at least have him back for the second leg. Because I think if we'd kept him on the pitch, we'd probably win that game 3-0. Maybe even more. Because he's just a cut above. The error's back as well now. Not that we'll be able to use him for the heel damage, yeah. He had a boo-boo, quite literally. Yeah, it does feel like it's setting us up for a loss off of one shot and goal. We win again. We beat Man City. With Reto Bocons. This is a fun name. I mean, I'd call him Lion Lee, because great name. Also, that means Wales have got a crazy good... We've got the Buttigieg brothers in defence as well. I can't believe this team is actually winning games. Mentoring. We haven't heard any updates about mentoring yet. So either that means it's done nothing, or he's still fickle. But give it time, right? It's only been a couple of months. So Bayern, wow, humping Arsenal, which is great news because Arsenal are really good. Real Madrid losing to PSG is great news because Real Madrid are really good. And this sets up a potential option for Galatasaray to progress. We take that. No, well, the takeover is apparently on the rocks now. So we don't know if it's happening yet again. Right, Hamren versus Sevilla. They're both playing away first. As long as they're still in the ties. Like, don't lose by more than one goal. That's the crucial thing. And obviously, Bikikara against Vitesse, that's tough too. They need to win the home game. And with a good score. But I don't think they will. Oh, it's back. We're back. Well, chat, we're so back. Reports are coming that there's a breakthrough in the takeover talks. Going well, should be an announcement in a few days. It'd certainly be welcome news for those who previously feared the takeover on the verge of collapse. Chat, we're so back. It could still happen. Watch us get taken over on the day of the Leipzig game. Why did I schedule a friendly in there? Am I actually lacking intelligence? Why would I schedule a friendly in the middle of the game week when we literally have a Champions League game? I think I must have thought there was a gap that it needed to fill, and of course there wasn't, because we've only got a week in between. So we actually want to... This is the perfect time for us. Right, there we go. This is my favourite one, because this is the one where we don't have to worry about there being a weekend fixture, so we don't have to worry about resting the squad. We still have the 1-1s here, apparently. Right, come on. Thursday. Give us that time. Weirdly, not how I thought that was going to go. Unlucky to lose by a goal to nil. Did they even give you the ball? This, however, non-penalty actually. Carsten Hocevar, right, for a wing-back, scores a lot of goals for Hamren, it feels like. Okay, it doesn't appear that many, but he always seems to be popping up with goals for them constantly. Point is, an away draw is great news. Oh, it's even better news. Birkirkara 2, Vitesse 0. Smichik and Kieran Warner. 10 key passes for Kieran Warner. Hot damn. So that's more points. 20.1. 20.1 points. We're now 2 clear of England. How are Germany getting on? Are we still gaining on them? Oh my god, we are getting so close to these guys now. 21 is, I mean, 21 was my goal once we got those ridiculous points. I think it's doable. We need to win, though. Europa League. So Hamren got a 1-1 draw away at Sevilla, and weirdly, Sweetie lost 1-0 to Legia. So I feel like that should be good enough for them to get the home win. I'm a bit worried about Birkirkara. I know they won 2-0, but I don't know. I mean, that's a great result. Wait, did Spurs lose again? Oh my god. Quantum Spursiness. Spurs just casually losing 6-1 to Aberdeen. Oh, they'll be dancing all around Pataudry. Mitch Hanratty with the man of the match performance. Big up he. Well, that's great for England. Mike's doing... Agent Holdford is doing bits again. You love to see it. Suppose, well, I mean, they've actually won a couple of European trophies in this one, but... Oh, for God's sake. What are we doing here? When was this? The 2nd of March. It's 2 days later, for crying out loud. They are edging me with a takeover here. Stop it. I don't think it's ever come back twice. Ah. What is this nonsense? Are they just going to use it as a morale boost? Oh my god. 5th of March. Oh, there's a lot of rocks around Malta. It's back on again, chat. We are so back. Holy Christ. Imagine if we just get stuck in a takeover loop and it was all about Wagway and Binner. Rah, takeover mention. Clint does need to sort his shit out. Is this Clint or Bernie Madoff? Oh my god. Wait, say Jeffrey's training well. Wait, was he actually? Oh. No idea what's going on. They haven't got a clue. They've just got to write something for their editor, I think. I'm enjoying this, though. The on again, off again relation. It's like watching a sitcom, this. Every time we get a new news report, I'm expecting it to be them telling us the opposite of what they told us the day before. Clint's trying to find some suckers that are willing to buy a football club with him. It's not going well. No. Galatasaray go through. Juve through. That's a huge win for Galatasaray. I would love them in the next round if we could get them. PSG through. I'd rather them than Real Madrid. Bayern through. I'd rather them than Arsenal. 5-star P. Oh, is it? Yeah, Arsenal out, which means less points for England as well. What are the... Just a little bit... Look at 52% favourites. It's like the game knows. It's actually Milan Mandaric back for another go. Oh, hang on. Was that Vietnamese? Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Oh, wow. Hong Kong second nationality. Love to see it. I think winning the year in coefficient is... Honestly, I don't think it would even take that much from where we are to win the year in coefficient. That's how good we've been. Particularly as England are losing clubs left, right and centre at the moment. As Markle Fawcett, just a superb name. Liverpool are technically still in it, but they are 3-0 down from the home leg. Ooh, Union Saint-Gilloise. Yeah, you don't want a Fawcett leaking, do you? Right. Okay, Markle Fawcett, well, force whatever you damn well want. Okay, right, Judgment Day. I wasn't expecting this to be as tense as this, honestly. I thought, oh, go to Leipzig, easy as you like. Do you remember how badly we've beaten them over the 2 games we've played against them so far this season? In terms of statistics, we've been absolutely all over them. Now we just need the game to not fuck us in a random home game. That is all. We just need it to not mess with us this time. Switch this to Vieira's back in as well. Do we even do that? Wait, Kadri's in? No, we put Kadri instead of Vieira. Valmir can start. Cool. And wait, was he Andorran? No, he's Romanian. Oh, I totally see why you'd think that, though. Because isn't Andorra flag the other way around? Like, the flips of the colours. But no, he's not a bad player, potentially. The next Tapacado. Yeah, was the takeover still on, or did we get any updates on that? And the badge in the middle, true, yeah. I wondered if it might have been like a simplified version. Right. God help us all. This needs to be a performance. Because I swear to God, if we go out again to this kind of crap, then I don't know. Like someone's just won the Champions League in the Discord with Sirens in season 31, as in like 2031, and I'm just like, how? Show me your secrets, man. What am I not doing other than players missing every chance?
Afternoon matter from a sunny beach in the south of France. Just wanted to check in and see how the mighty Sirens are doing before I soak up a few more rays. Genuinely
outrageous. Like, legitimately, we've got 20.1 points this season, and this is the round of 16. To give you an idea of how good it's been going for Malta this year, 20.1, and we're in the round of 16. And this is the second leg of the round of 16. Right, now we just need to get the dub here. It should be doable. I mean, there's really no excuses here. We played well enough in the first leg to win the game by 2 or 3 goals. Just need to do it again here. Surely we can't continue to underperform like that. Right, Valmir. I think we just need to keep giving the ball to Krastev, basically. Get him out wide, get him in a position to cross the ball, and then just whip it across to Reynoso and then profit, right? Only 3 takeover updates away from the takeover. Look at this possession, though. Neither team can control a ball, which means I think there's almost definitely going to be a goal off this play. And if it's a nice early goal for us, that'd be lovely. Go on, a penalty early or something. And we're doing this without Padilla, remember? And will be for the rest of the season. Lahovi, great ball. Pereira, can he knock it back across? Valmir! How has that not gone in? This is what I mean. How are we always missing these, but our opponents never do? I'm worried it might be a bit of a chaos game, yeah. We seem to hit the bar so much from situations like that. Bar and post, they've got a man down. There's a guy standing by the referee there, or Palacio. Hey, are we going to second phase them? Go on, do it to them. Embarrass them. No, of course not. That would be silly. Wait, United are losing again? Oh my god, they are. It's 3-0. Even more reason to make the most of this. I mean, the game is following the similar pattern to the previous one, where we're just the better side creating tons of chances and missing them. They're doing nothing until all of a sudden they do randomly do something, and then they... What's the bet? They win 1-0 with their only shot on target. That does feel like the type of game we're about to have. No, confidence. We're going to be positive here. Krastev into the box. Drips it across. Oh, why has he gone in the air? Never mind. I take it back. Continues to be in the air. 1-0 Sirens. Reynoso again. 22nd goal of the season. This is 10th in the Champions League as well. Oh. They're going to take over the seats. Why is he putting this in the air? I actually reckon we win 4-1, just because we always seem to win 4-1 for some reason. It's a great cross from Krastev, actually, as that happens. Reynoso's aerial ability is an under... What, you in the air, loser? Get down here with the cool kids, brah. Oh, never let me say that again. Liverpool winning. There's still a chance for the comeback there, potentially. Right, we've done the first part. Second goal, crucial. Starts to put a bit of distance between us. That's better from Pereira. He's had a better game so far. He's actually been threatening people. No, not in a Stefan Alic kind of way. You know? It's just threatening people. Ooh. I still think this could have a Henry Watara-shaped sting in the tail for us. There's always that option. He's been awfully quiet in the 3 games that he's played against us this season thus far, and it does worry me that he's saving all of his nonsense up for one game. Clint takes over and immediately sells the club. Right, come on, get a toe in. Don't let them break. That's good. Nice. They look very disjointed. Their passing is very similar to how ours is when we play against a side that the game's decided we're going to lose to. So I wonder if we're going to get the benefit of that today, because they do be doing a lot of that kind of passing. Go on, Valmir. Oh my goodness. It's 2. It's Pereira. What a weird goal. Forget about it, Kurt. I'm walking here. What a weird goal. I don't know. I think that one just went through his legs, didn't it? Flicks it. No, I do wonder if Reynoso's actually... Did he get the assist on that? If he did, then... No, I don't think he did. No, Valmir was credited with the assist. Clinton is a bot. But, in fairness, W stream from the bot. Jinjo sent these bot followers, by the way. Remember? Sorry, Jinjo. Okay. We're doing our thing now. We've got the second goal. The second goal is so important in games like this, especially if we grab a third immediately afterwards, which we have now. It's 3. Sirens 3. RB Leipzig 0. Padilla who? Pebbles has actually done a fabulous job when he's not out murdering people. Clint was sent by Jinjo. That's a really good goal again. The little ball around the side from Valmir. Those two have linked up quite nicely. They never really get a chance to play together because they're always fighting for the same role, but that's nice. I feel a bit more confident now. Now all we need is Ajax to hold on in that game and Atletico to hang on in their game. And I was going to say hopefully Man City lose, but we can't have it all, can we? Once again, we're going to get to half-time against them without them having a single shot. But we are 3-0 up this time, making it count. Making up for some of the poorness in the first game. But I think part of this has just been keeping Reynoso on the pitch. Pereira's more effective out wide. He had to play through the centre in the last game. Atletico back in front again. Who is Rayfield? Oh, I remember him. This is a tune, by the way. This is when nothing else happens for the rest of the game. And I'd be fine with that. If we go through, we go through. 2-2 there. Still a chance. I mean, they still need to score 3 more just to equalise. Wow, we are really... Oh, goal back for Porto, but a goal for United. Right, it could change a lot now. Because they're only down by a single goal. Come on, don't let us down. Ajax, do your bits. Alberto, perhaps? I'm feeling fruity. We could go for a bit of Bertie boy. Might actually get Vieira in now. For Kadri, because I want to get some fitness back for Vieira, because we're going to need it for the next round. And actually, something I've been doing quite a lot to good effect in other games was rotating out both of our fullbacks, or one of them in this case, against tired teams. Mobile. Oh, dear. Yeah, if we lost both Man United and Liverpool in the same round, knowing that we'd already lost Chelsea and Spurs, who's left? Is it just Newcastle, would it be, in the Europa League at that point? And Arsenal, of course. We might actually... Oh, it's a great pass. Oh, it's a great goal. That's definitely onside. Oh, surely that's onside. Yeah. Great goal. 4-0. Reynoso scores another goal. Oh, yeah, City. It'd just be City and Newcastle, wouldn't it? That's a lot of dilution they'd be getting at that point. City are 2-1 up against Porto on aggregate right now. This is a lovely pass from... Is it Valmir or is it from Pineda? Look at that. That's like De Bruyne levels. And Reynoso scores another goal. I think that's his 11th in the Champions League already this season now. He's going to match it from last year, I think. Great assist from Pineda. Yeah, as things stand, City would be through. Man United. Oh, and Villa. Christ, how many bloody English sides are there? Was there about 10? Or Ajax with the equaliser? That surely killed United. Overall, 5-1 is probably about right for this tie. I think England have had, like, about 9 in the Champions League, hence all the cheaty points they get. Yeah, we can let Henry have a goal against us now. Go on. A 5th goal here would really stamp our authority, though. That's a great pass. Oh, nearly. Valmir, go on. One more. Touch around the goalkeeper. Oh, it should have been the hat-trick for Reynoso. Yeah, if Porto could just grab an equaliser there or something, that would be delightful. That probably should have been another goal, but oh well. In the end, it's actually been fairly easily dealt with here, as you'd expect from us. I think that's it. 5-2. Wait, what the fuck? What City? What happened there? Okay, we'll investigate that in a moment. Did they just score like 3 goals in stoppage time against Porto? Because it sure seems like it. This is where the game just crashes here. Oh, wow. 80th, 87th, and 92nd. I didn't even see the equaliser. Oh, that's the guy that used to play for us. What? Are you kidding me? 90th, 92nd, and 93rd minute goals from Manchester United. Although I think that one's probably in extra time. Oh, FM. Have a word, man. Watch us draw Man United in the next round as well. That would be so... I can't believe that. It just... Look, it just seems to always happen. Right, let's have a look at the game. Fair enough. So when were the... Because I believe that these 2 goals were the ones that actually equalised it for it. And then they scored this one in extra time, which was then equalised by Ajax as well. Oh, I can't believe they've lost that. That's so annoying when that happens, and it seems to happen way too much for that. In fact, the City nearly did it as well. But Liverpool are out, so at least we lose Liverpool. But we could have lost Man United there, and we should have lost Man United there, but we didn't. Because everything hates us. But more money, which is always nice. That's going to be a nice extra signing in the summer. Galatasaray is the one we want. Actually, who's left? Because there's no more games, is there? So, Atletico I'd take. PSG I'm honestly fine with. But really, I want Galatasaray. I'm actually fine with anybody except Manchester City or Man United in the next round. It's got quite weak quite quickly. I think as long as we avoid the 2 Man United, the two Man United, the 2 Manchester clubs, I'd be okay with that. PSG regularly finish in like the bottom half. Holy shit, man. Well, hey, we get Carlo Mehmedovic, who's a goalkeeper. We get Fabio Maya. Imagine that. Surprise, surprise. It's a shit youth intake. Best of the bunch is Roderick... Wow, okay. Except he is Why is every single player that comes from our youth academy unambitious? I swear, every single time we look at one of these players, they're unambitious. Or temperamental. What is the point in us having a good hood that actually has a good personality if it's not going to make any difference? Temperamental. They're always unambitious or temperamental. Next. Unambitious. What is this about? Syria. Low determination. Vela. Okay, finally, level-headed. It seems like it never rubs off on our youth guys. Oh, dear. Oh, at least Reynoso's got how many goals in the Champions League? 11 in 10. He's had quite a good second half of the season. Yeah, our Hoyd is Luka Modric. He's a model citizen. So it's a bit weird that they've not got any kind of levels of professionalism. Yeah. Made it in life. That's true, yeah. Other youth staff with rotten personalities. We try to keep good ones, but I think part of it could be as well, as you say, because we have to keep bringing in the loan farm coaches there, and we can't be as picky about it, but it does seem weird that the head of youth development doesn't have any impact, or it seems like he doesn't have any impact, when of course he does. But it could just be dragged down, but it's always unambitious and low determination and temperamental. God damn it. Not that they would be good if they didn't have that, obviously. Because look at them. Right, Thursday. And when is the draw? That should be close, right? 17th. Well, that's quite a way away, yeah? Oh, well, we'll go to that. Or we can do it at the start of next stream, actually. Depends. I do want to see the Thursday fixtures, though, which is the crucial part. So, can Hamron do them? Basically, we need wins for both Hamron and Sweetie in this game. They have to both win. If they don't, they're both out. Well, probably both out. Well, Sweetie are definitely out. Okay, come on. And Big Kara, they're in a great spot, but I have a horrible feeling Vitesse are going to turn that. I reckon they win 3-1 on the night and then win on penalties. Come on. This could suddenly go really, really wrong if we actually lose all of our other Maltese sides in the same round. I mean, it'd still be a success. Like, let's be honest, we've got 20.5 points. But it could go so wrong if we lose all three of them. But if we get all three through, it's on. This is a lot on the line as to whether we have a ridiculously good season or an absolutely stratospherically good season. That's the question to be decided. Just give me a couple of them. Give me 2 out of 3 through. It doesn't have to be all of them, but I would like it to be all of them, if you could. Well then. Hamron 3, Sevilla 0. Sweet United 2 in extra time with a Branko Tanic 120th minute winner. But the question is... they're all through. All 3 of them are through to the quarterfinals of the... and that right there is another full point. Just that alone is another full point. 21.5 points for Malta. 21.5 points on the board. We are now 2.2 clear of England on the year, and we continue to gain on France and in Italy. We are now literally, half a point away from Italy and Germany. We could actually be 3rd at the end of this season if things carry on. There's a really strong chance that we end up going up to 3rd in one season. We're going to go from 6th to 3rd. Did Tottenham Villa... Well, obviously Villa... so they were out as well. England are screwed. I honestly think if we didn't gain a single point for the rest of this season, I think we'd still win the year. I don't think anyone's going to get more than 21.5. Holy God. Yeah, France and Italy, what do they have left? So, Spain have got... Well, we don't really care about Spain. They're too far ahead. So, France have got Lyon, who are through over Bodø. So, there's that. But that's only Lyon. In the Europa League, we've got... That's Spain again. So, Germany have got Wolfsburg. France have got Marseille. And obviously, Newcastle are still in it for England. But, yeah. 2 top 5 over 100 points. That seems very unlikely to be top 5 needing 100 points. But it does vary from save to save. But to be top 5 needing over 100 points, I don't see how that would even be possible because there's a finite number of points. And, yeah. Unless they've all got, like, nearly the same exact amount. But that seems unlikely. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but, like, I'm just saying I've never seen anywhere near that. Most of the time, yeah. Like, maybe top 2, but, like, if the top 5 had all over 100 points, that would mean there'd be, like, a massive gap down to everyone else where they only have, like, 40, which I guess can happen, right? But, I've never seen it before. 5th on 103. Fair enough. Like I said, I've never seen that before. That means they're averaging over 20 points a season every year. But where are those points coming from? I don't understand how they could get that many points a season. That would mean every single nation would have to have 20-point seasons every year for 5 straight seasons, which just seems impossible. But hey, if it happens, it happens. It must just mean that the balance is really off. But I've never seen anything like that. Usually it's only England that's even above 100. Occasionally I'll see one second place dip into 100 as well. But usually England just run away with it. Right, so that's that. And then in the Champions League, we've obviously got Juve from Italy and Bayern from Germany. We've got more teams left in Europe than any of the others as well. So not only are we winning, but we also still have more teams left in Europe, I think. Even England have only got 3. Because they've got Man United, Man City and Newcastle. That's it. 9th is on 32. Yeah, so that's the difference. So in your one, see, look, 9th for me is 54. Which means that somehow on your... Which I guess can happen, right? They're sucking up so many points. I still don't know how that's possible, but sure. Have you got, like, the top 5 leagues switched on by any chance? Or maybe that's the reason they're dominant so much. Because they're developing players a lot more, and therefore they're even more dominant against everybody else. That might be the reason, potentially. And it may be favouring them in the simulations a lot if they've got the real players on all the time and they're constantly churning squads rather than... Yeah, having to be dumb in the background. That would be my guess as to why it's happening. But that's why mine's a lot more sort of smooth and more linear, I guess. It's almost like logarithmic, isn't it? But like old San Marino down the bottom. We don't look down there very often, but my God. I can't believe we've got 21.5 points. Have all the top 30 leagues... Wow, that must be hell on your computer. yeah, I don't know. All I know is that that's also very unrealistic because in real life it's not like that either. That would also mean that Dutch... Yeah, but I think it's weird that with those teams turned on as well that they're not performing as well, because that should almost do the same thing as me not having them turned on, I guess, but apparently not. Weird. Either way, we're in shape, friends. So what I'm going to do is, off-stream, I'll get us to the draw, so we can do the draw at the start of next stream. Oh, we are popping. What was it I said I wanted? 21 points. Well, we've done it. What's the next goal? I reckon 23. I reckon 23 is doable for Malta as a whole. With 4 teams left in it still, their draws will be massive. 23, 24 points. I mean, 25 would be absolutely unhinged, but I feel like it's not actually out of the realms of possibility for us if we all went quite deep, considering the amount of options we've got. Particularly if we got like 2 multi-sides drawn against each other in the latter round of the Europa League, because that would just guarantee points and progression. It's literally like a full point of progression right there. Holy Christ. Wow. This year has been insane. No, the draws aren't until the 17th, and that's not for like 2 weeks. What leagues are loaded in? I have Malta. Yeah, we literally only have to outscore, as you say, Germany and Italy by 0.5 over the rest of the tournament, and we've got more teams than them and better dilution to sneak into 3rd in the same season. And we wouldn't, and not only that, we're only 3 points behind Spain, which means at the start of next year we'd go 2 points in front of them. So we could actually get 2nd by the end of next season if we just have a better year than Spain next year. Lordy Lord, did I say that? I don't know if I did. I'm going to do it again anyway, just in case. This has been insane. I can't believe where this season has come from. Basically, it's not come out of nowhere. Well, it kind of has actually. Right, let's. Oh, that's one I'm not super familiar with, but I always like to raid things around a little bit differently. Or actually, no. Yeah, no. Fuck it. We're gonna raid this guy called Zafar Cakes or Zaffa Cakes because he's streaming FM. I'm not familiar, so we will see how things go. Oh dear. Yeah, sorry for all the weirdness with the bot stuff this morning, but that seemed to go away pretty quickly, honestly. Yeah, so I am on Sunday. I'm going to a show with my sister on Saturday night, but I'll be back on Sunday morning. It's next weekend I'm away. It's in Patrick, isn't it? So yeah, this is going to be extremely fun. Favorite flag. You got to hit with the favorite flag, obviously. So yeah, join us on Sunday to see if we can go even further. Imagine if we put down a season that was better than England's 27 points or something wild. And imagine if Clint finally did something. So I'll see you guys very, very soon.